that really got him to his recovery? Don't you think it's a little bit cynical of him to criticize Hillary for this? Or didn't he just understand it?
Well, first of all, I wouldn't have made the comment, but this First Lady, as opposed to any other, has been involved in policy issues to an enormous degree. So therefore, policy differences, I think, are legitimate. For example, the issue of health care. At the same time, to many Americans, it takes a village does denigrate the role of the family. Now, that's not what she intended.
No, it's not.
But that's a very much of an impression.
Why wouldn't you have made the comment?
That we have. I just feel that our differences with President Clinton are substantive, are varied, are much more varied. But at the same time, I really believe that we have to focus on the economics, and that's why I'm glad to be on this program. And let me just add one more point, if I could, Mr. Secretary. You're talking about jobs.
I'm talking about me, Senator, to get back.
Oh, yeah, you want to get your question. Okay, then you go ahead, and then
I want to get your one question in.
Sure.
And that is, I want to go back to supply-side economics. I want you to tell me, honestly, frankly, candidly, do you believe...
What else would I do?
I'm sure. No, I'm sure you would. But seriously, I want you to tell me that you think the supply-side economic strategies that were tried during the 80s, in terms of a tax cut, big spending, the huge debt that was created, that really was the wise thing to do, and that we should replicate that again.
Oh, I think clearly you know, as an economist, one, that revenues did go way up. You also know that we had to invoke a massive program of defense spending in order to win the Cold War, which we did, thank God, over the objections of many people who are in this room tonight. And third of all, you also know that, and Jerry was there, I wasn't, in 1981, when they passed this budget of tax cuts, this package, it was an Arabian bazaar. They handed out any goodies to anybody in order to get enough Democrats to vote for that budget. And the spending skyrocketed out of control. This President Dole will put a lid on that spending and do away with the pork and the corporate welfare. Hopefully we can move together.
Well, corporate welfare is something that you and I both agree
Dole
on,
will do that, yes.
But
so I think the circumstances are dramatically different.
Let me give the Secretary a chance to talk about economics, because we've discussed this here before. Mr. Secretary, this administration's growth rate of 2.3% is about 60% of the growth rate of the 80s. Its growth rate now is about half of the growth rate when the Bush administration left. The recovery started under the Bush administration. It's petering out under the Clinton administration. Your chance.
John, you are absolutely wrong on the facts.
Those are exactly right.
You are wrong on the facts. Let me say, in the 1980s, a lot of the growth was stimulated by, as the Senator just told us, a great deal of spending on military and on other government programs.
But the growth rate was 3.7%.
But if you take out the government spending, remember, we have taken down the deficit. We have cut the deficit by half. Take out the government. John, let me figure. If you actually look at the private sector, not the public sector spending, the private sector that was not dependent on government, the growth has been 3.1% per year under President Clinton. And that is much faster than we had in the 1980s in terms of private sector growth.
The growth rate in the 1980s was 3.9%, 3.4% of which was private sector growth rate.
I'm talking about private sector.
Private sector growth rate was 3.4%, higher than the 3.1%.
Let me ask you a question, John. Do you really believe that most people feel they are worse off today than they were in 1992 when you had unemployment at 7.7%, you had a huge deficit, you had interest rates that were going up, you had inflation.
No, interest rates were going down. That's not true. Interest rates bottomed in January of 1993.
I just have to correct something.
But they bottomed. Why did you give a mistruth? Why, when you said they were going up?
Actually, compare interest rates now to what they were then.
If you ask
but that doesn't mean that they were going up then. Interest rates were going down then, and they continue to go down.
Can we just stop for a minute? Just let me make one correction to your statement, Senator. And that's, when you talk about the Congress of 1981, it was a Republican majority in the United States Senate, and in the House, there were 40 Democrats who voted with the Republicans, not because they were giving away anything. The defense spending went up in large measure.
Jerry, you know,
I was there and I was on the budget committee.
They gave away all kinds of things.
Let me just tell you, hold on 1 minute. We had Bill Graham was a Democrat at that time, now a senator, just ran in the Republican primaries. Ken Hance, he was a Democrat. Those are the Democrats that voted. The guy.
Wonderful transformation.
All of these guys, we lost about 20 of those people who were Democrats. Dick Shelby from Alabama was in my class. All of those guys were were Democrats, now Republicans. There wasn't all these addings. Everything was done
Jerry,
for President Reagan. It was his budget
Jerry, they
and
had
his
to get the votes,
responsibility.
and you know it was a terrible thing. It was a
His
disgrace. And the fact is, the
responsibility,
spending
not at
went
all.
way, way up. And one more point, Ms. Secretary, and I want to tell you this again because I was just there. I want you to go with me to South Phoenix and tell that 11-year-old kid that's buying drugs, whose sister may be a prostitute, that jobs are going to be the answer. The problem is drugs, and it's going up, and it's going up badly, and it's a national crime, and it's a disgrace that this administration did not attack this issue. And it's
But
going to last 3 years.
unfortunately,
So you go with me,
unfortunately,
Mr. Secretary.
unfortunately, I'm going to
It has
have
nothing
to
do with
cut this
jobs.
right
I'm not
now.
going
We
to
have
cop a plea with regard to drugs. This administration has done more and is more vigilant and is more aggressive with regard to drugs than any previous administration.
It's time to break. It's time to break. We have to go off. We have to go. I'm sorry. The only thing I'd ask Senator McCain to do is take a look at the number of people who smoke cigarettes and then become drug users and look at what this president is doing to avoid that. Senator
I'll do
McCain
that.
from
Thank you,
Arizona,
Jerry.
I really appreciate your being
My
here. And
pleasure.
Secretary Rice, it's always a delight to have you here with us. And John and I will be right back to finish this discussion.
The new reloadable smart card. The future is happening now down under and on its way here. From MasterCard, it's smart money.
This is our heritage and this is our true glory. We are a people, I tell you, that is just beginning its high adventure on this continent. Animated by the destiny of greatness, can think and can act and can do greatly.
They've called this the American century, and there's much to be proud of.
This nation will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed. That the torch has been passed to a new generation of Americans.
The great challenge at the end of this century is the same as it was at the beginning: to work together and make this a better world for our children.
Since we have come so far, who shall be rash enough to set limits on our future progress? Who shall say that since we have gone so far, we can go no farther?
From Chicago, I'm Bernard Shaw. Tonight, delegates formally nominate the Clinton-Gore ticket for a second term. And we'll talk with former candidate Michael Dukakis, live from the Democratic National Convention, 8 Eastern on CNN.
To access CNN Interactive on the World Wide Web, call 1-800-WORLDNET, extension CNN, for free internet software. Crossfire goes on the road again. If you want to be part of the live audience at the George Washington University in Washington, D.C., call us for free tickets at 202-842-9824. That's 202-842-9824.
Account code.
963-400.
Fax.
697-36.
Cellular.
889-26801.
Since the last thing you need is one more number to remember, MasterCard is developing the single-digit PIN code. Someday, a computer chip in your card will recognize your unique mark, so your personal identification code is personal. It's how the future will be paid for. MasterCard. It's smart money.
I'm here as the chairman of LCI International to ask you to vote, but to vote for LCI International as your long-distance telephone company. This is a year you'll hear all kinds of promises. At LCI, we promise, and we will deliver something that is simple, fair, and inexpensive. You have the freedom to get away from the hidden charges, monthly fees, confusion of AT&T and MCI and Sprint. You have the freedom to choose a very different long-distance phone company.
Kids are smoking younger and younger.
And it's not just teenagers anymore.
It's even kids like me.
The cigarette companies say it's not their fault that kids smoke. But
the way they give away gifts kids love, the way they advertise, it makes you wonder. Support the FDA's efforts to protect our children from the tobacco companies. There's no excuse for what they're doing to our kids.
There's only one man they call the greatest.
It's over! Ali!
A TNT original.
Wait till you see Muhammad Ali.
Muhammad Ali, the whole story. Premieres Tuesday at 8, only on TNT.
You know, John, I'm really glad you're here for the convention. And the reason I am is because I hope you're noticing the difference between how this convention has acted and behaved toward people who disagree with them from the way the Republicans did. And I also hope you notice that there haven't been any negative personal attacks by any of our speakers about either Senator Dole or Liddy Dole
the Gingrich
or
bashing
anybody else.
that we've heard is not real, right?
You have a presidential candidate who is being given respect by this convention. We wish we
Remember,
had
you
the
were
same
criticizing
thing out of San
Republicans for
Diego.
having moderates, too many moderates on the show this time. Let me tell you, I want to make one point here, Jerry. I have always given President Clinton credit for being a good campaigner. I think last night and the last few days is beginning of a very important mistake. Last night was so liberal from the stage. In essence, people saying, elect Bill Clinton and he'll be back to his old liberal ways.
That is not, John.
When you couple that with the spending program that he's throwing around to buy an election, I think he's actually tripped in this election cycle.
Let me tell you, you're sitting there hoping that when you see the polls pull 15 points. But let me just tell you that next time, maybe tomorrow, I'm going to get you a special little interpreter so that when you listen to our speakers, you really hear what they're saying.
When Hillary Clinton says, I'm going to go back and do health care,
that isn't what she said.
when Jesse says we're going to undo welfare reform.
You've got to be accurate, John. Tonight, from Crossfire, I'm Geraldine Farrar from the left.
And from the right, I'm John Sununu. Join us again tomorrow night from this very liberal convention for another edition of Crossfire.
Closed captioning was provided by Bell Atlantic, the heart of communication.
Tonight from Chicago, I'll have the last word with 1972 presidential candidate George McGovern at the Democratic Convention midnight tonight.
Put your sweet lips a little closer to the phone.
His music will live forever.
Let's pretend that we're together.
A legend for all time. Jim Reeves.
I can't stop loving you.
Heartland Music presents the greatest Jim Reeves collection ever.
Welcome to my world.
30 all-time classics.
Won't you come on in? I'm just on the blue side of lonesome.
All Jim's great hits.
Have you ever been lonely?
Jim's voice was so pure.
Have you ever been blue?
So personal.
Am I losing you? Are my fears coming true? But come ye back when summer's in the meadow.
30 great songs.
I love you for 100,000.
It's the most complete Jim Reeves collection ever. But this special Jim Reeves treasury is not in stores.
Adios, amigo.
Please order yours now.
Adios, my
Call 1-800-257-1257 to save all COD charges and pay only $16.98 for cassettes or $19.98 for 2 CDs, plus $3.50 shipping. Use your credit card or send check or money order to Jim Reeves, P.O. Box 2919, Atlanta, Georgia. Remember, save all COD charges by sending check or money order or use your credit card.
Financial news to start your business day. Weekdays 6 Eastern on CNN.
CNN coverage of the Democratic National Convention. Live from Chicago, here are Bernard Shaw, Judy Woodruff, Bill Snyder, and Ken Bodie.
Nominating speeches, roll call of the states, Vice President Gore speaks, and for the first time in decades, a Democratic president joins his party's convention here in Chicago.
That's right, Bernie. We are expecting that President Clinton, that we're being told it's a high probability that President Clinton will come here to the hall after he has gone over the top and is clearly the nominee of the party. The other thing we're going to hear tonight, this is going to be a night of comparisons. We're going to hear the differences once again between the Democrats and the Republicans on a whole list of issues. We're going to hear from some very prominent women elected officials about their role and their chances for re-election.
And Ken and Bill, the reference to the first time in decades of a Democratic president coming to Chicago, joining his party's convention, of course, goes back more than 28 years when Lyndon Johnson in 1968 did not come to Chicago.
That's right. He stayed away from Chicago, but he had some hands on Chicago that year. Hubert Humphrey was very, very careful not to drift too far off the reservation, especially on the issue of the Vietnam War, out of fear that Lyndon Johnson might pull some strings in this convention.
Yeah, the last Democratic president, of course, was Jimmy Carter, who had to fight for the nomination in New York in 1980 with Ted Kennedy.
All right, Wolf Blitzer is at the podium, and he's going to share some more information with us. Wolf.
Judy, the campaign organizers here on the podium, as well as Clinton Gore campaign officials, now do tell CNN that President Clinton probably will show up after all tonight. All day long, there's been a question whether President Clinton would show up. Now we're told that once it's official, once he goes over the top, the roll call officially nominates him once again as the Democratic candidate, Democratic nominee. He probably will come over here from the hotel, make an appearance here on the podium, sort of try to energize all of the group, set the stage for his acceptance speech tomorrow night. He doesn't want to come over here, we're told, during or before Al Gore's speech. He wants Al Gore to be in the spotlight during the so-called prime time on the East Coast in the United States, but he'll be watching on television in his hotel shortly after he arrives by helicopter from Michigan City, Indiana, where the train trip has wound up. The President tomorrow night, in his acceptance speech, will try to define his vision for a second administration, and his aides, his speechwriters, are saying that it will be more like a State of the Union address before a joint session of Congress as opposed to a formal acceptance speech. The centerpiece of his speech will involve proposals to try to ease the welfare reform law that has now taken into effect. He wants to reassure liberal Democrats, many of the people in this room, that it won't be too harsh, and he'll try to improve some of the aspects of that welfare reform law to make sure that especially impoverished children are not made worse because of that. And in order to try to do that, he will release a tax cut proposal, a tax incentive for corporations that hire welfare recipients, welfare people who have been laid off, taken off of the welfare rolls. Another tax cut proposal he has, a modest one, will be to cut capital gains on some individuals who sell their homes and buy a house that's cheaper. Those will be two aspects of his speech, but it will be a grand vision, we're told, for a second administration. Not a Gene Randall in Illinois.
And I am with Rahm Emanuel, Special Assistant to President Clinton. Mr. Emanuel, if President Clinton is reelected, what would you think is his first priority for the next 4 years?
Gene, the very issues the President's been talking about are the issues that are on the families are discussing around the kitchen table in their homes. And it's the very issues that are on the President's desk in the Oval Office. That's public safety, school safety, the economy, affordable college education, the parents' health care, the health care for themselves, and making the ends meet and balancing the competing demands between being both parents and workers. And those are the issues that have been on the President's desk for the last 4 years, and those are going to be the issues that are on the desk for the President the next 4 years.
Should we expect to see high-profile changes in the personnel around the President, for instance, in the cabinet?
Well, no, I think what you got to focus on, the President wants you to focus on the ideas and the agenda he has for the country. And that's about how to move it forward into the 21st century and how to get this country forward. You know, when we got to Washington and the economy were stuck in neutral, if not reverse. And the President finally got them focused on going forward. And that's by putting more resources into education, putting more resources into public safety. And you're beginning to see that results. And that's what he's going to do for the next term. It's the same priorities going forward.
In the next 4 years, do we see Bill Clinton, the new Democrat, or Bill Clinton, the liberal Democrat?
I think you're going to see the same president who's been for the last 4 years, a person who's basically not going for either or ideas, but basically saying it's both. As he did in crime, it wasn't just punishment, it wasn't just prevention, but it was both. And on the economy, it was both reducing the deficit as well as putting resources towards education. And you'll hear more and more about what we've got to do so America can educate its people and move into the 21st century to be the best equipped workers in this country and this global economy to compete and win.
Mr. Emanuel, thank you very much, and welcome back to your hometown of Chicago.
Thanks, Gene. Thank you very much. It's great to be here.
We'll go to Candy Crowley in Tennessee.
Tennessee, Gene, because tonight is a big night for Al Gore, who, of course, hails from Tennessee. The Vice President will give his speech here tonight, a chance perhaps to strut his stuff for 4 years from now. I'm with Inez Crutchfield, who is a delegate from Tennessee. This is your 4th convention. How far ahead are they looking here in the Tennessee delegation? I'm going to have Inez explain that to you by way of her button. Explain this button to me.
All right. This button has generated more curiosity, I think, than anything else. This button says Sweet 16, not Sweet 16. And it means that, well, this is Clinton's day. So we were trying to be as subtle as possible and say that we want 8 more years. We want him to have 8 years. We want 8 more years. That will give us a sweep of 16 years. And if you look very closely at the button, you will see in very tiny writing what we're talking about. This is important to Tennessee, and you'll only find this button in Tennessee.
Thank you very much. Inez Crutchfield from Tennessee delegate, Sweep 16, 8 years for Bill Clinton, and then they want 8 years for Al Gore. Let's head to Bob Franken in New York.
And in the New York delegation, we're with the president of the Gay and Lesbian Independent Democrat Club of New York. That's Doug Sterner, representing the gay rights movement, of course, here at the convention. But you're also here supporting a president who says he's going to sign the legislation that in effect repeals gay marriage possibilities. How can you do that with enthusiasm?
Well, we can do it easily with enthusiasm because we recognize that this president has been very good on our issues, and he has advanced the cause of lesbian and gay rights through appointments of over 100 open lesbian and gay people in his administration, through pledging in the platform to increase funding for AIDS care and treatment, and for housing for people with AIDS, a whole host of issues that the president has stood with us on. Of course, we're disappointed that he has had to take this position on the Defense of Marriage Act, but he recognizes, as we do, that this is a wedge that the Republicans are trying to drive between a core constituency such as ourselves and himself. But we're very clear on the fact that with President Clinton, we have a friend, and with Bob Dole, we don't.
Well, what about the feeling among many Republicans that your very visible presence here at the Democratic Convention really helps the Republican candidate?
I don't think that's true. I think that most Americans recognize that lesbian gay men are part of the family of America. People who know and have lesbian and gay friends or family members are very likely to support equal rights for lesbian and gay men. And I also think that Americans are fair, and they understand that when there is injustice, that wrong should be righted. And in fact, 80% of Americans, as does the president, supports the Employment Non-Discrimination Act.
Doug, we're going to have to interrupt right now. Doug Sterner of the Gay and Lesbian Independent Democratic Club of New York, a delegate here in New York. We now go to Gene Meserve in Utah.
Thanks. Any convention is one part political theater and one part costume party, and I have some guys here to prove the point. With me are Byron Anderson and Neil Hansen. They are dressed, of course, as the Blues Brothers. Now, in the movie, Jake and Elwood were on a mission from God. Are you guys too?
Correct, we sure are.
And what is the mission?
The mission is to make sure that Bill Clinton is reelected and that there's no more orphanages. When Newt Gingrich took over as Speaker of the House, he says, let's do away with welfare, and we can open up orphanages to take care of these children. Well, if Bob Dole and Newt Gingrich control the government, you can see orphanages will open up everywhere, and we're on that mission to make sure that doesn't happen, that Bill Clinton gets elected.
Now, you're promoting something called the CD Club, and we're now talking about compact discs. What is it?
Hey, CD Club is the Christian Democrats. We need to let the Republicans know that Christians are Democrats too. They don't have the market on this thing. They want the American people to believe Christians wouldn't be Democrats. Well, I want them to know they're wrong, and we're going to let them know this way, my good buddy Elwood and I.
Now, many Christians say they can't support the Democrats because of their stand on abortion. That doesn't bother you?
No, we're both pro-life, a matter of fact. So this party is a party that includes everyone, and that we're free to come into this party.
Yeah, let me tell you, we're surrounded by a lot of beautiful people here tonight. All these good people from Utah. They accept us. They understand where we come from. But our Christian religion means a lot to us. And so it's okay to be pro-life and a member of the Democratic Party.
A quick course of soul, man?
No, how about rawhide? Move them up, push them out, move them up.
Rawhide!
And on that note, I send it back to you, Bernie.
Thanks very much from our folks on the floor. Lots of color down there. We're going to change the mood just a tad to catch you up on something that happened earlier today. The last leg of President Clinton's train trip was marred earlier today by an accident at the final stop in Michigan City, Indiana. A speaker tower collapsed on a crowd waiting for the president's arrival. At least 13 people were taken to hospitals, but fortunately, none of the injuries was serious and no one was admitted to the hospital. The 20-foot portable stand that collapsed held 2 speakers for the campaign rally, and one witness said it appeared some people were leaning on the metal scaffolding before it toppled. Arriving about 90 minutes after the accident, President Clinton urged the crowd to keep the injured in their prayers.
Those things are always frightening. You know, you're at a campaign rally and you see those scaffolding, those structures, and they always look so precarious, and yet most of the time they hold. This time it didn't. There was another development in the news today. We're going to go back to Wolf Blitzer at the podium. Some news out of the State Department, Wolf.
The news out of the State Department, Judy, is that the Clinton administration has decided to reject the request from Nation of Islam leader Louis Farrakhan that he be allowed to accept $1 billion in promised assistance from Libya, from Libyan leader Muammar Gaddafi. The rejection of this request made as a result of the U.S. State Department's long-held position that Libya is a country that supports international terrorism. Farrakhan has made the point in recent weeks that he needs this money to try to help impoverished African Americans in his community. But as Steve Hurst, CNN State Department correspondent, reports, all of this sets the stage for an angry reaction.
A Clinton administration rejection of a $1 billion gift from Libya's leader to Louis Farrakhan's Nation of Islam likely would spawn constitutional court battles over basic American rights.
They raise, both the act and the regulations, raise some serious constitutional questions. Invariably, they touch on the right of the freedom of association, the freedom of religion, the freedom of speech.
A suit by Farrakhan, one of the United States' hot-button personalities, would involve his right to accept money from Libyan strongman Muammar Gaddafi. Gaddafi, whose regime is one of 7 on the U.S. list of nations that sponsor terrorism, has been quoted as saying the donation to Farrakhan would enable Libya to make inroads into the United States, despite laws which virtually forbid commerce and contact with Tripoli. Farrakhan warned he would mobilize his followers should the government reject his appeal to take the money. U.S. law bans its transfer without a special waiver from the Treasury Department.
We will fight for what we believe is our legal right. And I will go across this nation, stirring up not only my people, but all those who would benefit from this.
He said the money would be put to humanitarian uses, voter registration, and improving the economic lot of African Americans. But some in Congress demanded that Farrakhan be grounded.
And it's an absolute disgrace that he's attempting to go to Libya to meet with a sworn enemy of the United States. And it's even more disgraceful if the State Department allows him to go. If they have any guts at all, they will take away his passport.
U.S. officials say, despite the rejection of Farrakhan's appeal to receive the money, his passport will not be revoked, and Washington is not inclined to pick a fight with him on his plans to travel yet again to Libya, even though it breaks the law.
The regime that we have in place that's meant to isolate Libya is so strong in so many respects that I think it's probably a bit much to characterize one trip, even by a prominent American, as necessarily undercutting our Libya policy.
None of the above, of course, deals with whether Gaddafi really has $1 billion to give away anyway. He's shown himself fond of publicity-seeking stunts in the past, and his promises to Farrakhan would seem very much in character. Steve Hurst, CNN, the State Department.
Earlier, Farrakhan had indicated that if the U.S. government allowed him to accept the money, he might endorse Bill Clinton for re-election. But Clinton administration officials say they really don't want Farrakhan's endorsement. Back to the booth.
All right, Wolf Blitzer, thanks. We'll have some thoughts on that story when we come back. More live coverage of the Democratic Convention in Chicago.
CNN's Election 96 convention coverage is brought to you by AT&T, your true choice, and by Pfizer. We're part of the cure.
The most rewarding relationships are the ones that grow with time. It's the same for those of you who choose AT&T, because you understand that the true rewards only come from a lasting relationship. Introducing the new AT&T True Rewards program. Rewards you can get right away, every day. It's our way of saying thanks just for being an AT&T customer. The new True Rewards program. It's one of the rewards of a lasting relationship. That's your true choice, AT&T.
In his college days, cardiologist George Lustig loved to compete. But for many years, high blood pressure held him back. Now, thanks to healthy living and medicine developed by Pfizer Research, he's back in the race. And the 2 gold medals he won in the U.S. Masters Nationals prove hypertension isn't all he's beating. Pfizer, we're part of the cure.
The new Plymouth Voyager was named Automobile Magazine's All-Star Minivan for 1996. Car and Driver ranked it in their 10 best automobiles of 1996. And not only does it surpass other minivans on the road, but with a 3-liter, 150 horsepower V6 engine, it has 36 times the cargo space of a Porsche 911 for about 1/3 of the price.
This is my classroom. This is my classroom. This is my playground.
Nobody goes back to school anymore. They're definitely going forward.
This is my fingerprint.
That notebook is probably a computer.
This is my tutor.
And the 3 R's are RAM, ROM, and reboot. Kids aren't just growing up faster, they're growing up smarter. And the smartest thing you can do is come to Office Depot. We've got all you need, all at the best prices. Guaranteed. Office Depot.
This is where I take care of business.
For 7 consecutive Sundays, CNN Presents examines the state of America. An unprecedented look at its people and the issues that touch their lives every day. From the harsh realities of downsizing to a growing distrust of its institutions and an in-depth examination of the men who want to lead America to the brink of a new century. Democracy in America 96, beginning September 15th on CNN.
Chicago is the power base of 2 major African-American leaders in the United States. One we saw on the stage last night, the Reverend Jesse Jackson, with the powerful speech he gave. And the other is Minister Louis Farrakhan of the Nation of Islam. Farrakhan, one of the prime organizers of last fall's Million Man March on Washington. And it would appear that there are political possibilities and political pitfalls here, because Farrakhan was the man who announced a major voter registration drive last year. And you have Jesse Jackson, on the other hand, calling for 4 more years for President Clinton. And you have Farrakhan offering to endorse this president in exchange for this permitted billion-dollar loan from Libya.
Bernie, you remember, Farrakhan was completely apolitical until Jesse Jackson, I think it was in the election where Harold Washington was running for mayor of Chicago the first time. Jesse Jackson persuaded Farrakhan to lead his followers down and register and bring them into the political system. Louis Farrakhan, I've always believed we need to know more about, because we report so much negative about Farrakhan. He has such a strong base in the African-American community in this country. We don't understand him well enough. But he is very naive about politics. The idea that he could take $1 billion from Libya, on the one hand, and that there'd be any chance that anybody would want his endorsement in this election, Bill Clinton would want his endorsement. It's just not so. Nobody wants Louis Farrakhan's endorsement.
Louis Farrakhan is a poisonous presence in American politics. I mean, his rhetoric, he's a black nationalist, and his rhetoric has often been anti-white, anti-Semitic. Bill Clinton doesn't want to have anything to do with him, quite rightly, doesn't want any pictures taken with him. If he wants to register voters, fine, that's his privilege. But as long as there's Jesse Jackson and other leading African-American Democrats to carry the message of Bill Clinton, that's what, Bill Clinton doesn't need Louis Farrakhan.
But Bill, remember, there's a lot about Louis Farrakhan's message that resonates very deeply in the African-American community about self-help and personal responsibility.
Yes.
The same things that Jesse Jackson preaches, the same things, by the way, that were preached to the Republicans. Who was the speaker in the Republican convention that electrified?
J.C. Watts.
J.C. Watts.
the
A lot of that
congressman from
same
Oklahoma.
stuff is part of Farrakhan's
Let
rhetoric.
them say it.
Well, the only other thing that really struck me, I was fascinated by our State Department correspondent, Steve Hirsch. You viewers recall, Steve at one point said that Farrakhan's trip to Libya breaks the law.
Yes.
Breaks the law, but the Clinton administration won't pick a fight with him over that.
It's interesting because after the Million Man March, Farrakhan probably had the highest respectability level, I think you'd have to say, in this country that he'd ever had, because people saw that this was a peaceful march. This was a march about family, about black men coming together in a very positive way. And now to be arguing, as Ken just said, to take money from Muammar Gaddafi, it's such a different face he's
He has a
putting forward.
political tenure. He has a genuine political tenure about things like this, and it's really unfortunate.
Well, reading between the lines, it would seem that Louis Farrakhan is willing now to wager his prestige that he's won over the years in the black community in a fight with the federal government over the efficacy of whether or not he can accept this. And Steve Hirsch indicates this is the threshold of a big legal fight.
Well, look, I think the bottom line is the administration doesn't need him. I mean, there's plenty of reasons for the African-American community to come out and vote for Bill Clinton. They don't need him, and they don't want him.
Gene Randall is down on the floor with more on this. Gene?
And I'm with Kwesi Mfume, the president of the NAACP. As you may have heard, the State Department today has refused to grant a waiver to Minister Louis Farrakhan to clear the way for him to take $1 billion in aid from Libya. Now, do you think that's going to do anything to alienate African Americans in this country?
I don't know enough about it to be able to comment in any intelligent way. I assume that the administration has laid out reasons for its decision, and I'd be interested to see what those reasons are.
Part of the money, we are told, was to be used for voter registration. Does that shed any kind of different light on this?
I don't know if the purpose of the money sheds any light on it. I think the problem is where the money's coming from. Clearly, voter registration efforts are needed throughout this country, particularly in minority communities, and anybody that could help to bring that about, I think ought to be at least encouraged to do so. In this instance, I think probably, and without knowing, that the State Department is basing the decision maybe not so much on the purpose, but where the money is coming from.
Mr. Mfume, let me ask you finally, do you think the president's signature on the welfare rights bill will do him any harm politically in the African-American community?
Well, I think there's going to be some problem and some fallout. To what extent remains to be seen. I mean, this is a bill that pushes children further into poverty, and it is one, I think, that will have long-term negative consequences on this nation, not just on the poor, but on all of us. So under the guise of welfare reform, it has passed and has been signed. I think there are going to be some people who look at this and who, quite frankly, will feel somewhat put out by the president and by the party. It doesn't mean that they're not going to vote Democratic, but I think it sort of lowers their enthusiasm.
Mr. Mfume, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And we will go back to the booth.
All right, Kwesi Mfume, formerly the head of the Black Caucus in Congress. When we come back, we're going to talk about the chances of an all-democratically controlled Congress in November.
Looking for something?
Yeah, that dime from Sprint's long-distance plan?
Having trouble finding it, huh?
Yeah.
Well, that's because depending on when you call, the Sprint Cents rate isn't always a dime. It could be a quarter or 65 cents on calls to Canada.
Oh.
Try AT&T True Reach Savings. On average, most people can save more than with Sprint Cents when they spend $25 a month on calls in the U.S. Plus, you'll always save more on calls to Canada.
Wow, I found what I'm looking for.
That's your true choice, AT&T.
Farm life is the only life Valerie Shaw could ever imagine. But the animals in hay aggravated her asthma, causing dangerous lung infections that almost forced her off the family farm. With proper care and medicine we developed at Pfizer, Valerie won't have to leave. The animals, the land, or her heritage. Pfizer, we're part of the cure.
We wanted the LHS to be the kind of car that, even when you're not driving it, you're thinking about driving it. It really was designed to spoil you in every way. An aggressive 214 horsepower engine in front of you, luxury amenities all around. Once you drive an LHS, it's not something you'll soon forget.
Before there even was a United States, John Wheeler purchased life insurance to protect his family. 7 generations later, the Wheeler family purchased an annuity for retirement that kept on paying despite the Great Depression. As America changed, so did life insurers, helping families with innovative protection and retirement programs. Pensions, 401ks, annuities, life insurance, long-term care, and disability insurance.
Hey, John. Yeah? Line 2 is for you.
Today, another John Wheeler worries about securing his family's future, about Social Security not being there, that he'll outlive his income. Like generations before him, he'll turn to life insurers to meet his financial needs. Wonder what the newest generation of the Wheeler family will need to help secure their future? America's life insurers are working on it, continuing nearly 250 years of planning, protection, and security.
Tonight from Chicago, I'll have the last word with 1972 presidential candidate George McGovern at the Democratic Convention midnight tonight.
News travels fast. This just into headline news. What happens there can be seen here, now. That's why people everywhere turn to Headline News. For continuously updated news, business, sports, and entertainment, staying in touch with the world has never been easier. Because it doesn't matter what hour of the day it is, the time for Headline News is always now. Headline News, a CNN network.
It is the source of live breaking news for the entire world. Available to over 500 million people on 6 continents. It's 5 networks, backed by 3,000 professionals in 30 bureaus worldwide. Its correspondents, some of the best reporters in the business. From its site on the internet to over 600 global affiliates, it is television's largest and most experienced news-gathering organization. This is CNN.
Financial news to start your business day. Weekdays, 6 Eastern on CNN.
CNN coverage of the Democratic National Convention. Live from Chicago, here are Judy Woodruff, Bernard Shaw, Bill Schneider, and Ken Bodie.
Ever since the Republicans wrote a new chapter in American political history by stunning the Democrats in 1992 and grabbing control of the House of Representatives, the Democrats have been lusting to take control of the House once again. The question is, can they? Will they? Can they take control of the Senate this fall? Let's go down to Jean Meserve for some possible answers.
Bernie, here with me is former House Speaker Jim Wright of Texas. Mr. Wright, the Republicans, of course, control Congress now. What is your assessment of the present Speaker and the present Congress?
Well, they have probably disgusted people with their insistence upon bringing the government to a crashing halt if they didn't get their way. And I think the critical question this year, assuming President Clinton's re-election, is whether we recapture the House. And I think if we recapture the House, then President Clinton will have a successful, productive second term. If not, it will be very different.
What do you think the chances are that the Democrats will regain control?
Well, I think they're good. I think we're going to win the White House. It may be difficult to take the Senate, just given the location of the states where the contests are up this year. But I think the House is probably up for grabs. 20 seats gain is nothing for a presidential year. And I think it's very likely to happen. I see a combustible enthusiasm here, bubbling up everywhere, really spontaneous.
Speaker Wright, thank you so much for joining us today. Now to my colleague, Jean Randall.
And I'm with White House Chief of Staff Leon Panetta. Mr. Panetta, how much campaigning will the president do for Democratic candidates for the House and Senate?
He'll be doing a lot of campaigning. We've already targeted some fundraisers for Senate candidates. Obviously, as we go into each state, we'll ensure that we have either the representative or the candidate in that district as part of any event that the president's a part of. So he's going to make the effort to try to get a Democratic Congress part and parcel of this campaign.
But when you put a commercial on television which says, save us from a Republican House and Senate and a Republican president, aren't you really ceding control of the House and Senate to the Republicans?
No, not at all. I think what we're basically pointing out is a very poor record on behalf of this Republican Congress, where they tried to shut down the federal government in order to implement their extreme agenda. And if you put a Republican president in and combine with that, you got real trouble. So the best key here is elect a Democratic Congress, elect a Democratic president, and give us a chance to move to the future.
Mr. Panetta, thanks very much.
Thank you.
White House Chief of Staff Leon Panetta, and we will go back to the booth.
Political analyst Stuart Rothenberg and Charles Cook join us. Can the Democrats take control of the House and the Senate?
I'm saying about a 30–40% chance of Democrats taking the House back, and the Senate is just a huge volatile area. It could go 3 seats either direction.
Sure they can, but I don't think right at this point that they will. They need to knock off 25, maybe 30 Republican incumbents or Republican seats in the House, knock off a number of Republican senators or pick up open seats. I think it's a long shot.
This is a subject that we're going to pursue, and we'll be right back with more in just a moment.
If the planets could speak, what would they say? If the stars have a message, what would it mean to us here on Earth? Would they tell us who we are, where we came from, where we're going? Would they help us live better, live happier, live longer? For answers, we reach out boldly with ships, shuttles, and stations. We have no choice but to continue. It is how we express in the grandest possible way what it is to be human.
For the vehicles in the Chrysler brand, we set some very stringent criteria. It's called benchmarking, and we set hundreds of benchmarks. Recently, we set 10 new engineering benchmarks to surpass. We scrutinized the look, the feel, even the sound quality. And that, of course, was just for a turn signal.
Can't believe he broke it at the company picnic.
Incredible. Our employee health plan covers him, right?
Not deductibles or co-payments.
So he has to lay out his own money.
Your health plan can work better with Aflac. Supplemental insurance from Aflac helps cover the unexpected costs of recovery, so you can give your employees the protection they need and deserve.
Any ideas?
Yeah, Aflac.
Aflac, insuring over 40 million people worldwide.
There's only one man they call the greatest.
It's over! Ali!
A TNT original.
Wait till you see Muhammad Ali.
Muhammad Ali, the whole story. Premieres Tuesday at 8, only on TNT.
Sunday on CNN Presents, 10 years after the world's worst nuclear accident. Could Chernobyl be a nightmare waiting to happen again? On the next CNN Presents, Sunday, 9 Eastern.
Illinois has 22 big electoral votes. That comprises roughly 8% of the 270 electoral votes a president needs to win, or a candidate needs to win the presidency. Stu and Charlie, how well must Bill Clinton do in these battleground states to help the Democrats in their desire to take control of the Congress, House and Senate?
I think the way coattails work is when a front runner develops such a big lead that the other side's voters get disillusioned and decide, well, you know, there's no point in voting, and turnout goes down. I think that's the way coattails really work, rather than people changing their minds and just voting for the opposite party's candidate.
I'd agree, but I would add also as well that in this case, if the Democrats are going to take over the House and the Senate, it's because they're going to make the election about Newt Gingrich and their argument of extremism, Republican extremism. If they do that, that's not really coattails. I mean, people know how to split their tickets because they vote for Bill Clinton. It's not that they're so dumb that they can't figure out if they can vote for a Republican for Congress. But if the Democrats make it about Newt Gingrich, then the whole issue mix changes. Then people see the Republican congressional candidates and Bob Dole in a certain way. That would help Democratic candidates.
I couldn't agree more. I think if a month ago this election looked like it was going to be nationalized in terms of the congressional, where the Tip O'Neill adage of all politics being local wasn't going to be there. It was about congressional Republicans and their excesses. But the numbers have tightened up to the point now where it's not at all clear that it's going to be a nationalized election.
What about Perot, Ross Perot? Is he a factor in so many of these states? For example, tonight the campaign has worked it out so that Ohio is going to be the state that puts President Clinton over the top. Look at a state like Ohio. Ross Perot got what? I looked it up this afternoon, 21% of the vote the last time. How does the Perot sentiment affect what people do when they vote for the Senate?
Well, the Perot voters seem to be splitting 2-to-1 in favor of Republican candidates. So the Republican congressional candidates, they want Ross Perot to run, and to run very well, while it's in Bob Dole's best interest to keep the Perot vote down into single digits.
So the better he does, the better it is for the Republican congressional candidate.
Right. So there's a conflict of interest.
I think so, because his concerns tend to be about economic interests, taxes, and the deficit and balanced budget. Those are much more likely to be angry voters, Republican voters, anti-government voters. I think they help Republican congressional candidates.
Let's talk very frankly about tactics. The White House put out word before the Democrats' opening gavel went down in this hall that this was going to be a very presidential convention. No bad-mouthing of anybody from that podium. So far, they've pretty much lived up to that. This president, the vice president, tonight, he's going to talk about issues and policies. No name-calling. President Clinton tomorrow will do the same in his acceptance speech. But you just mentioned if the Democrats hammer away at Newt Gingrich in a very personal way, perhaps the Democrats can make inroads. Yet you've got the Democrats here saying we'll take the high road, when in fact these people are going to be down in the gutter in the campaigns for the Senate and the House. Is that a fair statement?
Chicago is a 4-day event, and these candidates, the Democratic congressional candidates, both before Chicago and after Chicago, are running ads linking their Republican opponents to Newt Gingrich. That's what their consultants have decided is the winning message. They believe it's a silver bullet. They may be right, they may be wrong. But it's happening, it's already happened, and it will happen after Chicago.
I think what's happened is that you had Republican congressional members of the House particularly created some caricatures, unfavorable caricatures of themselves, and only recently have they toned down their rhetoric to the point where that caricature has started fading just a little bit, and they started passing some pretty important legislation towards the end of the session, and they're trying to get that period of excess behind them, and Democrats need to remind them without getting into name-calling.
Okay.
Charles Cook and Stu Rothenberg, your insights are always helpful. Thank you.
Good to see you guys.
Come back soon.
Thank you.
Well, as we know, organized labor plays a big role in any election, particularly for the Democratic Party. Our Wolf Blitzer at the podium now with John Sweeney, the president of AFL-CIO. Wolf.
Judy, Mr. Sweeney just finished speaking to these delegates. What percentage of the delegates, the Democratic delegates, are members of unions?
Approximately 25% are either members of AFL-CIO unions or the National Education Association.
Do you have any idea what the percentage was of Republican delegates in San Diego who are union members?
It was a very small percentage, but there were some Republican delegates who were union members.
The AFL-CIO is actively engaged in the political campaigns, trying to elect Democrats to Congress right now, trying to help President Clinton get reelected. But many of your members are Republicans. How do you explain to them that you're using, in effect, their dues to help elect Democrats?
Well, actually, we're not using their dues. Their unions are committed to funding programs which are to educate and mobilize our own membership and to do media work on issues that our members are concerned about. And we have the complete support of all of the AFL-CIO unions, and most of our members are angry about what's happening to them and the crisis that America's working families are faced with. And on issues like Medicare and minimum wage and Social Security, our members, regardless of what party they're in, are very supportive of the program that we're undertaking. And we're encouraging them to be involved in their own local politics, and to they don't want to be told by us who they should be voting for. They want to know about the issues, they want to be educated, and we're encouraging them to be active in their communities and in their workplaces.
Okay, John Sweeney, president of the AFL-CIO, thanks so much for joining us. Congratulations on your speech. Back to Bernie in the booth.
Thank you, Wolf. And of course, the anger that John Sweeney referred to translates into dollars, big dollars. Brooks Jackson now takes a further look at Labor's plans in this election year.
Well, Bernie, the AFL-CIO is spending $35 million in this campaign. 20 to 22 million of that is going into television ads, targeted in about 26, 27 congressional districts. They're out to regain control of the House of Representatives for Democrats. The rest of that $35 million is going into grassroots activity, what they call the ground war, a lot of volunteers, a lot of AFL-CIO activists in congressional districts. We took a look earlier at what some of the union delegates were up to. So, Bill Clinton says the era of big government is over, not at the Democratic Convention, where unionized government workers are suiting up for battle against Republicans.
We gotta remember in November what they tried to do to us for a period of 2 years.
This one union, the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, AFSCME, alone claims 167 Democratic Convention delegates. Only 5 states have more. President Clinton disappointed AFSCME when he signed the welfare reform bill last week, but they support him anyway. They expect him to push for a big, federally funded jobs bill.
We have high hopes that at this convention he will announce a new program, Welfare Reform 2, where he will create real jobs, meaningful jobs for people on welfare rather than jobs that just make work.
This is not the convention. It's just some of the 404 delegates from the National Education Association, the big teachers union. They want to keep federal aid flowing to public schools and defeat Republican plans to institute tuition vouchers and to eliminate the Department of Education. At his convention, Bob Dole blasted teachers' unions.
I say this not to the teachers, but to their unions. If education were a war, you would be losing it.
They say that was a mistake.
I believe our members are more motivated, and now they're madder, as a result of Mr. Dole's comment than any other election.
That's more than 2 million members, almost all of them college-educated, attuned to politics.
We are AFSCME, AFSCME.
Unions supply the Democratic Party's foot soldiers, and this year they're unified, energized, and on the march.
I feel the enthusiasm of America's labor movement in this room.
The AFL-CIO says it plans to have at least 100 activists in every congressional district by Election Day. That's 435 districts. Past disagreements with the Clinton administration, NAFTA, GATT, welfare reform, all but forgotten. Bad news for Republicans. One one delegate out here on the floor in every 4 is a member of a union. Most of them are public sector unions. That sheer political clout, even a new style Democrat like Bill Clinton cannot afford to ignore. Bernie?
And Brooks, seeing the vice president in your piece, we just saw the vice president will deliver a major speech from this podium tonight. There'll be the roll call and there'll be the nominating speeches. All that and more as CNN's live coverage from Chicago will resume in just a moment.
CNN's Election 96 convention coverage is brought to you by Boeing. who urges you to listen to the candidates, weigh the issues, then exercise your right to vote. And by Chrysler Corporation and its divisions. Judge us by our performance.
This is our heritage and this is our true glory. We are a people, I tell you, that is just beginning its high adventure on this continent. Animated by the destiny of greatness, can think and can act and can do greatly.
They've called this the American century, and there's much to be proud of.
This nation will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed.
That the torch has been passed to a new generation of Americans.
The great challenge at the end of this century is the same as it was at the beginning. To work together and make this a better world for our children.
Since we have come so far, who shall be rash enough to set limits on our future progress? Who shall say that since we have gone so far, we can go no farther?
The new Chrysler Sebring was built upon something called the Goldilocks principle.
It occurred to us that while most luxury cars were too big, most sport coupes were too small. We wanted the Sebring to be, well, just right.
It not only has a sporty 24-valve engine and a race-inspired suspension, but it also gives you the luxury of an actual back seat.
Which means there's enough room for Goldilocks and 3 or 4 of her friends.
There's an American tire company that's been making high-quality tires since 1914. It's not the name you were thinking of, is it? Cooper, your next set of tires.
Helen Yates is 96. Her life is full of family and laughter. Though for years, she battled severe high blood pressure. With proper care and medicine we developed at Pfizer, Helen was able to go on. To Norway at 79, the West Indies at 93, and now Paris. Pfizer, we're part of the cure.
At Cooper, we put our tires through some rigorous testing to assure that they're among the strongest around. Cooper, your next set of tires.
President Clinton will be arriving in Chicago tonight, and meanwhile, his vice president has been busy with his own agenda. Here now is CNN's Claire Shipman with what Al Gore has been up to.
This is a great convention.
Until the president pulls into town, Al Gore is the belle of this political ball. It's hard to find flesh he hasn't pressed. And the high beams on Gore aren't unintentional. After all, he's the first cheerleader for his boss's re-election. And this convention is also a critical platform for a vice president who's delicately but certainly laying the foundation for his own presidential bid 4 years from now. Mind you, it's a subtle effort because his own best strategy is to get Bill Clinton reelected.
Al Gore's very smart about that. Al Gore knows that the only election that counts is the election that's in front of us this fall.
Gore's fans point to the fact that he's fundamentally redefined the role of vice president, becoming perhaps the president's closest day-to-day advisor. He's created his own issues portfolio that will stand him in good stead in the year 2000, including the environment, reinventing government, technology, and U.S.-Russia relations. And he's installed a number of his own soldiers in key White House and political positions. Gore's tact and loyalty to the president are unquestioned, but he has a cautious awareness of administration decisions that might come back to haunt him. Clinton aides point out that he shied away from taking sides on welfare reform at staff meetings, offering the president advice only privately. Perhaps his savviest move has been his willingness to plunge into fundraising with a fervor that rivals Bill Clinton's. He's been on the road constantly raising money for the party and local politicians, building up chits for the future.
You need to make the contacts with the people who can give you the money in the primaries, and he is doing that.
And in the process, he's also been able to court critical urban constituencies like minorities and labor, ties he's publicly celebrated at the convention.
America's working families and those who defend them in this room and in the Democratic Party are here to stay, and we are going to win.
While he's Clinton's heir apparent, that's far from guaranteed. He might face a challenge from his old rival, Congressman Richard Gephardt, among others, and he has political weaknesses, which he freely admits.
Al Gore is so boring. His Secret Service code name is Al Gore.
Part of his Chicago strategy has been to loosen up, play the Paul, which by all accounts he has. And the Gore team is keenly aware of the importance of his remarks Wednesday evening. This is no time for a Harvard dissertation, as one advisor said. He's supposed to relate the Clinton themes to real people and ideally deliver a speech that will be remembered a few years from now. Claire Shipman, CNN, with the Clinton campaign in Lansing, Michigan.
Vice presidents do more than attend funerals. They also tend to their presidential chances. Let's go down to the podium and Wolf Blitzer.
Well, President Clinton, Bernie, is trying to do whatever he can, of course, first and foremost, to get himself reelected. But his aides freely admit, at least in public, that the second objective he has is to do whatever he can to help position Al Gore to get the party's nomination in the year 2000 and then get himself reelected. They're looking ahead not only the next 4 years, but beyond. And in that sense, President Clinton, who has a very close relationship with Vice President Gore, has been trying to do whatever he can within the structure of the White House, as well as the Democratic Party, and certainly the Clinton-Gore campaign, to make sure that Al Gore's people have prominent roles, have a say in what's going on. And of course, the Clinton-Gore campaign manager, Peter Knight, is a longtime aide of Al Gore. The White House counsel now, Jack Quinn, is a former chief of staff of Al Gore. So on the whole, officials are trying to make the case that Al Gore is, of course, the heir apparent. Now, when Al Gore comes here this evening to deliver this speech, he knows he's going to be under a great deal of pressure. It will be seen prime time in the United States, and his aides say he's delivered he's prepared and is ready to deliver a very strong speech. Judy?
All right, Wolf Blitzer. Well, whether it's Vice President Al Gore or President Clinton, it is women who are driving much of this president's lead in the public opinion polls right now. When we come back, we're going to talk with 3 special guests about the role that women will play in the November election.
We just hit 65.
Can't even tell.
Rear seat positions feel good.
Leather always feels better at 65.
Window tolerances are excellent.
We've also achieved a 51% increase in body rigidity and reduced the turning circle by over 3 feet.
I know we built this thing to be smooth, but if I didn't know better, I'd say we were standing still.
In his college days, cardiologist George Lustig loved to compete. But for many years, high blood pressure held him back. Now, thanks to healthy living and medicine developed by Pfizer Research, he's back in the race. And the 2 gold medals he won in the U.S. Masters Nationals prove hypertension isn't all he's beating. Pfizer, we're part of the cure.
There's a special place where you can dress your family for less. Every season you will always know that you can look your best. Sensible fashion, it's the way we dress. The neighborhood agrees. So the neighbors come to Walmart because we dress the family.
I'm here as the chairman of LCI International to ask you to vote, but to vote for LCI International as your long-distance telephone company. This is a year you'll hear all kinds of promises. At LCI, we promise, and we will deliver something that is simple, fair, and inexpensive. You have the freedom to get away from the hidden charges, monthly fees, confusion of AT&T and MCI and Sprint. You have the freedom to choose a very different long-distance phone company.
There's an American tire company that's been making high-quality tires since 1914. It's not the name you were thinking of, is it? Cooper, your next set of tires.
Where can you get big savings on the best paint money can buy? At Sherwin-Williams, where this Thursday through Monday, save 30 to 40% on everything in the store.
Sherwin-Williams, where to get it?
Well, as we said a moment ago, women play a very big role in this election right now. In fact, I want to cite a poll that came out not long ago that showed President Clinton, Bob Dole are running about even among men in this country, but among women, Bill Clinton has a better than 20% lead. In other words, women are responsible for much of the lead that Bill Clinton and Al Gore represent. At this convention, 53% of the delegates are women, and I'm looking at a chart here that shows that at the Republican convention, 36% of the delegates were women. Well, joining us now to talk about the role that women play, not just at this convention, but in this election campaign that will go from now until November, are three women who have played a very active role in this party in one capacity or another. Former U.S. Congresswoman in the center, I will go to you first, Bella Abzug. Thank you for being with us from New York. On my left, Yvonne Braithwaite Burke. She was the Democratic Convention co-chair in the year 1972, also a former Congresswoman from the state of California. And finally, Sherry Bevich Jeffy, a political scientist and a frequent commentator on CNN. Sherry Jeffy, thank you. Thank you. Bella Abzug, big change from 1968 until 1996, just in terms of sheer numbers of women at this convention.
Well, you know, it started in '72 to change the rules, to require equal division for women, and then we finally got that. And that's why we're here in equal numbers. In fact, it's okay to have a little extra, I say.
Yvonne Burke, is it that you all three of you just said you were here in Chicago at the 1968 Democratic Convention.
Yes.
How is it different for women?
Well, it's a lot different because we're playing a role. We were here fighting every step of the way to try to participate. And it was so difficult in '68. In '72, we finally started getting some of these things passed. But don't think that these were unanimous, because every time you put a woman on a delegation, a man lost his seat. And that's the way they looked at us. They looked at us as someone who was trying to take power away from men.
Sherry Jeffy, how has the increased involvement of women changed the Democratic Party, or has it?
Well, I think it has changed the Democratic Party, Judy. You know, I'm a nonpartisan fetch these days, so I look at both parties with one of my eyebrows up. But clearly, I think in both parties, the issues that women tend to consider important are now being considered important by both parties. You really can't tell the difference in terms of courting women between what happened in San Diego and what's happening here.
I have to differ with that.
It's Pander City.
Oh,
it
come
is on. Pander City.
How could you say a thing like that?
Easily.
Well, there was nothing done in San Diego for women.
Well,
in
I
fact,
didn't say about being done. I said images being broadcast.
Oh, yeah, well, they had a few women on, but none of them spoke about women's issues. None of them spoke about the differences they may have even had.
What are women's issues?
Every issue is a woman's issue,
That's
but
the
issue
point.
of choice, the issue of economic problems that women have, particularly.
I rest my case.
But you know, the
didn't
difference
win,
is
honey.
they talk about it, and they talk about women having equal rights and all those things. They just don't want you to have affirmative action so that you can move up in jobs. They just don't want us to, and the Republicans have. They're where we were 20 years ago.
How do I get to be the Republican on the panel?
You're not the
Because you made a
Republican.
mistake. You tried to be one of these political scientists that thinks everything is equal. Not everything is.
It is the case, though, that at both conventions, we are told that the convention is being geared to the woman voter, particularly the woman suburban voter. Now, the parties do it in different ways, but what does that mean to you?
It means it doesn't mean anything to me. Okay? The fact is, if they put on Christine Todd Whitman, who is one of the few moderates who's against, who's for abortion, and she doesn't mention it, or if they put on Susan Molinari, as though
doesn't mention abortion.
That's right, and as though she discovered motherhood. I mean, it really is insane. It's not just abortion.
But is abortion the issue that's going to make a difference for women?
It's one of the big issues, but it's not the only issue. The economic conditions. The polls show that women very much oppose the positions taken by the Republicans to attack women's economic needs.
But you know, there's a whole generation of young women who really don't know the background and how we all fought so hard to get these rights. But the thing that makes a difference to them is that they want to see that they're going to have equal opportunities in terms of their jobs, that those things are going to be protected, and also there's a real concern about child care and about some of those things that will make the difference for them.
Sherry.
Well, I was just going to point out that one doesn't get elected governor of New Jersey on the issue, the single issue of choice, and Christine Todd Whitman right now is the only woman governor. I think that's the more important point.
Well, it's a point, but it's not the only important point.
Bella Abzug, is this president helped among women by signing the welfare reform bill?
No, that's very hurtful to him. Actually, because women are, of course, 70% of the people on welfare aid, the dependent children, are women and children, and therefore it doesn't help him. I don't agree with him. I think he's wrong, and I think.
So does it hurt him with those women voters?
Yes, it does. But I think many of us are going to be voting for him because we know that if the opposition gets in, it's the end of democracy, as we know it. It's the ruling of the country by a Christian coalition, which is really the cover-up of what's happening in the Republican Party. Yes,
well,
it is.
Well, you know,
it's a very serious blow to democracy. Yes, it is.
Bill, you know, I hope that you're right, that women really care about these issues. But, you know, I find that so many women today, they're working, and they think every other woman should work. 30 years ago, women were housewives, and so they thought, well, sure, we should have strong welfare laws because they were staying at home. But I don't see the same sympathy among women for women who are in need.
Well, let me just turn to Sherry. If you are Bob Dole and Jack Kemp, put yourself in those two pair of shoes, what do you say to reach women out there who are trying to decide which way to vote in November?
That's part of their problem, Judy. You do raise the economic issues. For them, the problem is right now the economy is looking pretty good. So it makes your argument that they will be better on economic issues, that they will maintain the economic security of women that much weaker. And quite frankly, on the social issues, they still are being connected quite brilliantly by the Democrats with Newt Gingrich, with the fraying of the social net, and that's very risky among women voters.
I just have to say that the gender gap is based largely on women opposing the economic policies of the Republicans.
And part
Bella
of registration.
Abzug, somehow I knew you were going to almost get the last word here. Bella Abzug, Yvonne Burke, Sherry Bevich, Jeffy, thank you all for being with us. We'll be back with more. President Clinton is about to arrive in the city of Chicago.
Tonight from Chicago, I'll have the last word with 1972 presidential candidate George McGovern at the Democratic Convention midnight tonight.
When you're smiling,
he was like an old friend.
when
One of the best loved entertainers ever, Dean Martin. Heartland Music presents the best of Dean Martin.
When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's amore.
22 classics.
Return to me.
All Dean's great songs.
You're nobody till some.
But it's not in stores. Please order now.
Sweet, sweet memories you gave, made of this.
Call 1-800-257-1257. To save COD charges, use your credit card or send check or money order for $14.98 for cassettes or $17.98 for CD, plus $3.50 shipping to Dean Martin, P.O. Box 2919, Atlanta, Georgia.
You're about to hear some of the most romantic music ever. Music that'll make you fall in love all over again. Heartland Music presents 50 of the most beautiful melodies of all time. 50 romantic classics played by the world's finest orchestras. But this beautiful collection is not in stores. Please order now.
Call 1-800-257-1257. To save all COD charges, use your credit card or send check or money order for $19.98 for cassettes or $26.98 for 3 CDs, plus $4.50 shipping to Romantic Classics, P.O. Box 2919, Atlanta, Georgia.
This is CNN.
President Bill Clinton arrives to do what Abraham Lincoln did 136 years ago. in Chicago. More coverage in a moment.
CNN's Election 96 convention coverage is brought to you by Chrysler and the new Chrysler Cirrus Sport Sedan. And by Pfizer. We're part of the cure.
It took sparks of imagination, technology, and engineering to build the car that would best the Honda Accord. The result? Chrysler Cirrus. With a higher resale value, more standard features like air and ABS, and more passenger and cargo space. When you set a new standard, you expect a reaction. At price thousands less than a comparably equipped Accord, Chrysler Cirrus is sure to get one.
In his college days, cardiologist George Lustig loved to compete. But for many years, high blood pressure held him back. Now, thanks to healthy living and medicine developed by Pfizer Research, he's back in the race. And the 2 gold medals he won in the U.S. Masters Nationals prove hypertension isn't all he's beating. Pfizer, we're part of the cure.
With LCI Extend Your Reach, you'll get an international service that's simple, fair, and inexpensive.
Simple, fair, and inexpensive.
Semplice, onesti e non tanto cari.
간편하고 공정하고 싸요.
You can call virtually any country from your home for the same flat rate, 24 hours a day, and we do not round up to the nearest minute. LCI International translates in any language.
簡單又公平，唔貴。
Simple, fair, and inexpensive.
What's the behavioral contribution of people to an organization's revenue stream? And how do all of the capital tools, including space, technology, furniture, play into leveraging people's behavior towards the next generation of what the organization is trying to be? Because that's where organizational health is found, in the revenue side of the organization, not just in the cost side, though both are appropriate in their own balance. The key ingredient in all of this, knowledge, understanding what it is that's really appropriate to do with space, the service tools.
For 7 consecutive Sundays, CNN presents Examines the State of America. An unprecedented look at its people and the issues that touch their lives every day. From the harsh realities of downsizing to a growing distrust of its institutions and an in-depth examination of the men who want to lead America to the brink of a new century. Democracy in America 96, beginning September 15th on CNN.
CNN coverage of the Democratic National Convention. Live from Chicago, here are Bernard Shaw, Judy Woodruff, Bill Schneider, and Ken Bodie.
Marine One bringing President Clinton to Chicago, the city hosting a convention for the 25th time. Abraham Lincoln having started this tradition in 1860 when he came to Chicago to claim the Republican nomination. Inside the hall here, the delegates continue to file in. There's going to be a very busy night. Vice President Al Gore is going to make a major speech. Not all the seats in this hall are filled. In fact, we've learned that perhaps the mayor, but certainly his brother, William M. Daley, has been a bit disgruntled with the Democratic National Committee and possibly the White House. Reportedly, they cannot get a few thousand tickets to fill these seats with a few thousand loyal Democrats, and the brothers Daley don't like that. The tip-off will be tomorrow. You would presume that with the president making his acceptance speech tomorrow night, the hall would be packed.
You know, Bernie, that's one of the things that's just so hard to fathom. You know, why wouldn't the White House, the campaign, want to make the Daley brothers, as you put it, happy? I mean, what could possibly be standing in the way? We know that these are two parties who've had their differences in the past, so maybe it's not surprising that they're having a little squabble over this right now, but it just seems like one of those simple things they ought to be able to work out.
Well, it comes to mind that in 1968, one of the things that happened is that the halls at that convention were packed with Daley workers, municipal workers, with signs that said, "We love Daley." Now, I'm sure this has nothing to do with why they're not doing it this year.
Yeah.
But boy, oh boy, that image is indelibly implanted in my mind of 1968.
Yeah, it's awfully hard to control who gets in and how the tickets are distributed. It's not a simple matter to say you got 300 or 500 tickets and figure out some way of getting the people in.
Well, I think the tip-off will be tomorrow. If these seats are empty tomorrow...
It will not be.
And
But I was going to say, tonight we're going to have an important speech. We haven't heard a lot of criticism of Bob Dole at this convention so far, and they've said in advance that they didn't want this to be an attack convention. But when Al Gore speaks tonight, his job as vice president is usually to be a kind of attack man, and he is going to draw some contrast with Bob Dole. The question is, how personal will it be? Will it be with Dole personally or with the Dole program? Dole, Kemp have so far not been the target of very much personal attack.
Let's check in with our correspondents, beginning with the podium man, Wolf Blitzer.
Bernie, as President Clinton and Al Gore, as their numbers continue to go up in the polls, despite the bounce that Bob Dole received as a result of the San Diego convention, White House officials and other administration officials can't help but already start looking beyond November. They're already beginning to feel pretty positive that the Clinton-Gore campaign will succeed. And there's going to be some serious changes, not only in the White House staff, but also in the cabinet by all accounts. And some of the speculation has already started. For example, widespread speculation that the Attorney General Janet Reno will probably want to leave at the end of this administration. She suffers from Parkinson's. Widespread speculation that her deputy, Jamie Gorelick, probably would succeed her. And there's also widespread speculation that Warren Christopher, the Secretary of State, will want to go back to Los Angeles after this administration. And among those who have been widely reported as those who would be considered by Bill Clinton to succeed Christopher would, of course, be the National Security Advisor Tony Lake, as well as the UN Ambassador Madeleine Albright. See President Clinton arriving now here in Chicago, getting ready to come over to the hotel and then to come over here later this evening, we anticipate. Nada Jean Randall in California.
Thanks, Wolf. I'm with Peter Hart, Democratic pollster from Washington. Mr. Hart, a very high-profile pair of appearances by Vice President Al Gore, not just an acceptance speech, but a prime-time speech tonight. What does this mean for him 4 years from now?
Well, I think it means a lot in terms of framing who he is and framing the race. He has an excellent chance tonight to be able to set out the stakes in the race and talk about where this administration's going. The convention's on a high note right now. It's up to the vice president to keep it on the high note.
If you're a potential opponent for the Democratic nomination 4 years from now, are you upset at any of this?
No, you expect it because Al Gore's worked it and he's earned it and he deserves it, and that's why he's got it.
Finally, a moment ago, you listened to the cheers of 4 more years. You said that was the wrong cheer.
Well, I think the right cheer is Clinton Gore, because I think that that's the team, that's what it's about, and it's a good message, and the spirit is right in this auditorium.
Mr. Hart, thank you very much. Pollster Peter Hart, and we will go to Bob Franken in Michigan.
And Gene, I'm here with Senator Carl Levin, who is running for re-election, and it looked like for a while you were going to have a close race, but you're pulling away now. Why?
Well, I think what we've tried to do as Democrats is to just show how we are connecting to working families, to average families, and what their yearnings and aspirations and hopes are. Real things.
Let's talk about coattails just a little bit. How would it work in Michigan? Do you feel that you've been affected by the increasing popularity in the polls of President Clinton?
That has helped. The president's rank is obviously going to hurt or help me. But the president, I think, is actually now picking up again in Michigan. We were on the train with him. I have never seen such an outpouring as on that train. I was frankly amazed in my own state.
Senator Levin, we have to now move on. We're going to move on to Candy Crowley in Pennsylvania.
In Pennsylvania with Delegate Janet Cowan, who had an interesting button on. I asked her about mad and mobilized NEA. What are you mad and mobilized about?
Comments made by Bob Dole in his acceptance speech at the Republican convention in San Diego.
You're referring to the attacks on the teachers union as defending the status quo.
Yes, I am.
Do you think that the teachers unions have done enough to change schools?
We are continuing. It's an ongoing process. It can't be changed overnight. We've been working since the unions became organized. I was a union member for 33 years, and now I'm a retired member of the National Education Association and, of course, the state and district affiliate in my state.
What I'm wondering is that the point from the Republicans is that the schools, most everyone agreed, need help. Why not get some parent involvement in there through school vouchers, let people pick schools? Are you against that idea?
I'm against school vouchers for the simple reason that whenever you have school vouchers, what happens to the middle and lower class of students? I mean, the majority of the money would go to the upper class who do not need it. They can afford it anyway.
Thank you very much, Janet Cowan, a Pennsylvania delegate. Mad and mobilized. Jean Meserve, on to you in Texas.
Candy, thank you. Victor Morales startled the Texas political establishment by driving his way in his little white pickup truck right into the Democratic Senate slot. What chance does a high school teacher have of beating an entrenched senator like Phil Gramm?
Well, according to the experts, probably not much, but I wasn't supposed to win the first two races, and I won them both. And everything is going so great, including the polls, the reaction of the people, including Republicans, very importantly, who are coming over to me and say that they're tired of Phil and they're going to vote for me.
Are you having trouble raising money?
It doesn't come in as fast, perhaps, if I was owed favors, but that's okay, because a lot of the little people continue to send in every single day.
You are likely to bring out the Hispanic vote in Texas. What impact is that going to have on the Clinton-Dole race?
Oh, it's great. I think from 600,000 we might go to 1 million this time. So I think the carrying of Texas is very, very much in just right around the corner.
Victor Morales, thanks for joining us. Back to the booth.
We're looking at pictures while we're hearing from our floor correspondents of President Clinton having just arrived in a helicopter here in the city of Chicago. Of course, he was greeted by his wife Hillary, his daughter Chelsea. We might say that it's very clear that the Clinton campaign wants to create the image and put forward the image of the happy family, the father, the mother, and the daughter. They want to draw a contrast with the Doles, who do not have a daughter of their own, of course, Dole from a first marriage. I talked to some undecided Chicagoans today who said they weren't sure they were comfortable with Mrs. Clinton's constant references to Chelsea last night.
We will be right back. It'll be a matter of a moment or two before the president speaks, so we're going to cut away and bring you right back live to Chicago and CNN's coverage of the Democrats and their convention.
Most family sedans will put a driver to sleep. The Chrysler Concorde was designed to be a wake-up call for an entire industry. It's the original cab-forward design that gives Concorde a distinctive look, sports car-like road manners, and all the room you need. Cab Forward has been so successful, other car companies are starting to copy it. To the rest of the automotive industry, this is your wake-up call.
We're a young family and just starting out, and we need every bit of help we can get.
The time has been the biggest factor with having a new baby and stuff. Walmart saves me both time and money.
We're able to save quite a bit, and it puts a couple more dollars in our pocket to do other things. Wouldn't you say we're able to save?
Yeah, Walmart makes it real easy to save money.
And just keeping him in diapers costs a fortune. I'm the better shopper. I'm the cheapest, so I'm the better shopper.
Well, he's cheap.
In Asia, in Europe, the Americas, and throughout the world, the same set of principles guides all our actions. And while we have as clients more countries, companies, and individuals, we don't judge ourselves by this fact alone, but how we live up to our principles. We think that makes a difference. The difference is Merrill Lynch.
This is not my hobby.
This is not my little thing.
It might have been the glass ceiling.
This is not what I do till the kids get home.
This is not
moonlighting. This is not what I do to make ends meet.
Might have been the old boy network.
This is not my husband's idea. This is not my father's.
But the real reason why 7.9 million women in this country have opened their own businesses is...
This is my business.
Because they can.
This is my business.
Office Depot. We've got all you need, all at the best prices. Guaranteed. Office Depot.
This is where I take care of business.
special financing now available on any Rheem air conditioning system purchased.
And into the hearts of people who live in the heartland.
At the University of Illinois Chicago Circle campus, where his Marine One helicopter landed a moment ago, President Clinton now is addressing a small rally. Let's listen in.
And I wanted them to see that our train was not only on the right track to Chicago, we're on the right track to the 21st century. And that's what this convention and this campaign is all about. To all of you who've been here, to all of those who've spoken, I have been immensely proud of everything I've seen. I've followed all the proceedings as well as I could. I've been up too late watching the replays to see what everyone said and what everyone did. And I don't want to give my speech tomorrow night here tonight, but just let me say the best is yet to come. The best days of America, the best days of the Clinton-Gore administration, the best days of our efforts together to lift up our country and move forward. Thank you, and God bless you all.
The president was greeted when he came off Marine One by Mayor Richard M. Daley and his wife Maggie, First Lady Hillary Rodham Clinton, and first daughter Chelsea.
The president in his remarks described this as his last campaign, which of course, presumably it is. He's limited to 2 terms as president, so even if he gets reelected, he cannot run for another term. It's possible he'd run for something else. Some presidents back in the 19th century did that,
Well,
but I don't think this
wondering.
would.
What if he wanted to run for the Senate or for governor of Arkansas
There
again?
was President John Quincy Adams, who actually served in the House of Representatives after he was president, but that's not the rule these days. So I think he was probably accurate when he said this is his last campaign, win or lose.
It's interesting what former presidents do. Gerald Ford in San Diego told us he played a lot of golf. Clinton likes golf. Jimmy Carter likes to build houses for Habitat for Humanity. Maybe Bill Clinton will do that. He and Al Gore just did that as well.
Well, he would be, whether he retires at 50 or 54, he would be one of the youngest ex-presidents on record. And it'd be interesting to see
modern times, at least.
Certainly, what he does with the rest of his life now.
Behind the facade of smiles, the security in Chicago, Illinois is very intense. It's not in your face, but it's everywhere, especially around this United Center Hall, especially around the hotel where the president and vice president and the White House staff are staying. And the police department is on maximum alert. It has officers with special riot gear stashed away in warehouses and what have you, but outwardly, everything has been very, very calm. And you notice Chicago police, knowing that the world is watching them, are on superior behavior. And everything is going masterfully well in Chicago so far.
Let's see how many times we hear the term 21st century at this convention. It's the 21st century train, the 21st century, the first election of the 21st century. We ought to keep tally. You know, last January in his State of the Union address, the president proclaimed the era of big government is over in this country, but there are some who say they still doubt if that's actually the case. Let's go to CNN's Charles Bierbauer.
Judy, remember the message that the late senator from this state of Illinois, Everett Dirksen, left with us when he suggested that $1 billion here, $1 billion there, and soon you're talking real money? Well, President Clinton's shopping list that we've started to accumulate adds up to really only a small number of things so far. The whistle-stop announcements started in Ohio with new crime measures at a minimal cost. From Michigan, a literacy proposal that will cost $2.5 billion.
I think I can, I think I can, I think I can.
The latest, an environmental cleanup plan, $1.9 billion. Are the president's second-term programs gathering steam? Hillary Rodham Clinton revived hopes of a bigger government hand in health care, telling convention delegates the new laws on health insurance are just a start.
Our nation still must find a way to offer affordable health care coverage to the working poor and the 10 million children who lack health insurance today.
And then there's welfare. Democratic liberals have made it clear they want Clinton to restore part of what welfare reform has cut. Vice President Gore, who's led the administration drive to shrink government, promised one angry delegate Clinton will try to put things back in.
Provisions for training, for daycare, and for job development. Because without those essential elements, the welfare system really will not change.
White House officials say Clinton will offer a $3.4 billion job program to help people off welfare. It's in his Thursday acceptance speech. In all, his convention week proposals will total about $8 billion. Republicans say that's the road back to big government.
There is no problem that Bill Clinton doesn't think there's a government program to solve.
Democrats say it's not.
The president was right last January when he said the era of big government is over. But he and we have attempted to draw a distinction between big government and effective government.
Clinton's effectiveness depends on more than his own re-election.
We cannot rely on the Republicans to cooperate with President Clinton to save our children. We need to give the president the strength of a Democratic Congress.
So if Bill Clinton is to effectively do any of these things he wants to in a second term, Democrats are going to have to win back control of Congress. A 3-seat swing would do that in the Senate. It would take 19 more House seats to put the Democrats back in the majority there. But such slim margins would not give him much working room to do the kinds of things he'd like to. Back to you in the booth.
You know, last night, Bernie, Mario Cuomo in his speech said, I'm quoting, "Who will say today that Democrats are in love with big government and big spending after Bill Clinton has cut the federal government drastically and brought the deficit down by 60%. This is a refrain we're going to hear over and over again.
And which raises an interesting question. Is there really an essential difference between the two parties anymore? I think there is. I think Republicans believe that economic growth is a necessary and sufficient answer for solving the nation's problems. When Jack Kemp was asked about his switch on affirmative action, his answer was, the answer is economic growth to minority problems. Democrats believe that economic growth is necessary, but they do not believe it's sufficient. They believe that a rising tide does not lift all boats, and that targeted measures are still necessary to deal with specific problems. So that's a recipe for limited activist government, which is, I think, where the Democrats are.
Well, you know, the Democrats do believe that the future is with smaller government. Reinventing government is one of the things they think that we in the media have played down far too much. It's very important for the second term. There are, however, out here on this convention floor, 1,100 union delegates. Almost a quarter of this convention are union delegates. Most of them are public sector unions, and for those people, they don't want the era of big government to be over at all.
Is there a Democrat who's going to stand up in front of these delegates and say, I want big government.
No.
I'm in favor of expanding the government.
No, and the point you made earlier, Judy, about how much we're going to hear the 21st century, it's going to be to draw the contrast between Dole, who they consider a man of the past, and Clinton, the man of the future.
CNN's live coverage of the Democrats in convention will continue in a moment. Still to come tonight, Vice President Gore and his big speech. The roll call, preceded, of course, by the nominations and the nominating speeches. Back in a moment.
CNN's Election 96 convention coverage is brought to you by Pfizer. We're part of the cure.
In his college days, cardiologist George Lustig loved to compete. But for many years, high blood pressure held him back. Now, thanks to healthy living and medicine developed by Pfizer Research, he's back in the race. And the 2 gold medals he won in the U.S. Masters Nationals prove hypertension isn't all he's beating. Pfizer, we're part of the cure.
The new reloadable smart card. The future is happening now down under and on its way here. From MasterCard, it's smart money.
With LCI Extend Your Reach, you'll get an international service that's simple, fair, and inexpensive.
Simple, fair, and inexpensive.
semplice, onesti e non tanto cari.
간편하고 공정하고 싸요.
You can call virtually any country from your home for the same flat rate, 24 hours a day, and we do not round up to the nearest minute. LCI International translates in any language.
簡單又公平，唔貴。
Simple, fair, and inexpensive.
The new Chrysler Sebring was built upon something called the Goldilocks principle.
It occurred to us that while most luxury cars were too big, most sport coupes were too small. We wanted the Sebring to be, well, just right.
It not only has a sporty 24-valve engine and a race-inspired suspension, but it also gives you the luxury of an actual back seat.
Which means there's enough room for Goldilocks and 3 or 4 of her friends.
That was a look at the Ferris wheel at Navy Pier. Over here on the west side, on West Madison Avenue at the United Center, where these Democrats are in convention, CNN's Wolf Blitzer is on the podium.
Bernie, we just got the final word from the White House staff. President Clinton, after wavering all day whether or not he should come here, making a brief appearance later this evening at the United Center, has finally decided he is not, repeat, not going to come over. He's very tired. It's been a long, grueling 4-day train trip, and his aides have just informed us officially that he is not going to come over. He was originally thinking about coming over right after he went over the top during the roll call when he was officially renominated. Now joining us is the White House counsel Jack Quinn, who's also a former chief of staff to Vice President Al Gore, one of Al Gore's closest confidants and aides. So far, everyone has been relatively mild in going after Bob Dole, but we understand that the Vice President tonight will get serious and get a little bit tougher on the issue of the Dole-Kemp ticket. Is that so?
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, the President and the Vice President have made clear that this is going to be a campaign of ideas, not insults. I expect that the Vice President will use this opportunity tonight to demonstrate that he and President Clinton have a shared vision of where they want to take this country, a shared vision that makes them a bridge to the future, in contrast to Senator Dole's enunciation of his being a bridge to the past at the Republican convention.
Is there, though, going to be some tough words leveled against Bob Dole and Jack Kemp?
I think the purpose of this speech, as I understand it, will be to lay out the accomplishments of President Clinton and his administration over these last nearly 4 years, and to provide some contrast about the frankly rather frightening things that the Dole-Kemp-Gingrich program offers this country. I think that what you'll likely hear tonight is the vision that Bill Clinton and Al Gore bring to this race, and some proper perspective on what Bob Dole's promising to do to this country.
Finally, Jack Quinn, how important is this speech tonight for Al Gore looking ahead to the year 2000?
Well, Al Gore and Al Gore's friends, frankly, look to today. They understand that what's important now is the re-election of President Bill Clinton. Everything else will take care of itself if he continues to do a wonderful job as vice president, and if we do all we can to help this president continue to be the tremendous leader that he's been for this country.
Okay, Jack Quinn, White House counsel, former chief of staff to Vice President Al Gore. Back to you in the booth.
All right, listening to Jack Quinn, getting a little bit better picture of what Al Gore is going to talk about. This is an important speech for him. They're taking a little bit of a break. We've been hearing, you haven't been hearing it, but we've been hearing through the glass some of the speeches from the women, 5 women members of the U.S. Senate. Barbara Boxer is the last one to speak. And when she's done, they're going to take a little bit of a break. And when they come back, they will show the delegates a video about the vice president and then go to his remarks. We'll be right back with more live coverage of the Democratic Convention.
Tonight from Chicago, I'll have the last word with 1972 presidential candidate George McGovern at the Democratic Convention, midnight tonight.
When the rain didn't stop for 12 hours, I didn't think it could get any worse. Then when the floodwaters came and washed away everything we'd worked our whole lives for, I still didn't think it could get any worse. Then when the waters receded, and all I wanted to do was pick up the pieces, that was the worst. I forgot. Our homeowner's insurance doesn't cover floods.
Flood insurance from the National Flood Insurance Program covers you from the damage caused by floods. Call now, because while most disasters in the United States involve floods, most homeowners' policies don't cover flood damage.
How are we ever going to pay for this?
Flood insurance is easy to get. Just call your insurance company, agent, or this number. The National Flood Insurance Program. We can't replace your memories, but we can help you build new ones.
Financial news to start your business day. Weekdays, 6 Eastern on CNN.
CNN coverage of the Democratic National Convention. Live from Chicago, here are Judy Woodruff, Bernard Shaw, Bill Schneider, and Ken Bodie.
I have a little quiz for the three of you. What is the only 100-person institution in the United States, which is mostly men, but which has five women, there they are: Carol Moseley Braun, Patty Murray, Barbara Boxer, Barbara Mikulski, and Dianne Feinstein. These are the 5 Democratic women members of the United States Senate. We should point out there are 4 other women Republican members of the Senate, for a grand total of 9 more women than we've ever had in the history of this country serving in the U.S. Senate. Joining us now, Kellyanne Fitzpatrick, Farai Chideya, for a little analysis. You've been listening to what these women have been saying. What is their message to the delegates tonight?
Well, each of them is ticking off a different point. We just heard Senator Boxer talking about the environment, we saw a little bit of a video of a young man who died from a rare environmentally toxic waste-caused disease. We also heard on the crime bill, different talking points that have been rolled out over the days by President Clinton have been reinforced by these female senators.
What's the point of putting them all out here the way they are, Kellyanne?
For women in politics, seeing is the first step toward believing that a particular party gives you a comfortable home to place your vote. And so if you see that there are not just women as delegates here, half of them by quota, but you see that there are actually female senators in the Democratic Party, 5 in number, then you're energized to believe it's a comfortable place. I think you could hear all the important buzzwords that lead into this whole gender gap strategy this year for the Democrats. If you build it, it will come strategy about the gender gap. Buzzwords from these women senators tonight, like protect and children and future, fairness. And it's important that they're each talking about different things that they've been noted for in the United States Senate. But I think the real key here is, as the Republicans tried to do 2 weeks ago, just to show they exist.
What must Bob Dole do to overcome his handicap, his gender gap problem with American women voters?
Well, right now, he's in a bit of a bind because there are certain things which he did not support, which you cannot change your record on. I mean, he voted against the Violence Act that would have protected women because it was part of gun control, which he opposed. You cannot change your voting record on issues like that. What he has to do is appeal to both the economic issues, which all Americans, male and female, care about, and also the issues of home and family, which women tend to find more compelling. But he can't go back and change his record.
Wolf Blitzer will be talking with some of the senators we just saw on the podium. When he gets them, we'll go back and talk with them in just a moment.
CNN's Election 96 convention coverage is brought to you by MasterCard. MasterCard, it's smart money. And by LCI International, a very different long-distance phone company.
374-900-42.
Account code.
963-400.
Fax.
697-36.
Cellular.
889-26801.
Since the last thing you need is one more number to remember, MasterCard is developing the single-digit PIN code. Someday, a computer chip in your card will recognize your unique mark, so your personal identification code is personal. It's how the future will be paid for. MasterCard. It's smart money.
With LCI Extend Your Reach, you'll get an international service that's simple, fair, and inexpensive.
Simple, fair, and inexpensive.
Semplice, onesti, e non tanto cari.
간편하고 공정하고 싸요.
You can call virtually any country from your home for the same flat rate, 24 hours a day, and we do not round up to the nearest minute. LCI International translates in any language.
簡單又公平，唔貴。
Simple, fair, and inexpensive.
Up here, there are no ground rules. So go ahead. Think. Build. Create. Do something amazing. You're going places. And that's why we're here.
If I could change the world, what would I change?
I would take away the poisons.
Protect the children. Give them a future.
I would say pay people enough to support a family.
Unite!
Hundreds of thousands of people are coming together to make change work for us, for our families, our children, our lives.
Unite!
Because the world is changing.
But together, we can make it change for us. Unite! Together, we are the face of change.
I'm Wolf Blitzer on the podium here at the Democratic Convention, and I'm joined by all 5 Democratic senators who happen to be women. We just electrified this audience over here. Patty Murray of Washington State. Why should women be more inclined to vote for Clinton Gore than they should be for Kemp and for Bob Dole?
I think it's very clear from working on the floor of the Senate with my great women Democratic colleagues that we are the ones who fight for the children and families across this country and the real needs that people are facing today.
Barbara Mikulski, you did not like the president's decision to go ahead and support welfare reform, this legislation.
No, I like the fact that the president was supporting welfare reform, but we want to make sure that it is not only that we reform welfare, but that we focus on paycheck security, health security, and retirement security. And the president is doing that, and I think he is absolutely committed to having a safety net for children and a safety net for old people, and that's why I'm for him.
And Senator Dianne Feinstein, how important is this women's vote for the Democratic ticket?
Well, I think it's very important. 4 years ago, 7.3 million more women voted than men. And I suspect that's going to happen again this year, maybe even in a more pronounced way. And I think the fact that women see the economy recovered, see that here it's been Democrats, first Democratic president in history to cut the budget deficit 4 years in a row. The economy has come back. The crime rate has dropped. On issues like choice, environment, and education, this has really been the party with the program.
And the other senator from California, Barbara Boxer, this competition we've been seeing between the First Lady and Elizabeth Dole, as a woman, how do you react when you see this competition going forward?
I think we all are very proud of women like Hillary Clinton and women like Elizabeth Dole. This isn't a competition at all. This is where we're going. We're headed into an era now where women are articulate, they're intelligent, and might I add, in both of those cases, quite beautiful. The fact is, we now know that women have reached another era here. We don't look at it as competition. Of course, we happen to believe that this is the greatest First Lady. We think that her courage under fire has been extraordinary. We thought that her speech last night was simply incredible.
And we have one local senator, Carol Moseley Braun of Illinois. You've been here in Chicago, obviously, this whole time. The community, the Chicago community, seems to be pretty excited by what's going on. Am I wrong?
Oh, we are so proud to have the convention here. The city is so beautiful. Everyone's had such a good time. The convention has been wonderful, a real reaffirmation of our position, our platform, our values, our philosophy as Democrats. And we've been able to talk about community in a world-class community from the heartland.
One final question to all of you. If you venture to make a prediction, how many women, how many Democratic women, how many Republican women will be in the next Senate?
Oh, I think a dozen.
I think 10, and 4 will be Democrats.
10. I'd like to see a dozen, but I think 10 is
yeah. Between 10 and 12.
All right, we got the predictions right here on the podium. Now back to the booth.
Well, that was interesting. It was. Gene Randall has a special guest in the VIP box. Gene?
Probably the most well-recognized couple in this house tonight, actress Mary Steenburgen and actor Ted Danson. A year ago, October, President Clinton attended their wedding. Why is it important for you to be here tonight, Ms. Steenburgen?
Well, last time I came here to the convention in '92, I was a delegate, which was an amazing experience. And this time I really come as a friend and brought some family members that some kids of our children and stuff that hadn't been here before. And I come here just because it's an amazing process, because we live in a democracy, and it's pretty wild and exciting to see how we elect a president, and because the guy that hopefully we're electing is someone I love very much.
Mr. Danson, is Hollywood an issue in this campaign as you see it?
No.
You know the Republicans would like to make Hollywood an issue.
Yes, I don't think it's an issue. You know, I don't think people are that concerned about it, truthfully. You know, I think they're concerned about many more things.
And why is it important for you to be here tonight?
Because they're my wife's best friend, because I speak only through the environmental movement. And what President did when Congress tried to totally upset the environmental laws of the last 20 years, when he stopped that cold by his threat of a veto, I had a huge amount of respect and love for him for that.
Mr. Danson and Ms. Steenburgen, thanks very much. In advance, happy anniversary.
Thank you.
And we will go back to the booth.
Thanks, Gene. When we come back, we're going to check in with our convention watch man, Bruce Morton. Back in a moment.
I'm here as the chairman of LCI International to ask you to vote, but to vote for LCI International as your long-distance telephone company. This is a year you'll hear all kinds of promises. At LCI, we promise, and we will deliver, something that is simple, fair, and inexpensive. You have the freedom to get away from the hidden charges, monthly fees, confusion of AT&T and MCI and Sprint. You have the freedom to choose a very different long-distance phone company.
Bye-bye. Hey. Off you go. Oh, no.
The tamper-resistant signature panel, pioneered by MasterCard. It makes a stolen card practically worthless. MasterCard. It's smart money.
When I was a kid, I had to take penicillin for 9 years. Probably it saved my life. I think that bacteria, having evolved over the last 4 billion years, they have a lot of tricks up their sleeves. There's a real need out there. There are people that are dying now. Literally, there's a 35% mortality rate that's been reported for some of these infections that, there's no drug left. I'm a pharmaceutical company researcher. I'm involved in the oxazolidinone project. We're developing these compounds for treating gram-positive infections that are multi-drug resistant. My hopes really are that someday some kid will have the drugs that I've been working on for the last 8 years available to them to save their life.
Critics are calling the Spitfire Grill a classic in the making, a refreshing, upbeat story that's more emotionally satisfying than all the summer blockbusters combined. 4 stars, filled with Oscar-caliber performances. What a film should be: emotional, heartwarming, and entertaining. Make your reservation early for the Spitfire Grill, rated PG-13. Now in select cities. Sneak preview Saturday and Sunday nationwide.
The Democrats in Chicago are having what you might call a musical interlude at this third night of their convention. It's a gospel group that's leading them and singing, and I think there are plenty of feet stomping and hands clapping. Let's listen. Sitting here thinking about what those 5 women senators predicted about how many women are going to be in the next United States Senate. Still thinking about that. Well, while the Democrats are taking a musical interlude, we're going to go to CNN's Charles Bierbauer for his own interlude. Charles? I'm sorry, Bruce Morton. Not Charles, Bruce Morton.
Judy, in case you've been wondering, or any of our viewers have been wondering what's been going on the floor while we've been doing other things, watching the president arrive and all that, I should say it hasn't been this much fun. It hasn't been music all evening. What they've mostly been doing is talking occasionally to office holders. You saw all those women senators, but talking most of the time to candidates. Candidates for governor, candidates for Senate, candidates for the House. There may have been a candidate for county assessor. I might have missed that. My attention could have been wandering. This is one of the old rituals of these conventions, and it probably doesn't do anybody any good anymore. The theory used to be you put the candidate on, people see him on television, that helps the campaign. The fact is, of course, television doesn't cover any of this. Candidates used to be able to at least take the tape and put it in their local commercials, but they don't do that very much anymore. So really, this is just kind of an exercise. It gives the candidate a little practice at talking to a crowd. He probably goes home and his mother says, gee, I didn't see you. Still, that's mostly what's been going on here. The build-up, of course, is for the vice president. That's coming up in a bit. Back to the booth.
Well, joining us here, among many convention watchers and attendees, former Massachusetts Governor Michael Dukakis and his wife, Kitty. First of all, how are you feeling?
Talk to my driver.
What happened?
I was driving a long time and continued to drive after I was very tired and fell asleep. And
I was sitting in the back seat reading and grading midterm examinations, which is what
with a
professors do.
seatbelt.
With a seatbelt.
And our daughter was in the front seat, and we crashed into a wall. Fortunately, she screamed so that I was able to put my foot on the brake and turn the wheel. But it was difficult.
Which
it was
state
painful.
was it in?
Massachusetts.
Downtown Boston.
10 minutes from our home.
10 minutes from our home. But we've been driving from Maine, so...
Northern Maine.
So I've got a bad case of whiplash and a broken sternum. Otherwise, I'm fine.
Otherwise, you're fine. Okay.
We're having a good time. It's a good convention.
Well, thankfully, you and your daughter, you're all right,
Fine.
relatively speaking.
Yeah.
Can they do it?
Yeah.
What will it take? A lot of people say this is going to be a very, very close race.
Well, they're always close races, Bernie. But, and I suppose I'm the last person to give anybody advice about how to run for the presidency, but I think Bill Clinton has done a hell of a job under very difficult circumstances. I think he's getting better and stronger every day as president. I think he has the potential for being a terrific second-term president. And I think he and Al Gore are going to win, and I think they're going to win decisively.
Kitty Dukakis, what is your take on Elizabeth Dole, Hillary Rodham Clinton, and how the parties are positioning these two leading ladies in support of their husbands?
I think they're both very strong women. I think for me, and this is a very personal kind of opinion, Hillary represents the best of what's going to be in the year 2000. And I think she's a modern woman and the kind of woman who is such a great role model for young women and others as well. She is a caring family person, and she is a professional, and she has done an extraordinary job under terrible circumstances.
What do you mean, terrible?
Well, I think the press has gone after her in a way that has been unfair. I think the right has just vilified Hillary Clinton in a way that just is unfounded. And I think she has great strengths, and we saw them on television the night before last.
The debates. Should H. Ross Perot take the stage with Dole and Clinton?
I think so, Bernie. I mean, you can't, whatever you think of Perot, he's a candidate, he's going to be a candidate, and he made a real contribution, I thought, in 1992. I think he'll probably make less of a contribution this time, but I think a good deal of the focus on the importance of reducing that deficit was the result of Perot's candidacy, and I think you have to concede to him a role in this campaign, and sure, why not? Why not have him on the stage?
What is your very blunt feeling about Republican Dick Morse in the White House and the kind of bad feelings, good feelings, neutral feelings he triggers among President Clinton's inner staff and the advice he's giving this president?
Ultimately, it's the president who makes that decision. I don't care how many advisors he has, who they are, where they're coming from. The president is the guy that's running his own campaign. And if you know anything about Bill Clinton, you know that he's the person who really is running this campaign. So I'm not particularly interested in where he's getting his advice. I think he's running a very good campaign. I think the kinds of things that he's done, the kinds of things he wants to do in his second 4 years, the kinds of things that this country needs, and whether it's Morris or Ricky's or whoever it is of very little concern to me.
What about the politics of the welfare reform bill? Twice he vetoed it. Dick Morris told him politically, you cannot veto this time.
I'm not sure that's fair, Bernie. You know, for one thing, there's this myth that AFDC was one of the great New Deal reforms. It wasn't. It was a little add-on to the Social Security bill. It was not one of the great New Deal reforms, and it's turned into something that it was never intended to be. Bill Clinton was working on welfare reform with me and with other governors long before any of these other characters hovered into view. And in point of fact, we put the best welfare reform bill in history through the Congress. In 1988, President Reagan signed it. Unfortunately, it was never implemented. In fact, Bob Dole co-sponsored that bill.
Bob Dole says this bill that Clinton signed is the Bob Dole welfare reform bill.
No, it is not the Bob Dole welfare bill. This is a much better bill than the Bob Dole welfare bill. It's got $4 billion in there for child care. It's a much better bill. It's severed this attempt on the part of the Republicans to block grant Medicaid as well.
Well, if
Senator Dole thinks this is his bill, then he better read it again.
If it's that good, why are so many of these delegates in this hall very, very upset?
I didn't say it's good.
Party leader.
I didn't say it's good. And the president doesn't think it's that good. And he's going to be coming back with amendments to get rid of some of this stuff. But, you know, I was faced with the same kind of dilemma often as governor. You get a bill that's about 2/3 or 3/4 of what you want, but about 25% of it you don't like. Now, you can send it back with amendments, or you can sign it and then send in the amendments. And I think he's decided to do the latter. But, I mean, I talked with him personally about these limits on legal immigrants who are here. He doesn't like them. He's going to be sending in legislation to correct that.
Governor Dukakis, Kitty Dukakis, thanks very much, and please take it easy.
Thank you.
CNN's live coverage of the Democrats in convention. Vice President Al Gore with a very major speech coming up. We still have the nominating speeches and the roll call. A lot going on at United Center in Chicago, and we'll be here tonight to bring it all to you.
Tonight from Chicago, I'll have the last word with 1972 presidential candidate George McGovern at the Democratic Convention midnight tonight.
He's called the greatest piano player in country music history, Floyd Cramer. Heartland Music presents Floyd Cramer in his brand new collection of all-time classics. Floyd plays 30 of the greatest country songs ever. Songs that will live forever. Floyd brings his special piano magic to every song. 30 classic hits. From beautiful love songs to best-loved favorites. All played by the great Floyd Cramer. But remember, this all-new Floyd Cramer collection is not in stores. Please stay tuned to order.
Call 1-800-257-1257 to save all COD charges and pay only $16.98 for records or cassettes or $19.98 for 2 CDs plus $3.50 shipping. Use your credit card or send check or money order to New Floyd Cramer, P.O. Box 2919, Atlanta, Georgia. Remember, save COD charges by sending check or money order or use your credit card.
This is CNN.
CNN coverage of the Democratic National Convention. Live from Chicago, here are Bernard Shaw, Judy Woodruff, Bill Snyder, and Ken Bodie.
The city is alive. The hall is alive. The Democrats are in convention. It is Wednesday night. The President of the United States is here. Vice President Al Gore is only moments away from coming before this crowd and making a very important speech. He still has to be nominated. So does the President. We're going to have that very traditional roll call. There's a lot going on here tonight.
That's right. This is the night they wanted Al Gore to have a speech on his own night. They didn't want him to overshadow the President. Now, I don't know if there was any real fear of that happening anyway, but they are saying they wanted the Vice President to have his own time set aside tonight. He will be back. We will see him again tomorrow night, but tonight's the night he's going to make his speech.
They have two objectives. One is to make the case against Bob Dole's program. They say they're not going to attack Dole personally, and frankly, I'm amazed we haven't heard a word about Jack Kemp, his running mate, who was all the rage at the Republican convention. The Democrats haven't criticized Kemp. Gingrich, yes, but not Kemp. And second of all, they have to talk about their agenda for the future. What will Bill Clinton do in his second term if he gets reelected? The Dole people are trying to fill in that blank and say he's going to go back to his liberal ways, and they've got to get there before the Dole campaign can define them.
Al Gore has been practicing this speech. They have speech preps. Every one of these candidates spends a lot of time over with the teleprompters, with their speech text, going over these speeches again and again. They consider these to be very important speeches, and in a prime time, with the kind of viewing audience we have, it will be very important for a vice president, a future candidate like Al Gore.
Well, I can't wait to hear the roll call when they call the states such as Connecticut. Candy Crowley is in Connecticut.
Bernie, we're just enjoying what is actually rare for this convention. Right now we're in the Al Gore profile video that the delegates are watching, at least some of them are watching it. The 10 minutes prior to that, a rare occasion here. They did not have a speaker and they were ahead of time, so we had a little musical interlude. Everybody sort of like a seventh inning stretch while they await the speech of Vice President Gore. You can always tell here who's going to come up next anyway. You really don't need an agenda. You can tell by the signs that they pass out. There are any number of young adults who run out here with big plastic bags full of signs, and if it's Barbara Boxer, they hand out Barbara Boxer signs. If it's Chris Dodd, they hand out We Heart Chris Dodd signs. And for Al Gore, what they have is a big stick with a long banner that says Gore. Now to my colleague Bob Franken in Missouri.
Hey, Candy, what we're seeing here in Missouri and throughout the hall is a teeming mass of humanity having what I suppose you could call a unity party. Remember the issues that we came here with? This was to be a big remembrance of 1968. Well, nobody here is even thinking of 1968 anymore. That's all gone. Remember, the dissension might come from the welfare legislation, all gone. This is a party now that is united in saying no matter what the problems are, they really feel like they have to beat what they call the Dole-Gingrich ticket. Of course, the Dole-Kemp ticket is what they mean. So what we have here is a contradiction in terms. We have a united Democratic Party. So let's go in this little celebration of unity to Gene Meserve in Montana.
Thank you, Bob. This is, of course, Environment Night. That is what Al Gore is going to be talking about when he takes the stage. And I just wanted to mention that here in the state of Montana, some of the delegates are voicing the opinion that an environment is not also always an issue that helps the president. Some of the actions and stands he has taken on issues like mining and grazing fees and endangered species have alienated a significant number of voters in the West, particularly those whose economic livelihoods are endangered or who feel their economic livelihoods are endangered. Now to Gene Randall in D.C.
And, of course, President Clinton would like to extend his residence in Washington, D.C. for 4 more years at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. It is an area he won't have to do much campaigning in because D.C. almost always, well, we should say always votes for a Democratic presidential candidate, at least in recent history. The energy level inside this hall has sharply escalated tonight as we await the appearance by Vice President Al Gore. The energy level is up as we approach the nomination of President Clinton. Let's go to the podium and Wolf Blitzer.
Gene, here on the podium, officials of this administration, as well as from the Clinton-Gore campaign, are getting ready for what they say will be a bombastic Al Gore speech. Now, that is a word that is not easily thrown around because of Al Gore's reputation as someone who speaks in a rather wooden, perfunctory manner. They say not only has he practiced, but he's ready for a little bit of a surprise, and he's going to try to excite this audience when he does deliver his speech and to try to get rid of that stiff wooden image. Now back to the booth.
Coming up in just a moment, as Wolf Blitzer said, Albert Arnold Gore Jr. will be back.
With LCI Extend Your Reach, you'll get an international service that's simple, fair, and inexpensive.
Simple, fair, and inexpensive.
Semplice, onesti e non tanto cari.
간편하고 공정하고 싸요.
You can call virtually any country from your home for the same flat rate, 24 hours a day, and we do not round up to the nearest minute. LCI International translates in any language.
簡單又公平，唔貴。
Simple, fair, and inexpensive.
Bye-bye. Hey. Off you go. Oh, no.
The tamper-resistant signature panel, pioneered by MasterCard. It makes a stolen card practically worthless. MasterCard. It's smart money.
Anxiety? Anxiety is believing I'd never get my waist back after having twins. Not getting rid of a few gray hairs. With Clairol's Loving Care, there's no risk. It's got no ammonia, no peroxide, and gently washes out in 6 to 12 shampoos. You get your own beautiful color back, minus the gray. Full-time motherhood and a full-time career, that's a commitment. Loving Care? It's just a little box of hair color. Loving Care from Clairol. You have nothing to lose but the gray. And for longer-lasting gray coverage, try Lasting Color by Loving Care.
Before we hear from the Vice President, the subject is welfare reform, and one New York senator who is very unhappy with the fact that President Clinton signed that bill. Bob Franken is with him.
Well, Judy, Pat Moynihan, senator from New York, has been a tough interview to get because he hasn't wanted to talk about the hostility he feels, frankly, about welfare reform. Let me ask you about this. You, of course, are very angry about the president signing the welfare legislation, but you haven't talked about it here. Why?
Well, there's nothing to be said at this point. We have to nominate our president, vice president, and try to win this election and try to bring a Congress back. That's done now. It won't be undone. Not going to change. No Senate's going to change this legislation. And in 20 years' time, we'll realize what we did.
Well, can the president, as many people suggest, fix the welfare legislation in a second term?
No.
Why?
You don't get the second chance in something like that. We have repealed Title IV-A of the Social Security Act. Our job is to see that we don't start repealing old age insurance and the other provisions in that great 1935 legislation.
Nevertheless, you're going to be out campaigning for the Clinton-Gore ticket.
Right. Would you like to see old age pensions abolished too? That's next. You'll find that on our agenda in the Congress.
If the Republicans were in charge, you're saying?
Regardless.
Do you believe that that's going to happen no matter who is running the country?
It can be stopped, but it'll take work.
Well, we're about to be drowned out here. Thank you very much, Senator Moynihan. Senator Patrick Moynihan from New York. Back to the booth.
Thanks very much, Bob Franken. Well, the moment has arrived, and I don't know about my colleagues here, but in my judgment, this is Al Gore's year 2000 beginning campaign speech.
No question about it. Those signs in the hallway, there are Gore signs all over this convention right now.
Al Gore 4 years ago was sitting back watching the campaign and had opted out of a race in 1992, a year or two after his young son was seriously injured in an automobile accident. Al Gore had run for president in 1988, didn't make it. As we said, sat out in 92, and along came a phone call from Bill Clinton, and here he is.
When Clinton put Gore on the ticket, it made a strong statement. It surprised people in 1992 because they said, well, Gore comes from a neighboring state. He's a new Democrat the way Bill Clinton is. It doesn't balance the ticket. But that was exactly Bill Clinton's point. He wasn't looking for balance. He wanted to sharpen his message and to tell the voters, I'm really serious about this, folks. I am a new Democrat.
They're shouting 4 more years, 4 more years in this hall, this, quote, instantaneous impromptu demonstration.
One of the things that Gore does all the time is make jokes about the fact that he is allegedly a very wooden speaker. Look for one of those tonight, folks.
He's not going to disappoint us.
Thank you very much. 4 years ago, 4 years ago, you gave me your nomination to be vice president. Tonight, I want to say from the bottom of my heart, thank you for the opportunity to serve our country and for the privilege of working beside a president who has done so much to lift the lives of America's families. Tradition holds that this speech be delivered tomorrow night. But President Clinton asked me to speak tonight. And you can probably guess the reason why. My reputation for excitement. This is some crowd. I've been watching you doing that Macarena on television. And if I could have your silence, I would like to demonstrate for you the Al Gore version of the Macarena. Would you like to see it again? Four years ago, America faced a set of problems that our leaders had lost the courage to confront. Our nation was not creating jobs. Our jobs were not increasing pay. Our people were running in place. Our nation was falling behind. 4 years later, we meet in this great city of Chicago, the place Carl Sandburg called the city of the big shoulders, with lifted head, so proud to be alive and strong. 4 years later, Democrats are proud, our hopes are alive, and America is strong. Bill Clinton's leadership is paying off. How can you tell? By what the American people have achieved themselves. Just look at what all of us have created together these last 4 years. 10 million new jobs, a deficit cut in half. A smaller, leaner, reinvented government working better and costing less. Unemployment and inflation both down. Record exports, wages on the rise, an economy moving forward. Empowerment zones bringing neighborhoods back to life. Classrooms connected to the information superhighway. Communities given the right to know about environmental dangers. Toxic waste being cleaned up. Rivers and lakes reclaimed and thriving. An America not just better off, but better. And our strength at home has led to renewed respect abroad, nuclear missiles no longer targeted at our cities, democracy replacing tyranny in Haiti, peace replacing war in Bosnia, leadership toward reconciliation in Northern Ireland and the Middle East. While our nation has made great progress, we have much more to do. And we are here to declare that the man who can help us fashion this better future is President Bill Clinton. The president's opponent, Senator Bob Dole, is a good and decent man. We honor his service to America and his personal courage in fighting back from injuries sustained in battle. Though we disagree with his ideas, only the unknowing would deny him the respect he deserves. But make no mistake, there is a profound difference in outlook between the president and the man who seeks his office. In his speech from San Diego, Senator Dole offered himself as a bridge to the past. Tonight, Bill Clinton and I offer ourselves as a bridge to the future. Ralph Waldo Emerson once said, "Humanity is divided between the past and the future, between memory and hope." It is easy to understand the nostalgic appeal of the party of memory and the men who lead it. But let there be no doubt, the future lies with the party of hope and the man from hope who leads it. We Americans write our own history, and the chapters of which we're proudest are the ones where we had the courage to change. Time and again, Americans have seen the need for change and have taken the initiative to bring that change to life, but always with a struggle, always with opponents. Senator Dole was there. We remember that he voted against the creation of Medicare, against the creation of Medicaid, against the Clean Air Act, against Head Start, against the Peace Corps in the 60s and AmeriCorps in the 90s. He even voted against the funds to send a man to the moon. If he's the most optimistic man in America, I'd hate to see the pessimists. That pessimistic view of America is very different from ours, and we saw it in the budget that Senator Dole and Speaker Gingrich tried to slip past the American people last fall. Their budget doubled Medicare premiums while slashing benefits, wiped out nursing home care for seniors, ended the guarantee of medical care to disabled children, rolled back protections for our air and water, increased the cost of college while making student loans harder to get, terminated anti-drug programs for our schools, and raised taxes on the hardest hit working families. They passed their reckless plan and then demanded that President Clinton sign it. They shut the government down twice because they thought Bill Clinton would buckle under the pressure, wither in the face of their attacks, cave in to their demands. But they did not know the true measure of this man. He never flinched or wavered. He never stooped to their level, and of course, he never attacked his opponent's wife. Let me tell you what Bill Clinton did do. President Clinton took Speaker Newt Gingrich and Senator Bob Dole into the Oval Office. I was there, I remember. And he said, President Clinton said, as long as I occupy this office, you will never enact this plan, because as long as I am president, I won't let you. That's why they want to replace Bill Clinton, but we won't let them. They want someone in that Oval Office who will rubber stamp their plan. That's why they want to replace Bill Clinton, but we won't let them. They want a president who will appoint the next 3 justices of the Supreme Court so they can control all 3 branches of government and take away a woman's right to choose. That's why they want to replace Bill Clinton, but we won't let them. They want to give health insurance ripoff artists a license to change Medicare to let this program for our seniors wither on the vine. That's why they want to replace Bill Clinton, but we won't let them. They want to outlaw all affirmative action and many other measures to reach out to those who want to reach up. That's why they want to replace Bill Clinton, but we won't let them. They want to cut education and undermine our schools, put down teachers instead of lifting up students. That's why they want to replace Bill Clinton, but we won't let them. They want to give free rein to lobbyists for the biggest polluters in America to rewrite our environmental laws, allowing more poison in our air and water, and then auction off our natural wonders piece by piece. That's why they want to replace Bill Clinton, but we won't let them. We will not, we cannot, we must not let them. And you know what? We can make Bill Clinton's job a lot easier by making Dick Gephardt Speaker of the House and Tom Daschle Senate Majority Leader. You can judge a president by the enemies he is willing to make. You know someone who's been attacked as much as Bill Clinton is doing something right. America has never changed without a president willing to confront the status quo and take on the forces of greed and indifference. It has changed only when we have had a president with the vision to tackle the real problems that really matter to our families. That's what this president has done, because families don't eat or breathe political slogans. They thrive or fail according to how they handle each day's challenges. When your alarm goes off in the morning, if your family is like mine, everybody starts rushing around getting ready for school and work. When one of your children reaches for cereal and fruit, you shouldn't have to worry about whether the food is safe. That's why, just this month,
President Clinton brought farmers and environmentalists together and signed an historic law to keep dangerous pesticides off our fruits and vegetables. When you pour a glass of water for each member of the family at the table, you shouldn't have to wonder, should I buy bottled water? We really can't afford it. That's why President Clinton signed the Safe Drinking Water Act, to give families more peace of mind that their water will be pure and safe. When you notice your child staring at a television set and watching violent and explicit images he or she is not old enough to handle, you shouldn't be forced to choose between throwing the TV out of the house and monitoring every second that child watches. That is why, last month, the President persuaded the broadcasters to agree to air 3 hours of quality children's educational programming every single week. And that's why we're giving parents a new tool, the V-Chip, to keep violent and explicit programming out of their homes and away from their children. When our children turn on the TV, let them learn how to read and add and spell and think, not how to kill. If one of your children has an operation or some other serious health problem, you shouldn't have to choose between taking care of that child or keeping your job. That is why Bill Clinton fought to pass the Family and Medical Leave Act so parents can get time off to work to care for a sick child, bond with a newborn, or tend to an aging relative. When your children do well in school and head toward graduation, they shouldn't have to wonder about whether their family can afford to send them to college. That is why President Clinton expanded scholarships, student loans, and Pell Grants. And that's why he wants to give a tax credit to pay $1,500 per year for tuition to make college more affordable for every single American family. If the business where you work is changing in ways that cause you to think about getting a different kind of job, you ought to be able to get the training and education you need to learn new skills and plan for the future. That's why President Clinton is proposing a tax credit. So if you go to a community college, you can take every single dollar you pay right off your taxes. If you take responsibility, President Clinton will give you the opportunity to learn. And if you see an opportunity to move to a better job, you shouldn't feel forced to stay in your old job just because that's the only way you can keep your health insurance. Even if you have some pre-existing condition, you ought to be able to change jobs and not lose your coverage. That's why President Clinton signed the Kennedy-Kassebaum law. Americans shouldn't have to feel imprisoned in their homes because of crime. We have a right to streets and neighborhoods that are safe. That's why President Clinton fought for the Brady Bill and the assault weapons ban, and that's why he's putting 100,000 new community police officers on our streets and sidewalks. These problems are real, and they must be addressed. It's been a long time since we've had a president so in tune with the issues that touch the real lives of America's families. It's been a long time since we've had a president willing to fight the powerful forces that often seem to stand in the way. Some of the most powerful forces that do the most harm are often hard to see and even harder to understand. When I was a child, my family was attacked by an invisible force that was then considered harmless. My sister Nancy was older than me. There were only the two of us, and I loved her more than life itself. She started smoking when she was 13 years old. The connection between smoking and lung cancer had not yet been established. But years later, the cigarettes had taken their toll. It hurt very badly to watch her savaged by that terrible disease. Her husband, Frank, and all of us who loved her so much tried to get her to stop smoking. Of course, she should have, but she couldn't. When she was 45, she had a lung removed. A year later, the disease had come back and she returned to the hospital. We all took turns staying with her. One day, I was called to come quickly because things had taken a turn for the worse. By then, her pain was nearly unbearable, and as a result, they used very powerful painkillers. And eventually it got so bad, they had to use such heavy doses that she could barely retain consciousness. We sometimes didn't know if she could hear what we were saying or recognize us. But when I responded to that call and walked into the hospital room that day, as soon as I turned the corner, someone said, "Al's here." She looked up, and from out of that haze, her eyes focused intensely right at me. She couldn't speak, but I felt clearly, I knew she was forming a question. Do you bring me hope? All of us had tried to find whatever new treatment or new approach might help. But all I could do was to say back to her with all the gentleness in my heart, I love you. And then I knelt by her bed and held her hand. And in a very short time, her breathing became labored. And then she breathed her last breath. Tomorrow morning, another 13-year-old girl will start smoking. I love her too. 3,000 young people in America will start smoking tomorrow. 1,000 of them will die a death not unlike my sister's. And that is why, until I draw my last breath, I will pour my heart and soul into the cause of protecting our children from the dangers of smoking. And that is also why I was intensely proud last week when President Clinton stood up for American families by standing up to tobacco advertising aimed at getting our children addicted. He proposed the first ever comprehensive plan to protect children from smoking, to ban tobacco advertising aimed at our children, and to ban it for good. It took courage for Bill Clinton to take on the tobacco companies. I promise you, it is no accident that no president has ever been willing to do it before. But coming from him, that's no surprise. I've seen him get up day after day and make the toughest decisions, and always by asking, what is right for the American people? As a result, with Bill Clinton's leadership, our nation is moving forward with confidence. Americans don't believe our best days are behind us. We see better days ahead because we have the courage to meet our challenges and protect our values. And now, once again, in pursuit of the American dream, we are crossing the bridge to the future. 33 years ago, this very day, one American told us about his dream. Martin Luther King Jr. stood in the shadow of the Lincoln Memorial on that August afternoon and described the America that he saw in his mind's eye. He called on our nation to open the doors of opportunity to all of God's children. How do we build an America worthy of this dream? Is it with brick and mortar? Is it with secondhand smoke and rearview mirrors? Or do we build it in the nearest well-raised child by shepherding, guiding, and protecting our children's souls? We build a better America. The American spirit lives within that child. The child grows up to believe in it, to add new vision to it. It's not a vision of a distant future, nor of a remote past, but a constant accumulation of our best instincts and our noblest aspirations. From the spirit of our founding fathers to the courage of today's families, it is one vision. It is an American vision. It is the vision of President Bill Clinton. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
hard-hitting speech from Vice President Al Gore, hard-hitting, aimed directly at the Republican-controlled Congress. And yet the latter part of that speech was very emotional. He talked about the death of his sister from lung cancer, and he talked in a very personal way, in a way that we do not see Al Gore speak very often.
This speech was intended to give Al Gore a leg up on all would-be comers who would challenge him for the presidential nomination in the year 2000, from the man who's going to nominate President Clinton tonight, Senator Christopher Dodd, to others.
It was also a speech that was right square on the target of the Clinton-Gore message for this year, which is an alternative vision of what government can mean. What can government mean? It can mean all these things, from V-chip to educational television for children, college loans, and so forth. But in the end, he told that very, very emotional and very powerful story of his sister. It can mean a president who's willing to take on the tobacco companies. And that was, you know, a powerfully made point.
He did what a vice president is expected to do. He defended the Clinton record on environmental protection, regulation of television, family leave, the whole record across the board. He also did something that hasn't been done, namely he brought the attack directly to the Republican Congress and to Bob Dole. He added a sentence to his prepared text where he said, if Dole is the most optimistic man in America, I'd hate to see the pessimists. That was Dole's self-description of himself at the end of his acceptance speech, and he even criticized Dole. He said, Bill Clinton never attacked his opponent's wife. This was a hard-hitting speech, but he added something you rarely hear in this kind of vice presidential speech, an intensely personal message, very deeply felt, very affecting about the tobacco issue, which of course has got Bob Dole very much on the defensive.
And one of the happiest persons in the United Center here in Chicago is Albert Gore Sr., a former senator from Tennessee. He and his wife, Mrs. Gore, watching their son down here. And this man, here he is there. I first met him in 1968 when I went to Washington. He was my guest at the Radio TV Correspondents' Dinner, and I got to know him quite well through the years. He and his wife raised the Vice President of the United States. They have bred this man to be a president.
They no doubt have been thinking about that over the years. You know, the point that Bill made, Bernie, about we want to be a bridge to the future. The Democrats were elated when Bob Dole not only brought up the age issue in his acceptance speech 2 weeks ago at the Republican convention, but talked about, in fact, the quote was, "Let me be the bridge to an America that only the unknowing call myth. Let me be the bridge to a time of tranquility, faith, and confidence in action." He had just talked about his own age. It was a reference to the past. They want to draw a clear contrast to what their vision is.
There's also no issue that better does that for the American people than tobacco. It's an issue that over the last 10 or 12 years, the American people have pretty much made their minds up about, and Bob Dole's on the wrong side of that divide for the majority of Americans.
Al Gore said they have to be a bridge to the future. That's exactly right. But so far, he hasn't spelled out exactly what the administration's agenda is for the next 4 years. That's what Bill Clinton is going to do tomorrow night.
When we come back, Bill Clinton's name will be placed into nomination, and we'll have the roll call.
CNN's Election 96 convention coverage is brought to you by U.S. Air, the airline committed to making your business travel easier by offering nearly 5,000 flights a day.
Some of your best ideas happen up here with us.
With 4 doors, tons of interior space, comfortably contoured seating, and a great stereo, the Plymouth Neon sedan is a huge kick for cruising. While the Plymouth Neon Espresso Coupe's 132 horsepower engine and fully independent suspension make it a real kick in the passing lane. Plymouth Neon Coupe or sedan. It's never middle of the road. $93.90 for starters. 12.5, nicely equipped.
Before there even was a United States, John Wheeler purchased life insurance to protect his family. 7 generations later, the Wheeler family purchased an annuity for retirement that kept on paying despite the Great Depression. As America changed, so did life insurers, helping families with innovative protection and retirement programs. Pensions, 401ks, annuities, life insurance, long-term care, and disability insurance.
Hey, John. Yeah? Line 2 is for you.
Today, another John Wheeler worries about securing his family's future, about Social Security not being there, that he'll outlive his income. Like generations before him, he'll turn to life insurers to meet his financial needs. Wonder what the newest generation of the Wheeler family will need to help secure their future? America's life insurers are working on it, continuing nearly 250 years of planning, protection, and security.
At Cooper, we put our tires through some rigorous testing to assure that they're among the strongest around. Cooper, your next set of tires.
It takes this much paper to buy a printer or copier, and this much paper to stop it. Get Hammermill, the paper that works.
Americans from all walks of life in this hall. If you are a tobacco farmer, you have strong feelings about your crop. Jean Meserve is in North Carolina.
I'm in North Carolina with a third-generation tobacco farmer, Harriet Ray. Harriet, what's your reaction to the Vice President's speech?
I was very moved by his speech.
Were you worried by his speech? He let go at tobacco.
Well, I compare this to, I say to people, it's very low statistics that your house will burn down, but if your house is the one that burns, the statistics don't mean anything to you. The loss of tobacco to major parts of North Carolina can be devastating.
Is that what you think the result could be?
Well, I'm not an expert on it. I don't know.
Are the Vice President's remarks here tonight going to hurt the Clinton-Gore ticket in North Carolina?
I really don't think that much. I think that the farmers were not going to vote for him anyway because of it. They feel very threatened. They're very scared.
But you're a farmer and you're here at his convention.
Yes.
Can you tell me why?
Because I believe in what the Democratic Party stands for. I believe in the way that we are leading this nation. And that is what I believe in. It's what my whole life's been about.
Despite the possible threat to your crop?
I'm sorry?
Despite the possible threat to your crop?
Yes.
Great. Harriet Ray of North Carolina, thank you for joining us. Back to the booth.
Thanks, Gene. This issue reverberates you. Our viewers might recall in San Diego, in his remarks, Senator Bob Dole talked about Al Gore's family's hands involved in tobacco farming. And then we heard the Vice President tonight. You actually saw him in some of the tight shots. I was looking at the screen. He gulped a couple times when he was referring to his sister. It's very difficult for this man to talk publicly about something that's so personal and so private.
Well, you have to believe that part of what Al Gore was doing tonight was responding to what was said in San Diego, because when they talk about his family and tobacco farming, what's far more meaningful to the Gore family today is the death of Al Gore's sister, Nancy.
I'd mentioned before that Bob Dole was thrown on the defensive on the tobacco issue some months ago, a few weeks ago rather. He said at first that he didn't think tobacco was addictive, and then he had to explain his comments. Just today, he said that he would use the National Guard to stop drugs from entering the country. And in his remarks, Mr. Dole said they're aiming millions and millions of missiles at young people, whether it's a needle or a cigarette, whatever the delivery system is. And then he was asked to explain his remarks, and he said, I didn't say anything about cigarettes. I was talking about drugs. I said you shouldn't smoke. That's all I said. And his campaign aides then had to explain that he didn't want to ban cigarettes. He was telling young people not to smoke. It's an issue that I think the Dole campaign has yet to come out with a coherent message on. Now they're saying the message is don't ban cigarettes, but tell young people not to smoke. And of course, that's exactly what the president says is the purpose of his policy.
You know, I'm going to be I've said so often that this is a major issue that the Republicans in general, Dole in particular, don't seem to get. They've got to fish Bob Dole out of this briar patch. He's very much on the wrong side of this issue, and it becomes a generational divide. Bob Dole was raised at the time that Al Gore's sister started to smoke, you know? And he was told it wasn't harmful at all at that point, and now it is harmful, and Dole doesn't seem to be willing to admit it and get this issue off the table. It's a powerful issue.
Not only powerful, but moreover, it's a strategic one when you consider the Republican hold on the South and those electoral votes and what they mean, and there's still a lot of tobacco farming in the South.
But by going after young people and smoking, it's clear that Bill Clinton and his campaign have decided that they were willing to lose some of those states if they had to in order to appeal to the vote of parents who are concerned about their children smoking and moving into drugs.
There are repercussions for the Democrats beyond the presidential race. In North Carolina, Harvey Gantt is running a very strong campaign against Jesse Helms. He ran against him 6 years ago, came very close. Harvey Gantt disagrees with the president on this. He's a North Carolinian. A lot of people think this could doom Harvey Gantt's challenge to Jesse Helms in North Carolina, his tie to Bill Clinton. The same way in Kentucky, another big tobacco-producing state, Steve Beshear, the Democrat, is challenging Mitch McConnell, the Republican. This could also mean trouble for his campaign. So it's not just an issue in the presidential race.
I checked the North Carolina delegation, went down and talked to the folks in the delegation about this issue and about how that will affect the Senate race. They admit it's going to be, that President Clinton may have handed Jesse Helms a powerful club in that race. But what they say they're going to do is make it clear that this is for our children. They're going to make it our children. And that's exactly what the Gore-Clinton campaign is doing. You saw in Gore's speech tonight, he talked about being around the family breakfast table. When the kids reach for the cereal, they reach for the milk. One more way of saying that the Clintons and the Gores share the problems of raising a family. They share that experience with the rest of America, which Bob Dole obviously doesn't.
The chairman of the co-chairman, I guess, general chairman of the Democratic Party has just come to the podium, Connecticut Senator Christopher Dodd. The second speaker tonight, the son of another famous senator, his father, Tom Dodd.
Mr. Chairman, delegates, fellow Americans, 16 years ago, a governor from Arkansas traveled north to Connecticut. He spoke on my behalf at a convention, nominating me to serve in the United States Senate. Tonight, I am honored to return the favor. Delegates and fellow Americans, I place in nomination for the presidency of the United States a man whom I have called my president for nearly 4 years and my friend for nearly 20, William Jefferson Clinton. My friends, America remembers that cold and brilliant January day 44 months ago when a young governor raised in the small town of Hope, Arkansas, brought new hope to a nation hungry for renewal and change. Remember what it was like then. Americans were struggling. Men and women needed jobs. Student test scores were falling. Crime rates were rising. Parents looked in on their sleeping children and in the quiet of the night worried that no matter how hard they worked, those they most loved might inherit a lesser life in a lesser land. President Clinton identified with the difficulties confronting America's families. Remember, this is a man who never had the joy of knowing his own father. He was raised by a wonderful mother in a home that had more than its share of problems. So when this president speaks about tough times facing America's families, He knows what he's talking about. That is why he offered a bold and brave strategy to put America back on track. He invited men and women of both political parties to work together to make America work again. Because he knew that for Americans to do their best, their leaders must do better and appeal to the best in each of us. But there were those in Congress who decided to seek advantage instead of common ground. They said interest rates would soar, unemployment would increase, a deeper recession would hit. And so the president's plan for recovery had to be passed without a single one of their votes. Tonight, let me say it plainly. Mr. President, you did the right thing. You did the right thing for America. Today, our economy is stronger and more prosperous than it has been in more than 3 decades. But as we all know, the effort is not finished. People today work long, hard hours to pay their bills, but they are working. And they have a chance to move ahead because President Clinton took a stand while his opponents turned away. It is for you, the American people, that President Clinton has cut the deficit for 4 straight years. That hasn't happened in more than a century and a half in America. It is for you, the people of this country, that the president has brought down interest rates so that more Americans can own a home, start a business, and send a child to college. It is for you, the people of this nation, that President Clinton has cut taxes so that 15 million American families can keep more in their pockets. And now it is for you, the people, that President Clinton has created more than 10 million new jobs. 10 million. That is the most important contribution to our people, who all deserve an opportunity to succeed. And then, my friends, he did something that no other American president has ever dared to do. He took on the gun lobby. He took on the gun lobby, and he won. And he won. He signed Jim and Sarah Brady's bill and stopped more than 60,000 outlaws from buying handguns. He banned assault weapons because the guns that deal death should not be as easy to buy as the bread that sustains life. Our president is taking on tobacco. On this, he has heard another chorus of caution. Don't oppose this special interest. It's a fight you can't win. Some even tried to claim that cigarettes are no more harmful to a child's health than a glass of milk. But every day in America, 3,000 children start smoking. 1,000 of them will die earlier than they should. That will change now. That will change now, because this president had the courage to say, no more advertising to the young, no more selling to the young, no more Joe Camel. Four days ago, he began a train journey across America. And America he has helped to change. It's not a perfect America, but it's a nation on the march again, approaching a new century with new confidence. For the next 70 days, our people will listen to a debate about the direction of our country. But this autumn of campaign does not have to be a season of conflict. On this August evening and in this hall, I ask each and every one of you to pledge with me that this campaign will be worthy of the people we seek to lead and of the land we love. Let us do our part to restore civility to America's political discourse. Let us lead by example. Let us not dishonor our democracy. The American people are fed up with relentless assaults on people's reputations. This has to stop, and it must stop now. And I say this to our political opponents: stop attacking the president's family. The American people want you to stick to the issues. We may at times oppose one another, but we must always respect each other. And let us begin now. I begin by thinking of the Republican candidate for president, who 2 weeks ago spoke so movingly of his own past. So let me say to Senator Robert Dole, on behalf of the thousands here in this United Center, thank you. Thank you from a generation of Americans living in freedom because of your sacrifices. I served with Senator Robert Dole in the legislative branch for 20 years. It is not Bob Dole's reputation that I question. It is his agenda for America. Sometimes a fine person has flawed ideas. This is such a time. So for these next few moments, I want to discuss the differences between Senator Dole and the man that we will nominate tonight. Profound differences on matters affecting our lives. You have the right to know, because these differences will decide your future. Remember, it was Senator Dole who said no to the Family and Medical Leave Act. Now I should know. I wrote the Family and Medical Leave Act. I wrote it with 2 Republican senators, and for 7 years, the single biggest obstacle to its passage was Senator Robert Dole. But President Clinton said yes. And now 42 million Americans can stay at home with a new child or a sick family member without living in fear that they will lose their jobs. During a family crisis, no one should be forced to choose between their family and their work. Mr. President, you did the right thing. You did the right thing for America. Remember, Senator Dole said no to raising the minimum wage. President Clinton said yes. It's time to honor an honest day's work with a living wage. Mr. President, you did the right thing. You did the right thing for America. Remember last year, Senator Bob Dole said that he was proud to be one of only 12 members of Congress to vote against creating Medicare in 1965. And remember last year, Senator Bob Dole and Speaker Gingrich voted to cut Medicare by $270 billion. But for the president's veto pen, they would have succeeded. Now ask yourselves, who do you trust to protect Medicare? Mr. President, you did the right thing. You did the right thing for America. Remember that Senator Dole says that we should close the Department of Education, and he voted to cut $30 billion for safer schools, higher standards, and college loans. President Clinton is expanding Head Start, getting guns and drugs out of our schools, and offering every student the same opportunity he had to earn a college education. Mr. President, you did the right thing. You did the right thing for America. Remember, Senator Dole has tried to turn a woman's wrenching choice, personal choice, into a constitutional crime. President Clinton believes that this most important decision is a decision between that woman, her conscience, and her doctor. President Clinton, you did the right thing. You did the right thing for America. Now at the 11th hour, Senator Dole proposes a flawed economic plan that will either explode the deficit or lead to withering cuts in Medicare, education, and the environment. President Clinton has put our economic house in order, and he offers a plan to lead us into a new era of growth in jobs while honoring our abiding commitment to the elderly, the young, and the earth we inhabit. Mr. President, you're doing the right thing. You're doing the right thing for America. My friends, a few hours ago, this young American president arrived here in Chicago. And in a few hours from now, he will accept the nomination of our party. And then he will depart and begin a new journey into the heart of America. And for that journey, he has the courage, the vision, the commitment to bring all Americans together on the threshold of a new century. The choice, my fellow citizens, is yours. We're here tonight proud to offer you our choice. I proudly place in nomination before this convention and this country the name of America's President, William Jefferson Clinton.
Well, there it is. President Clinton came to this city a short while ago this evening. He's ensconced in his hotel suite, and he has just heard it, and he's seen it done here at the United Center.
Perhaps the most memorable statement in Christopher Dodd's nominating speech was when he said, let us not dishonor our democracy. We're fed up with relentless assaults on people's reputation. Stop attacking the president's family. Now, in his speech, he described Bob Dole as a fine person with flawed ideas and went on to list the measures that Senator Dole in his legislative career has opposed. But he's trying to draw the line between personal attacks, which he says are out of bounds, and political criticisms, which are clearly the message of his speech.
One of the things he was trying to do, too, was point out that this president has taken on tough adversaries. You know, it's become such a familiar criticism of Bill Clinton that he's wishy-washy, that he takes one position one week and another position the next. They were trying to say, both Vice President Gore and Senator Dodd tonight, that Bill Clinton has taken on tough adversaries, the gun lobby, the tobacco lobby. In fact, Vice President Gore said at one point, you judge a person by the enemies they make. They want to say Bill Clinton stands up for what he believes.
You know that line where he said, stop attacking the president's family? Our camera folks up here tell us that Chelsea Clinton came shooting out of her seat, standing applause when he said that line. By the way, let me remind ourselves that we were told that President Clinton was coming here tonight. And we haven't heard different, have we?
Yes, Wolf Blitzer reported that the president was tired and he decided that he just would not come to the hall tonight. Detroit Mayor Dennis Archer, the presiding official over a city that's on the rise, coming back, he is seconding the nomination of the president. When we return, more coverage of the Democrats in convention here in Chicago on the west side at United Center.
CNN's Election 96 convention coverage is brought to you by AT&T, your true choice, and by Boeing. Boeing urges you to listen to the candidates weigh the issues, then exercise your right to...
No matter what size fax you send, no matter where in the world you send it, AT&T guarantees it'll get there. Because now, AT&T has 70% more international routes, which means more ways to get around trouble and more ways to steer clear of danger. So your international fax gets through. No matter where in the world you send it. Guaranteed network reliability at a competitive price, only from AT&T for the life of your business.
This is our heritage and this is our true glory. We are a people, I tell you, that is just beginning its high adventure on this continent. Animated by the destiny of greatness, can think and can act and can do greatly.
They've called this the American century, and there's much to be proud of.
This nation will rise up, live out the true meaning of its creed. That the torch has been passed to a new generation of Americans.
The great challenge at the end of this century is the same as it was at the beginning. To work together and make this a better world for our children.
Since we have come so far, who shall be rash enough to set limits on our future progress? Who shall say that since we have gone so far, we can go no farther?
The focus on relying on cognitive work, individuals coming together in teams or groups, blending those two functions together. How do we develop ways to think about space as a legitimate tool to leverage that kind of new behavior set? If we think about a space like this one, a place for co-located cross-functional work to occur, might we say that this is ideal? In fact, it's not ideal. It's only ideal if that's what the work is. How do we think about the rest of the work an organization does and know when to apply this space tool versus some other?
The state of Ohio went narrowly for Bill Clinton in 1992. The state of Ohio plays an important role tonight. Let's go to Jean Meserve on the floor.
I am in Ohio with Senator John Glenn. Senator, Ohio has been picked as the state to pull Bill Clinton over the top tonight. An honor.
Yeah, it is an honor. You know, last time we were the ones that put him over the top at the convention in New York, and we've talked about this and joked about it, as a matter of fact, through the years. And then on election night in November, it was Ohio. When Ohio's electoral votes were obvious, that's when the network started calling it for Clinton. And so we really had a doubleheader back then. And I mentioned that on the train. I was with the president for 2 days on the train coming across Ohio. And I guess he decided he'd like to see us do it again. So I haven't talked to him today, but Dave Leland, our state chair, our great state chair, is here. And so he and I are going to do the honors tonight.
Ohio is obviously a key battleground for the president. How does the race look there right now?
Looks very good, I think. And, you know, I don't have any recent polls of the last few days, but my understanding is that the national polls have been going up in the president's behalf. And in Ohio, almost without exception in Ohio, we're within 1 or 2% of the national polls. We're a very diverse state. We have some of almost everything that there is in this country except palm trees. And we have all the old industries, the new, every religious, ethnic group there ever was. And so we're sort of indicative of what we're a bellwether for the rest of much of the country. In fact, a lot of the businesses and industries come in and do polling, do test marketing in Ohio. We're that kind of a state.
We'll be
so
watching.
That's one reason that the president would like to have us do this tonight, and we're glad to accept.
And we'll all be watching carefully. Senator Glenn, thanks so
Dave
much.
and I will be doing the honors here shortly.
Back to the booth.
Thank you, Gene. Senator, and if you're just joining CNN's live coverage from Chicago at the United Center, William Jefferson Clinton tonight has done what Abraham Lincoln did 130 years ago. Come to Chicago to receive his party's presidential nomination.
Different party.
Different party.
Although at one point, the parties, it was the Democratic-Republican Party, right?
That was much earlier on.
That was much earlier.
This matter,
Thomas Jefferson.
This matter of Ohio was very interesting because Ohio is one of the key states in the industrial battleground of the Midwest. Of those 5 states, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, Illinois, and Indiana, 4 of them have Republican governors and very popular Republican governors. The reason Ohio is so important, it's a big electoral college state, and certainly Bob Dole needs it so badly to win. It's really a state that if Bill Clinton can take out of the electoral college mix early, it will be very discouraging to the Republicans.
Now, Ohio, if you had to name one battleground state in this election, it would be Ohio. It's supposed to be California. 54 electoral votes, a huge state, but Bill Clinton is so far ahead in California, he virtually lives there, that California seems almost out of reach for Republicans, though they say they're not going to give up on it, only because they don't want to lose congressional seats in California. But Ohio is really up for grabs. Richard Nixon used to tell Republicans, Ronald Reagan and George Bush, concentrate on Ohio. That's where elections are won and lost. We're going to see an awful lot of attention to Ohio in this campaign.
Well, and of course, our deputy political director, Karen Dessauer, and Inside Politics producer, Steve Reddish, sent word to us to remind us that there's something very, very special about the Buckeye State, and that is that no president has won the election without taking Ohio.
No Republican president. That's right.
They used to say no Democrat has ever won the presidency without carrying Texas, but then Bill Clinton did it. So rules are made to be broken, it looks like.
And what Ken Bodie was saying here in the land of Lincoln, there are 22 big electoral votes in Illinois, 2% of the 270 electoral votes needed.
Now, they say that Florida is a battleground state this election. A lot of attention there. But my feeling is if Florida is a battleground state, the Republicans have a big problem because that ought to be a pretty safe Republican state.
It's no coincidence that the Bill Clinton, what is it, the 21st Century Express or whatever they're calling his choo-choo train, spent a number of stops in the state of Ohio. The noise you're hearing behind us, we should point out, is that the man who seconded Bill Clinton's nomination for president, Detroit Mayor Dennis Archer, has just finished, and the crowd is applauding, and we're going to start in just a few minutes with the roll call of the states.
Listen to this music, Judy.
That quadrennial favorite of all of us who love politics.
There's our booth up there, and I see your red jacket.
The Democrats have a strategy for the roll call. They're going to make it clear that Arkansas has a special role in this, and as we've been talking about, Ohio has a special role in it.
Just at the Republican convention, it was Kansas that put Bob Dole over.
That's right. We have here the latest poll from the state of Ohio, not coincidentally. And in that poll,
Schneider has always got a poll.
I have a poll. And my poll, this is a Mason-Dixon poll from early August before the Republican convention, showed Clinton 6 points ahead of Dole. Clinton 42, Dole 36, Ross Perot 9, which means Clinton appears to be in the lead in Ohio, but it's not a very big lead.
Ross Perot got 21% of the vote in Ohio, and that made a big difference. Now, you know, there are arguments to this day about whether that would have affected the outcome of the race nationally or in any particular state.
The man on the left there waving President Clinton's half-brother. He was on Larry King Live earlier today. This, you can say what you will, a lot has been written, spoken about these managed political conventions. And I remind everyone, when did a political party ever organize a convention to commit news? They don't do it that way. But my point is that of all the things that are staged, programmed, scripted, the roll call is what really turns me on.
It's also what turns on a lot of people. You know, we could mention, I suppose, that more people watched our broadcast during the roll call from San Diego than any other town.
Well, they look for familiar faces from their home state and their hometown. They feel a burst of pride when their state votes. Of course, there's no question how these people are going to vote. There's only one candidate in nomination.
But
It's
we love those
uncontested.
memorable phrases.
Oh, yes.
I remember at the Republican convention was that Virginia boasted about being the home of the late Arthur Ashe. You had the state of Nebraska boasting about winning 3 football championships in a row.
And you can bet someone will say Guam, where America's day begins.
And also, there are about 600 diplomats who are observing this political process.
Of the United States. To conduct the vote, I am pleased to introduce our convention secretary, Kathleen Vick.
Is anybody here ready to nominate the next president of the United States? Let's get to it. Alabama. Alabama, 66 votes.
Madam Secretary, I rise on behalf of the great state of Alabama, birthplace to many heroes such as Hank Aaron, a state which proudly features a delegation as diverse as Alabama itself. I'm proud to stand here tonight with 2 more heroes and retiring statesmen, Congressman Tom Bevel and Senator Howell Heflin, whose service to the American people is an example to us all. Together, we are proud to be part of this nominating process to re-elect Bill Clinton, whose steadfast commitment to fighting crime has resulted in putting 683 new law enforcement officers in Alabama communities. The Alabama delegation, along with our talented and progressive group of 21st century leadership, while loaded and ready, respectfully yields to our sister southern state, the great state of Arkansas.
Arkansas, 47 votes.
Madam Secretary, Arkansas, the natural state, a land of opportunity, and the home state of President Bill Clinton. Joins with our native son and our first citizen in his efforts through the Kennedy-Kassenbaum health care bill to protect more than 191,000 Americans from losing their health insurance. We proudly cast our 47 votes for the man from Hope, Bill Clinton, President of the United States.
Arkansas cast the first 47 votes for President Bill Clinton. Alaska, 19 votes.
Madam Secretary, in the age of the Pacific, the state of Alaska is America's new frontier. Blessed with abundant natural resources, oil, gas, minerals, forests, wild salmon, wild rivers, and awe-inspiring natural beauty, we are committed to the democratic principles of responsible development, quality education, safe, healthy communities, and a strong economy. Under President Clinton's economic leadership, the American dream, the Alaskan dream of owning a home has become easier. Our 19 delegates and the people they represent make their homes in the city and the hundreds of villages of Alaska and are eager to cast their vote for the nomination of President Bill Clinton. But at this time, we yield to the great state of Tennessee, the home of Vice President Al Gore.
Thank you, Alaska. Tennessee, 83 votes.
Madam Secretary,
The great state of Tennessee, where President Clinton and Vice President Gore's economic leadership has helped create 264,000 new jobs. Tennessee, the home of Andrew Jackson, the father of the Democratic Party. Tennessee, the state that made the perfect 36 to pass the 19th Amendment, granting women the right to vote. Tennessee, the cradle of the blues, bluegrass, and country music, the home state of the greatest vice president in the history of our nation, Al Gore. Tennessee casts its 83 votes for Bill Clinton.
83 votes. Bill Clinton from Tennessee. Thank you. Oops. Arizona, 52 votes.
Madam Secretary, the great state of Arizona, where, thanks to President Clinton, Democrats in Congress, and the new minimum wage law, as many as 183,000 Arizona workers will get a raise. Arizona, the Grand Canyon state, where when we say the skies are not cloudy all day, we really mean it. Arizona, where we will make history this year. Arizona casts 52 votes tonight and will cast 8 electoral votes this fall.
Arizona.
For a man who has earned our support and respect, President Bill Clinton.
Arizona, 52 votes for President Bill Clinton. California.
Madam Secretary.
424 votes.
Madam Secretary, the great state of California, the home of 32 million Americans, the 6th largest economy on earth, and where Bill Clinton and Al Gore's economy have created 650,000 new jobs.
And where Californians are now experiencing a strong and vibrant economic recovery after coming through the worst recession since the Great Depression.
Madam Secretary, the great state of California, poised to lead the nation into the 21st century, and the first state in history to send 2 women to the United States Senate, cast its 418 votes for President Bill Clinton and Vice President Al Gore.
California cast 418 votes for President Bill Clinton. Colorado, 58 votes.
Madam Secretary, just over 100 years ago, Catherine Lee Bates stood atop Pikes Peak and looked upon our majestic purple mountains and amber waves of grain. There she understood that God had indeed shed his very special grace on Colorado. Since our environment is our most precious heritage, we thank this administration for keeping our streams, our plains, and our spacious skies clean and unspoiled. But tonight, we cast our vote to salute this administration's crowning good of brotherhood by providing greater opportunity for all Americans through programs like direct student loans, offering 315,000 young people opportunities at college degrees, cutting taxes for working families, creating 10 million new jobs, including 250,000 jobs in Colorado alone. And we thank our Congressman David Skaggs and Denver's Mayor Wellington Webb for supporting these programs. And we thank this administration's crowning good of brotherhood for demanding personal responsibility through 3 strikes and you're out legislation,
cracking down on deadbeat parents, and moving 1.3 million people off of welfare rolls and into jobs. And we thank our own Governor Roy Romer for developing these programs. And we thank this administration for the crowning good of brotherhood by finally building that village we call community through the Family and Medical Leave Act, tough measures to cut off children's access to tobacco, and by supporting all Americans regardless of race, religion, age, or income. And we thank America's Congresswoman, Pat Schroeder, for her support of these efforts. And so Colorado happily and proudly votes to keep America beautiful from sea to shining sea by casting its 58 votes for President William Jefferson Clinton.
Colorado cast 58 votes for President Bill Clinton. Connecticut, 67 votes.
Madam Secretary, great state of Connecticut, the host of the vice presidential debate, looks forward to Al Gore coming in, not only throwing Jack Kemp for a loss, but putting him out of the game. And Connecticut, the home of our General National Chairman, the great U.S. Senator Chris Dodd, and what a great speech he made. Senator Joe Lieberman, Chairman of the DLC, the congressional delegation, all of whom are leaders in the House, Rosa DeLauro, Sam Gadenson, Barbara Kennelly. Connecticut wants to thank Bill Clinton for signing Chris Dodd's family leave bill and helping working families around this country. And Connecticut proudly casts its 67 votes for 4 more years of Bill Clinton.
Connecticut cast 67 votes for President Bill Clinton. Delaware, 21 votes.
Madam Secretary, we have 300 new police officers on the streets of Delaware thanks to Senator Joe Biden and President Clinton and the Biden crime bill. We have 53,000 of our citizens who no longer have to worry about having their health insurance canceled should they lose their jobs. We also have, thanks to Governor Tom Carper, the lowest tax rates in our state since 1956. And under the leadership of Lieutenant Governor Ruth Ann Minner and State Senator Nancy Cook, we continue to have no sales tax. We are honored to cast our 21 votes for the president.
Thank you.
We are interrupting just a moment the sound of this roll call to report to you what Bob Dole said to reporters in Santa Barbara tonight, leaving a restaurant after dinner. Reporters asked what he thought about Vice President Gore's speech, and he said, quote, "I feel sorry for him. Apparently, he is the hatchet man for the Democrats. He always has been. It's not unexpected coming from Al Gore. It's unfortunate, but not unexpected." Those words from Bob Dole leaving a restaurant in Santa Barbara. Now back to the roll call in the state of, well, the District of Columbia.
We have earned, proudly cast, oh, we have our 33 votes for the first American president to support our right to be as independent as any other jurisdiction in this great country, and full democratic rights for the nation's capital president, Bill Clinton.
The District of Columbia cast 33 votes for President Bill Clinton. Florida, 178 votes.
Madam Secretary. Madam Secretary. Florida, the Sunshine State. Because of the Clinton-Gore economic plan, we're now known as the Job State because we have 700,000 new jobs in Florida thanks to the Clinton-Gore ticket. Now, I'd like to present to you the United States Senator Bob Graham, and Florida's very proud to have a second-term Democratic governor who held back the 1994 Republican tide, Governor Lawton Child.
The great state of Florida, the state where President Clinton placed 2,500 new police officers on our street, the state of sunshine and orange juice, the outstanding tourist designation of the world, places all of its votes for Bill Clinton.
Florida cast 178 votes for President Bill Clinton. Georgia, 91 votes.
Madam Secretary, the state of Georgia, the home of the world champion Atlanta Braves, the home of the best Olympics in its 100-year history, home of the most far-reaching scholarship program in the United States, the home of Martin Luther King, Jr., who 33 years ago inspired this nation and world, and a state where President Clinton's expanded earned income tax credit has provided tax relief for 537 working Georgia families proudly and enthusiastically cast all of its votes for Bill Clinton.
Georgia cast 91 votes for President Bill Clinton. Hawaii, 30 votes.
Madam Secretary, in 1960, John F. Kennedy visited Hawaii for the very first time. After he saw how our people lived side by side in peace and harmony, after he experienced our rich multicultural heritage, and after he felt Hawaii's gift to the rest of the world, our spirit of aloha, he called Hawaii what the rest of the world is trying to become. Bill Clinton and Al Gore understood what President Kennedy meant. And for the past 4 years, they have provided the best hope and opportunity for the disadvantaged, for people of color, and for Americans of all races and creeds. That is why we in Hawaii want them for another 4 years. As an American, a son of immigrants, as the first Filipino-American to serve as an American governor, I am proud to announce that the state of Hawaii, the Hawaii Democrats, cast all of its 29 votes for Bill Clinton and Al Gore.
Hawaii cast 29 votes for President Bill Clinton. Idaho, 23 votes.
Madam Secretary, the great state of Idaho, famous for its beautiful mountains, lakes, and rivers. And by the way, those are the best potatoes. Idaho, where Dan O'Brien brought home the gold in the Olympic decathlon, and where Walt Minnick is going to bring home the gold in the United States Senate race. Idaho, where President Clinton's economic leadership has helped cut our unemployment by 25%. The great state of Idaho, believing that indeed America's best days are ahead, and because we care about the next generation, proudly casts every one of our 23 votes for the President of the United States, Bill Clinton.
votes for President Bill Clinton. Illinois, our great host state.
Madam Secretary, I would like to introduce the next senator from the state of Illinois, Dick Durbin.
And now, on the home court of the four-time world champion Chicago Bulls, in the city of Chicago, where Mayor Richard Daley has brought us the best Democratic convention ever. In the state which has given this nation our favorite son, a man who has set a standard for honesty and caring in public service, our great U.S. Senator Paul Simon. In Illinois, this land of skyscrapers and cornfields, we're proud of the traditions of our families and Midwestern values. This state, where with the help of President Clinton, we have seen over 413,000 new jobs created, nearly 3.5 times as many as under the Bush administration. Illinois proudly cast all 193 votes for the husband of our very own Hillary Rodham Clinton, our president and the next president of the United States, William Jefferson Clinton.
Illinois cast 193 votes for President Bill Clinton. Indiana.
Madam Secretary, the great state of Indiana, home of this convention's keynote speaker, Governor Evan Bayh, and the next governor of Indiana, Frank O'Bannon. Indiana, where thanks to President Clinton, Democrats in Congress in the new minimum wage bill, as many as 232,000 Indiana workers will get a raise. Indiana, which is proud of the Bayh-O'Bannon record of no tax increases in 8 years of Democratic rule. The largest tax cut in state history. More people helped off welfare and into work than any other state, and a budget surplus of $1.7 billion, all while investing more money in education every year. Indiana, with the wit of David Letterman, the aim of Larry Bird, the determination of Olympic gold medalist J.C. Phelps, the humanity of John Mellencamp, the soul of Wes Montgomery, and the integrity and the common sense of Frank O'Bannon. Hoosiers, Hoosiers all, proudly cast its 88 votes for Bill Clinton for President of the United States of America.
Indiana cast 88 votes for President Bill Clinton. Iowa. Iowa, 56 votes.
Madam Secretary, the great state of Iowa, this year celebrating 150 years of statehood and quality education. The state that will keep Tom Harkin in the Senate fighting for our families. The first state who on a cold February night turned out 50,000 energized caucus-going Iowans who said yes to President Bill Clinton. The state that has watched our agricultural and manufacturing exports soar to record levels because of President Clinton's leadership. The state that thanks our president for signing the Family and Medical Leave Act, ensuring that 446,000 Iowans will keep their jobs, even if they need to care for a sick family member or a new baby. The great state of Iowa proudly casts all of our 56 votes for President Bill Clinton.
Thank you, Iowa. 56 votes for President Bill Clinton. Kansas, 42 votes.
Madam Secretary, I am happy to report that here in Kansas, thanks to the President's economic leadership,
The burden of the national debt for the average Kansas family of four is $15,000 lower. In The Wizard of Oz, Kansas symbolized common sense reality. The Kansas delegation is here to tell America tonight that Bob Dole is not in Kansas anymore. In fact, Bob Dole left Kansas for Oz more than 35 years ago. Bob Dole has been inside the Washington Beltway even before there was a Washington Beltway. When Dole was asked to justify his position that tobacco is not addictive, he said, well, there are those who say that milk is harmful. With his own words, Dole proved his addiction to tobacco money, and he proved that, like the Scarecrow, he has no brains. Dole received government-funded medical care, which literally saved his life. Yet he was proud to have been one of only 12 Congress members to have voted against the creation of Medicare, heartlessly attempting to deny needed, life-saving medical care to our nation's elderly. Like the Tin Man, Bob Dole has no heart. Over and over and over again, Senator Dole has cowered to the special interest groups like the powerful gun lobby, letting them craft his position on the use of assault weapons in the streets of our nation's cities and by extreme paramilitary groups in our nation's countrysides. Like the Cowardly Lion, Bob Dole has no political courage. Madam Secretary, we Kansans know the truth about Bob Dole because we watched his performance behind the bureaucratic curtains of Oz for the past 37 years. Madam Secretary, Kansas proudly cast all of its 42 votes for a man with courage, a man with brains, and a man with a heart, President Bill Clinton.
Thank you, Dennis Langley. Kansas cast 42 votes for President Bill Clinton. Kentucky. 61 votes, Kentucky.
Madam Secretary, as the proud chair of the most enthusiastic delegation to the 1996 convention, the delegation from the Commonwealth of Kentucky, the state that has given this nation and this party some of its great political leaders, including our distinguished senior senator from Kentucky, Wendell Ford. I am proud to yield the podium to our esteemed governor, Governor Paul Patton, whose election in 1995 turned the tide in our favor and fired up the 21st Century Express.
Madam Chairman, the great Commonwealth of Kentucky, the Bluegrass State, the home of Rick Pitino and the national champion University of Kentucky Wildcat basketball team, the home of the most exciting 2 minutes in sports, the Kentucky Derby, the home of Billy Ray Cyrus, Muhammad Ali, and leading the nation in education reform, proudly cast all of our 61 votes for Bill Clinton and Al Gore.
Thank you, Governor Patton. 61 votes. Kentucky, all 61 votes for President Bill Clinton. Louisiana. 71 votes.
Madam Secretary from New Orleans, the great state of Louisiana, the happiest delegation at the convention. A state where hundreds of thousands of our citizens are earning a decent wage with good jobs because of Bill Clinton, and the site of the next Democratic National Convention in New Orleans, Louisiana, proudly cast our 71 votes for President Bill Clinton.
Thank you, Senator Brough. 71 votes from Louisiana for President Bill Clinton. Maine. 32 votes, Maine.
Madam Secretary, it is
with great pleasure that I introduce one freshman Democratic congressman. Maine will return to a Democrat majority in Congress, Congressman John Baldacci.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, from the great state of Maine, in the home where Bill Clinton and Al Gore have reduced our unemployment by 26% so far, in a state where the natural resources are second only to the people, Madam Chairman, along with our state party chair, Victoria Murphy, in a state where Joe Brennan will be elected to the United States Senate, and Tom Allen will be elected to the United States House of Representatives, and continuing our very proud tradition of sending great leaders such as Senator Edmund S. Muskie and former Majority Leader Senator George J. Mitchell to Washington. Maine, what does Maine say? 4 years! Proudly cast all 32 ballots for President Bill Clinton and Vice President Al Gore.
Thank you, Congressman. Maine cast 32 votes for President Bill Clinton. Maryland, 88 votes.
Madam Secretary. Madam Secretary, Maryland, the home of Louis Goldstein, our comptroller, who has attended 14 Democratic conventions and who was there when we nominated Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and who is here with us here tonight. The state that passed one of the strongest anti-gun violence laws in the nation. Maryland, the state that passed one of the strongest anti-smoking laws in the nation. We thank President Bill Clinton and Al Gore for helping protect our major resource, the Chesapeake Bay. We thank the President for fighting for education, which is our future. And we thank the President and Mrs. Clinton for protecting our children. And we thank this administration for helping families with the Family and Medical Leave Aid. And therefore, Maryland proudly, enthusiastically cast our 88 votes for Bill Clinton.
Thank you, Governor. Maryland cast 88 votes for President Bill Clinton. Massachusetts, 144 votes.
Madam Secretary, the great Commonwealth of Massachusetts, where President Clinton's new direct student loan program offers 841,000 young people greater access to a college degree, where Senators Kennedy and Senator Kerry are fighting to protect our nation's children and working families, and they have refused to lose. Massachusetts, the cornerstone of the Democratic Party, casts all of its 114 votes for the man who will lead our nation into the 21st century, President William Jefferson Clinton.
Thank you, Massachusetts. Massachusetts cast 114 votes for President Bill Clinton. Michigan, 156 votes for Michigan.
Madam Secretary, the great state of Michigan, where for the last 2 years, our car companies have led the world in auto production for the first time in nearly 20 years. Home to our great Senator Carl Levin. And to the best Democratic congressional delegation in the country. All of whom have been fighting for Michigan's working families against the extremist Gingrich agenda. Home also to Debbie Stabenow, the next Congresswoman from the 8th District. and home also to one of the country's greatest mayors, Dennis Archer of Detroit. Michigan casts all 156 votes for a president who embodies the traditional Michigan values of opportunity, responsibility, and community. Bill Clinton.
Thank you, Chairman Brewer. Michigan cast 156 votes for President Bill Clinton. Minnesota. 92 votes, Minnesota.
Madam Secretary, on behalf of the progressive state of Minnesota and the fighting Senator Paul Wellstone, and home of Mayor Sharon Sales Bilton, and home of the original Happy Warrior, Hubert H. Humphrey, and home of our gifted Attorney General, Hubert H. Humphrey III.
In the spirit of the Happy Warrior who believed, like Bill Clinton, to put people first, Minnesota proudly casts, along with the DFL party, in the first unanimous vote, 92 votes for Bill Clinton and Al Gore.
Thank you, Minnesota. 92 votes for President Clinton. Mississippi, 47 votes.
Madam Secretary, Mississippi, a state enjoying new prosperity and new opportunity under the creative and courageous leadership of President Bill Clinton and Vice President Al Gore, the state that ties together Bill Clinton's state of Arkansas and Al Gore's state of Tennessee, yields now to Senator John Glenn and his fellow Democrats from Ohio for a very important announcement.
State of Mississippi yields to Ohio. Ohio, 172 votes.
Madam Secretary, I'm Dave Leland, chair of the Ohio Democratic Party in Ohio. Thanks the state of Mississippi for yielding to us. Madam Secretary, Ohio represents the best of America. Big cities and small towns, plentiful farmland and beautiful waterways. The people of Ohio know the value of hard work and the virtue of integrity. And we know that President Clinton's economic leadership has helped create 411,000 new private sector jobs in Ohio. 6 times more private sector jobs than were created in the entire Bush administration. Ohio seeks leaders with vision, with wisdom, and with compassion. Leaders like Bill Clinton and Al Gore, and leaders like our own United States Treasurer, Mary Ellen Withrow, and our great United States Senator, John Glenn.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. And I am particularly proud to be standing here with Dave Leland, one of the very finest state chairmen in the nation. Madam Secretary, we Buckeyes say Ohio is the heart of it all because we are blessed with a diversity as broad as this nation and inclusive as the whole Democratic Party. Our people include those of every color, of creed, and of national origin. And we live in dozens of big cities and in hundreds, indeed, across the whole Midwest in thousands of small communities like my hometown of New Concord, where our families and our communities teach us and form the values that guide our lives. And Madam Secretary, we in Ohio know it does take a village to raise a child. Madam Secretary, in 1992, Ohio's delegates put Bill Clinton over the top as our party's nominee. In 1992, Ohio's electoral votes gave Bill Clinton the margin he needed to be elected president. And Madam President, here in 1996, we will be proud and indeed honored to do it again. Madam Secretary, the great state of Ohio, the birthplace of aviation and mother of presidents, a state proud of the man who has put our country on track for the 21st century, casts every one of its 172 votes for the current and next President of the United States, Bill Clinton.
A thumbs up from President Clinton in his presidential hotel suite in Chicago. We believe that was Vernon Jordan sitting with the president, the First Lady and daughter. It's official. Bill Clinton has his party's nomination.
But it's not surprising, Bernie. We knew that this man was going to be the winner tonight, and it was just a matter of going through the roll call of the states. And in fact, we haven't even heard from all of them.
This is the moment. This is the day. This is the moment when I know I'm on my way. Every endeavor I have made effort is coming into play. It's here and now, today. This is the moment. This is the time when the momentum and the moment are in rhyme. Yes, give me this moment, this momentous moment, and I'll gather up my past. I'm gonna make this moment last. This is the moment when all that I've done, all of the dreaming, reaching, and believing becomes one. This is the day. Just see it shine when all we've dreamed for is yours and
Do the work, pay the taxes, raise the kids, and play by the rules. In the name of the hard-working Americans who make up our forgotten middle class, I proudly accept your nomination for President of the United States.
This is the hour when I can open up my tomorrows like a flower and put my hand to everything I plan to and fulfill my grand desire. See all my stars align. This is the moment, my final test. Destiny beckoned, I never reckoned second best. I won't look down, I must not fall. This is the moment, the sweetest moment of them
From this joyful mountaintop of celebration, we hear a call to service in the valley. We have heard the trumpets. We have changed the guard. And now, each in our own way, and with God's help, we must answer the call. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Jennifer Holliday.
Jennifer Holliday, reflecting very much what is on this man's mind and what he no doubt is feeling in his heart. This is the moment, my final test, the sweetest moment of them all. And during this segment, as she sang, videotape excerpts from, among other things, Bill Clinton's 1992 Atlanta Convention acceptance speech and also in his 1993 inauguration speech.
You know, Bernie, I may be wrong, but I think this is somewhat of a break with tradition. I mean, usually when the nominee goes over the top, it seems you have a floor demonstration that goes on at great length, stomping and screaming and so forth. And yet here tonight, the lights were dimmed, and you had Jennifer Holliday come out and sing, and she belted out a song. She has a spectacular voice, but it seems different from what we've seen in the past when the nomination has become clear.
Indeed, and I think also for our young viewers, you could be seeing the beginning of new traditions in American political conventions. Certainly, we all know that things are indeed changing. When we return to United Center here in Chicago, Ken Bodie and Bill Schneider with some of their thoughts on this evening's proceedings, and Larry King live with the final word. He's standing in the wings. He has a lot to tell you. Back in a moment.
No matter what size fax you send, no matter where in the world you send it, AT&T guarantees it'll get there. Because now, AT&T has 70% more international routes, which means more ways to get around trouble and more ways to steer clear of danger. So your international fax gets through. No matter where in the world you send it. Guaranteed network reliability at a competitive price, only from AT&T for the life of your business.
It's mine. It's all mine.
They have now entered Prague.
What? This is impossible.
Entering Yamato.
How can they do this?
Madras.
Stop.
Abu Dhabi.
Stop.
Keflavia, Izmir, Shanghai.
Every day, MasterCard opens over 3,000 new acceptance locations worldwide.
Oh, at least we still have Cochabamba.
No! MasterCard. It's smart money.
那生意怎么了？
嗨，不太妙，市场部老是收不到工程部的最新数据。
你需要 Lotus Notes，Notes 在网络上自动复制更新的数据，这样每个人都可以随时得到最新的信息，甚至是环球网上。
这样就能知己知彼，百战百胜。
一点儿也没错。
It took sparks of imagination, technology, and engineering to build the car that would best the Honda Accord. The result? Chrysler Cirrus. With a higher resale value, more standard features like air and ABS, and more passenger and cargo space. When you set a new standard, you expect a reaction. At price thousands less than a comparably equipped Accord, Chrysler Cirrus is sure to get one.
Just a natural fact of life. As we get older, some of our parts don't work as well.
Fortunately, with older cars, you can get those parts replaced at Meineke.
Well, we take good care of every car, young or old. Mufflers, brakes, CV joints, shocks, and struts. High-quality parts and service at a reasonable price.
Meineke keeps cars of all ages running like new. Too bad they can't do anything about this 1949 classic.
At Meineke, you're not going to pay a lot, but you'll get a lot.
I guarantee it.
In the home of the Chicago Bills and the Bulls, rather. I'm a Redskins fan. And the home of the Chicago Blackhawks, the United Center. These Democrats are very happy. They've just put over the top William Jefferson Clinton to head the party ticket again. The president watching the proceedings at his hospitality suite at the hotel. He arrived earlier. He feels very good. All these Democrats feel very good.
That's right. In fact, they're continuing the roll call behind us. They had the musical interlude, Jennifer Holliday, and now they're going on so that every state gets its say in this process. Bernie, what they wanted to do tonight was to put down a comparison, a contrast between Bob Dole and Bill Clinton, and I think they did that. We heard from Senator Christopher Dodd, the chairman of the Democratic Party. We heard from Vice President Al Gore. They both laid out in chapter and verse where the two candidates are different on budget cuts, education, health care, the environment, and on and on.
And I would say what they've done is essentially half their job, namely to call attention to what Bill Clinton and Al Gore have achieved in the first 4 years. They hope the first 4 years. They have talked about the Republican Congress, but they still have a job to do. Remember, the Republicans offered a bold plan for a high-growth economy. And the Democrats responded by portraying that plan as risky. Now, I think the Democrats don't want to portray themselves as the no-risk party. They can't run on a platform of safety first, that they're just there to protect the safety net. That's why I think the pressure will be on President Clinton tomorrow night to come up with his agenda for how he's going to produce economic growth, so the Democrats look like a party that's going to lead the country into the future, that's bold, that's willing to take risks, a plan for growth and not just safety. That's what we expect tomorrow night. Tonight, what we really will remember, and the speech that will be remembered, of course, is Al Gore and his personal statement about the loss of his sister to lung cancer and the very personal meaning of the attack on the tobacco industry for him as the vice president.
Well, just to expand a little bit on what both Judy and Bill said, there were policy agendas at this convention, both last night and tonight. Last night's policy agenda was laid out by Hillary Rodham Clinton, about 14 specific points. No huge, large policies, things like reading programs, home nursing, 48 hours for new mothers in the hospital, hospital hotlines, and so forth. That was the major speech last night. Al Gore's speech tonight also contained a series of small policy items. Legislation to keep pesticides off food, clean drinking water, the V-chip, things like that. Bill, it's certainly clear that President Clinton, it's his duty tomorrow night, or it's his opportunity tomorrow night, to lay out that big program. But it's not likely to be on the economy, because we already know that he's going to call for about $8 billion in tax cuts. That's not quite a match for the $400 to $500 to $600 billion in tax cuts that Bob Dole is calling for. So I'm not sure we're going to get a huge growth speech out of Bill Clinton tomorrow night, but then we'll know tomorrow night, won't we? Yep.
I've maintained throughout our coverage that I think that this presidential campaign is going to be one of the nastiest in American political history, very visceral. At one point tonight in this hall, Vice President Gore, he actually ad-libbed this line. He said that, referring to Bob Dole, he said, if he's the most optimistic man in America, I'd hate to see the pessimist. Bob Dole, tonight in Santa Barbara, California, leaving a restaurant, was asked by a reporter about Mr. Gore's speech. Listen to these words, quote, I feel sorry for him. Apparently he is the hatchet man for the Democrats. He always has been. It's not unexpected coming from Al Gore. It's unfortunate, but not unexpected. Close quotes. Bob Dole's reaction, first blush, to Vice President Al Gore.
And Bernie, that's the same night that Senator Christopher Dodd said, let's do our part to restore civility to America's political discourse. Let's not dishonor democracy. We got to stop calling names, stop attacks on the president's family. So there are attacks going on. There's a call for more civil discourse. We'll see how long it lasts.
No, it's not going to last. It's going to continue. The Democrats, even tonight from this podium, said, let's go after Speaker Newt Gingrich. We're going to run against them. There's only one regret I have, and that is that we cannot tell you all the people at CNN, the women and men of this great network, who do what they do to enable us to do what we do. But we have to put a period here because we're going to come back tomorrow night. Larry King with the very last word coming up momentarily. But first, from Chicago, we leave you with some of the memorable sights and sounds on this third night of the Democratic Convention.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's the President of the United States live coming into Chicago.
Thank you so much. Thank you. As all of you know, when I accept the nomination of our party tomorrow night and start this campaign, it will be the first American campaign for the 21st century and the last campaign for Bill Clinton. And I wanted to be on that track because I wanted to look into the eyes, into the faces, and into the hearts of people who live in the heartland of America, the people I have worked for and fought for the last 4 years, and I liked what I saw.
I've been watching you doing that Macarena on television. And if I could have your silence, I would like to demonstrate for you the Al Gore version of the Macarena. Would you like to see it again? There is a profound difference in outlook between the president and the man who seeks his office. In his speech from San Diego, Senator Dole offered himself as a bridge to the past. Tonight, Bill Clinton and I offer ourselves as a bridge to the future. 3,000 young people in America will start smoking tomorrow. 1,000 of them will die a death not unlike my sister's. And that is why, until I draw my last breath, I will pour my heart and soul into the cause of protecting our children from the dangers of smoking.
I served with Senator Robert Dole in the legislative branch for 20 years. It is not Bob Dole's reputation that I question. It is his agenda for America. Sometimes a fine person has flawed ideas. This is such a time. I proudly place in nomination before this convention and this country the name of America's President, William Jefferson Clinton.
Madam Secretary, the great state of Ohio, the birthplace of aviation and mother of presidents, a state proud of the man who has put our country on track for the 21st century, casts every one of its 172 votes for the current and next President of the United States, Bill Clinton.
this plant is a rich source of natural vitamin E.
This plant uses that source to make enough vitamin E to supply 170 million people with their daily requirement.
This is a soybean plant.
And this is an Archer Daniels Midland vitamin E plant, where soybeans are used to produce natural vitamin E, officially recognized to have 36% greater potency than synthetic vitamin E. Two very different plants, one very essential vitamin. Another reason why ADM is supermarket to the world.
Before there even was a United States, John Wheeler purchased life insurance to protect his family. 7 generations later, the Wheeler family purchased an annuity for retirement that kept on paying despite the Great Depression. As America changed, so did life insurers, helping families with innovative protection and retirement programs. Pensions, 401ks, annuities, life insurance, long-term care, and disability insurance.
Hey, John. Yeah? Line 2 is for you.
Today, another John Wheeler worries about securing his family's future, about Social Security not being there, that he'll outlive his income. Like generations before him, he'll turn to life insurers to meet his financial needs. Wonder what the newest generation of the Wheeler family will need to help secure their future? America's life insurers are working on it, continuing nearly 250 years of planning, protection, and security.
How to achieve success.
For me, it's the details. In golf, that means taking it one stroke at a time. And at Jiffy Lube, we do it one car at a time. And we offer the quality of Pennzoil. So even though we've serviced almost 100 million cars, the one that matters most is the one we're working on now.
If it doesn't say Jiffy Lube, it just isn't Jiffy Lube.
The Krylon Touch
Means making the old look new.
The Krylon Touch.
And the boring becomes beautiful. Show your true colors.
Don't just paint, give it the Krylon Touch.
Only with Krylon.
Introducing the Michelin X1 with a 6-year unlimited mileage tread life warranty. It gives you better wet traction than any rain tire, plus control in any driving condition. After all, it hasn't rained that much in years.
Tonight, a special edition of Larry King Live from the Democratic National Convention. Now live from Chicago, here's Larry King.
We're a little late, folks, but we're still here. Normally, during convention time, we go on at midnight, but of course, at a late roll call, we're with you about 20 minutes late, so we'll hang with you till about 10 of the hour with outstanding guests. Later, we'll meet Kevin Nealon, who is covering this convention for NBC's Tonight Show with Jay Leno. We'll also meet Senator George McGovern and Governor Michael Dukakis, two former candidates of this party. We welcome first Senator Chris Dodd, Senator of Connecticut, Chairman of the Democratic National Committee, who placed the name of Bill Clinton in nomination tonight. Thought he was going to win, didn't you?
I thought I could win. This was a candidate. I like Al Gore when he casts a vote when he's vice president. He never loses. I placed a man's name in nomination who I didn't think could win. Several delegates said they were in doubt until they heard my speech.
You had it done, right? What was it like up there? What is that like?
Well, it's an unsettling experience, particularly as I was walking out. One friend of mine said, "Now relax." He said, "There's only about 50 million people watching you."
No, well, is it nervous after all these years?
Sure it is. And in fact, anybody who walks up there overconfident is usually going to be in trouble. So it's an unsettling experience. It's tight time frame, too. We're trying to keep a schedule around here, and particularly if you're a United States Senator, most senators, it takes them about 10 minutes just to clear their throat, you know. So.
Also, most nominating speeches are pretty long.
They have been historically, yeah. And if you go back and is watching the old videos, and some of them went on an hour or more, and you couldn't get away with that today. Forget your people and trying to cover it. The delegates wouldn't tolerate it. One night, I noticed one state out here went on about 5 or 10 minutes announcing all of the wonderful attributes of his state, and the crowd began to chant, "Vote, vote, vote."
You were chosen by?
The president asked me if I would place his name in nomination. I was deeply honored to do it. He came to Connecticut, I mentioned, 16 years ago when I was nominated for the Senate. It was the keynote speaker at the Bushnell Memorial Auditorium in Hartford, and we've been friends for a long time, so I'm deeply pleased he asked me to do it. It's really a high honor, high point in my life.
It is the high point?
Sure, absolutely.
Do you like or not like all the talk already that if this team is reelected, it's going to be you versus Gore, and others in the race 4 years from now?
It's incredible to me. Someone said to me the other day, what are your aspirations? I said, to get through to Thursday night, go home to Connecticut, and then hope we can win on November 5th. And that's my horizon. I have to make a decision about whether or not to seek re-election in the Senate in '98. I haven't done that yet. If I had to make it today, I'd probably run, but I haven't decided that firmly yet. So I'm really, we're doing all we can. We've got a great team here. The Vice President did a fantastic job tonight, I thought, addressing this convention and speaking with such conviction and caring. This is a great team. He's done a wonderful job. The President has. That's really as far as this goes.
How about your state?
We're in good shape in Connecticut, and obviously Connecticut's a bellwether state in many ways. In the last number of elections, we've had usually the winner of Connecticut wins the presidential contest. The President's been to Connecticut a lot over the last 4 years. We're in strong shape there, so we're hoping to have a good win coming out of Connecticut.
You were in San Diego as kind of the loyal opposition.
Yeah.
How do you compare the two?
Well, for much better. I mean,
you think this one's better?
Well, I tell you why, and not just
shocked.
Well, yeah, I thought you'd be shocked if I said that. But the reason is that here we allow diversity to be expressed. Put aside the hall and so forth. Those are not the important things. I thought they did a great job with a tough set of circumstances to handle. And they had great speakers at it, and it went well for for Bob Dole. But we allowed people to talk here. There was no gag rule here. This idea that you wouldn't let someone stand up, the governor of the state of California, which the convention is being held. Do you imagine if I tried to tell Mayor Daley that I wanted to read his speech before he got up here, or that he wasn't going to be allowed to talk if I didn't approve of his comments? It's that sort of a thing that I think, frankly, turns off so many people. They know we have disagreements with ourselves. They know there's a huge disagreement in the Republican Party. Why don't they allow that disagreement to be aired? A disagreement doesn't mean you're not going to support the ticket at the end of the day. We allowed it here. You had Mario Cuomo, Reverend Jackson expressing their disagreement on welfare reform, also said at the end of their remarks, we're going to support this ticket. But we think differently on an important subject matter than the President. That's healthy. That's good.
The President seems to be, as all indications, flying, for want of a better term. He is
He had a great week.
Up.
Great week.
The train ride, a good idea.
It's terrific.
The speech tomorrow. First, will it be very long? You
No,
just said that could be a mistake, and sometimes he does go on too long.
Well, he enjoys talking and talking to people one-on-one or to an audience. But I think this will not be that long. Obviously, a lot could depend upon the reception. He's going to get a wild reception here. I mean, you've got some indication of it this evening. This is one fired-up group of Democrats, anxious to really go to work for this ticket, feeling pretty good about how things are looking right now. So he's going to get a reception. You saw how Mrs. Clinton was received. It almost went on, what, 5-6 minutes, just that demonstration. So I do not expect the speech to be long. But this president doesn't believe in platitudes. He doesn't want to just stand up here and mouth a lot of words. He wants to talk about what he's fought for. And most importantly, and this is what I think the key will be tomorrow, you've heard a lot about what a job he and Al Gore have done over the last 4 years, the fights they've had, the courageous decisions. He, I think, is going to focus most of his remarks on what do we do over these next 4 years as we get ready for this next century. So it's going to be very forward-looking.
Some have forecast it'll also be a little State of the Union-ish, in that rather than a rousing political damn the Republican speech, it'll be more like, here's what we've done, here's what I'm going to do. True?
Well, I don't know. State of the Union makes, because that's a different setting and a different forum. But a couple of points. One, this president is not comfortable in acrimonious attacks. I rarely have ever heard him. He doesn't do it privately. I've seen people, frankly, that I thought he should pay less attention to, considering what they've said about him. He's so gracious that it can make his close friends sometimes angry with him about how...
You're not going to see attacks on...
No, this is not his style. He wouldn't be comfortable doing it. It wouldn't look like him. And so that's not what he's interested in. He really is interested in what do we do from here. So I think he will express some specific points about things that he has in mind.
Will we hear some new things tomorrow that we haven't heard yet?
I think you might, yeah. There's been some speculation, and obviously it wouldn't be my role here this evening to lay those out, but he believes in being specific about some things. Talking just in generalities would leave an audience somewhat cold, so he'll get specific about some ideas.
Have you seen any of the speech?
No, I haven't seen any of the speech. I've heard some discussion about some of the ideas, but not the speech.
Do you imagine as chairman, as the man who nominated him, you might get a good wind of it tomorrow?
Well, I have already a wind, but he's got enough people around. He doesn't need anyone reading the speech for him.
Senator Dole, even though the vice president praised him extensively tonight, Senator Dole said that Al Gore was, I'm paraphrasing, a pit bull.
Yeah. the Hatchet Man.
The Hatchet Man. What do you make of that?
Well, I'm surprised, because that's what they used to call Bob Dole. I mean, when he was out and did the job I had when he was general chairman of the Republican Party back in '72. And I meant what I said about Bob Dole. I've served him for 20 years. I happen to like him, respect him immensely. We disagree, and what I said, sometimes, fine people can have flawed ideas, and I disagree with him as the president, vice president. But this is not a time to be attacking people and attacking families.
Have a minute left. What kind of campaigns are going to be?
Well, I heard Bernie say earlier he thought it would get nasty, and I sat there and thought, boy, I hope that's wrong. And because I think we turn off so many people. So many people walk away from this process. They're so sick of it. And there's so much to discuss and to talk and to debate about on different points of view, economic plans. I think the country would breathe a huge sigh of relief if we could do our best to keep it at that level. And that's why I spent so much time this evening talking about that civility in our discourse. The people are hungry for it in this country, and they want to hear their public people talk in terms that are positive and not negative about personalities.
Perot in the debate?
Well, I think he should be. I mean, tell me the polls next week show him at 1% or 2%. Fine, they may have a different opinion, Larry, but I think Ross Perot has made a significant contribution to this process, and as far as I'm concerned, he ought to be a part of that.
Thanks, Senator.
Thank you.
We'll look back with Senator George McGovern and Governor Michael Dukakis next on Larry King Live, The Last Word. Don't go away.
Thursday on CNN and Company, Ladies' Night at the Convention. I'm Mary Tillotson. We'll talk about it live from Chicago, 11:30 Eastern, Thursday on CNN.
This is the place to turn for complete coverage of live breaking news wherever it occurs.
This is the place for lively debate.
From the right and the left. This is the place where you can speak out and your voice will be heard.
This is the place to turn for television's most reliable coverage of business and financial news.
This is the place for lively conversation with top newsmakers and celebrities and your phone calls.
This is the place to turn for the most complete view of the events shaping your world today.
This is the place to turn for interviews,
conversation,
both sides of the issues,
fashion and design, entertainment news,
the world of sports, business and financial news.
This is CNN.
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 Financial news to start your business day. Weekdays 6 Eastern on CNN.
No matter what size fax you send, no matter where in the world you send it, AT&T guarantees it'll get there. Because now AT&T has 70% more international routes, which means more ways to get around trouble and more ways to steer clear of danger. So your international fax gets through. No matter where in the world you send it. Guaranteed network reliability at a competitive price, only from AT&T for the life of your business.
Free flea spray. Free flea spray.
Now you can get free flea spray and pet shampoo when you call 1-800-TERMINEX for new service and say, free flea spray 5 times fast.
Okay, got it.
Hello, Terminex.
Flea spray.
It's that easy.
What can you do to prevent this gray?
Introducing Thompson's Water Seal Wood Finish Colors. Natural wood tones block graying. Thompson's waterproofers protect the wood. And now through Labor Day, save $2 a gallon.
Even though a living former Democratic president is not here, Jimmy Carter, 2 former Democratic candidates are. They are Senator George McGovern of South Dakota, who was the 1972 presidential candidate defeated by Richard Nixon, and Governor Michael Dukakis, Massachusetts, 1988 presidential candidate who was defeated by George Bush. Michael, I must ask you, because people may look that your neck looks a little strange and that something weird didn't happen to you. What did happen to you?
Kitty was driving. That's what happened.
You got in a car?
Well, we cracked up on Starro Drive in Boston, and I was sitting in the back seat like a good professor, reading and grading midterm exams.
Kitty's your chauffeur?
Well, she's always done the driving. You know, I'm a mass transit guy.
So you were in the back?
I was in the back, and she was in the front with our daughter, and
Bam.
Fortunately, we kind of banged and somebody rear-ended us. And I've got
So, what do you have?
I have a very severe case of whiplash and a fractured sternum. And here I am.
Is
only for you, Larry.
Only for you.
The fact that this didn't happen a long time ago probably is explained by the fact that Kitty's been doing the driving instead of Michael.
Is it tough, Senator McGovern, to come back?
No, I've had a good time. I'm here just as a spectator, as you know. I don't have
but
any
is it
particular...
nostalgically difficult?
No, not really. And as a matter of fact, looking back on that '68 convention, obviously none of us are happy about the violence and the crazy stuff that happened out in the streets. But that convention did some good things. The Democratic Party grappled with what was then the central issue before the country, which is the Vietnam War.
I know, but
and we fought it out. And that
but
was
emotionally to come back.
I haven't found that, no.
No, we're having a great time. Look, I'm a good friend and longtime colleague of Bill Clinton's. I'm very happy with the kind of job he's done under very difficult circumstances. And this is the most together Democratic convention I've ever been to, and I feel terrific about it.
So there's no sadness about, like, what might have been?
Well, look...
I could have been a contender.
If there'd been another result in '88, I'd be winding up 8 glorious years as President of the United States. I mean, sure, there's a little bit of that, but no, I'm just very pleased. You know, frankly, Chicago is a much more exciting and vibrant city than I remember it. I was at the '68 convention, too. I campaigned here in '87, '88. And maybe
really...
Mayor Daley at the people of Chicago, I'll tell you, it's been great coming out here.
It jumps.
It jumps, it's alive, it looks terrific. This is a very different city, even from the Chicago of 8 years ago.
Let's face it, there is some regret and some, you know, you think about what might have been. Michael Dukakis would have been a great president. I think I'd have done pretty well if I'd have made it in '72.
Now, the man who's going to run again, who'll accept this nomination tomorrow night, was a big supporter of yours, campaigned heavily for you. In fact, he was one of the managers.
He was the coordinator of the Texas campaign.
Nominated me.
Nominated you, right.
A great speech.
A long speech,
but a great speech. But a good speech.
Do you feel badly about being out of the process?
No, not really. And I had a shot at it. I was in the Senate for 18 years. I was nominated for the presidency, one of the greatest honors that can come to any American. I'm a little bit envious of the fact that my convention, the one where I was nominated, probably wasn't as orchestrated as carefully as it should have been.
2 in the morning.
I gave my acceptance address at 2:30 in the morning. I think my mother saw it.
No, but are you bothered that you're not in the inner circle of the party?
Well, look, as I say, I've had a chance to be heard on this.
Are you bothered, Michael?
Not bothered, and you know, once you're in it, Larry, you never get out of it. I mean, my phone rings 50 times a day. I'm in touch with folks in Washington. I do the best I can to be as helpful as I can.
But neither of you in the White House confidential, right?
No, but you know, every once in a while I'll sit down with the president. I'm certainly in touch with people around him all the time and trying to be as helpful as I can. And so you're always a part of it. And you also have to understand that, as George says, we had our shot and we didn't make it. He had his, he made it. I think he's going to be reelected, and I'm very pleased with that.
What's the read in Massachusetts?
He's going to win big.
Big?
Yeah.
What about Kerry and the governor?
Tough fight, but I think Kerry will win it. But it's going to be a tough fight.
Well, it's South Dakota.
I think the president's got a chance in South Dakota. It's tough in our state. We've got an important Senate race out there. I think we may elect a Democratic senator, Congressman. It's possible. Congressman Tim Johnson, right now, if the election were held today, would probably win. I think we've got a chance to pick up that seat.
What's the hardest thing about running?
George, what's the hardest thing about running?
I suppose that there is nothing in our national life that's any more draining physically, mentally, and emotionally than a campaign for the presidency. Incidentally, I noticed the president was very tired when he came in from that train trip.
He was supposed to come
today.
here tonight and didn't.
And so if I had any one bit of warning to a presidential contender, I would say don't let yourself get too fatigued. That's the time when you make mistakes. Barry Goldwater once gave me some friendly advice along that line. It's very easy to just wear yourself down in a campaign.
Hardest for you?
The thing that drove me nuts, Larry, was the walling off that took place. I was a governor, yeah, the walling off from the public. I was a governor, never had security, wouldn't have it. We don't have a governor's mansion in Massachusetts. If we did, we wouldn't have lived in it. We lived in our own house. I was the guy that took the streetcar to work and stuff. And I was always in contact with my constituents, and that was very important to me. And all of a sudden, I'm the nominee. The Secret Service, who are terrific people, are there to protect you. And you absolutely are cut off from any genuine contact with average Americans. And once you become president, it's even worse. Now, what we do about this, I don't know, but it drove me up the wall. I mean, I couldn't be the guy I think I am, moving from holding room to holding room. I mean, it's not me. I got to be out there with people. I've got to have some feedback. I've got to be in touch with folks. And I found it very difficult. And Bill Clinton, who is the most genuinely gregarious person I've ever met in my life, drives him nuts. He called the White House about a year ago the crown jewel of the federal correctional system. You know?
It's great seeing you both.
Good
Senator,
to be with you.
Great book.
Thanks.
Be
Thanks
well.
for what you're doing.
Thank you. Senator George McGovern, Governor Michael Dukakis. They're still calling the roll. They don't quit, these people, because Vermont has to tell you why they're great. They're on Vermont now, I think. Anyway, Vermont just went for Clinton. Anyway, they're getting close to the end. When we come back, Kevin Nealon, formerly of Saturday Night Live and the TV show Champs, who played me on Saturday Night Live, joins us next. Don't go away.
Relax. You are now entering a stress-free zone. A free breakfast will be prepared for you daily. You will rest in a comfortable 2-room suite. Your satisfaction is guaranteed. Unwind with evening beverages and enjoy yourself here, because eventually you'll have to go back out there. Embassy Suites, twice the hotel. Call 1-800-EMBASSY.
This is my office.
This is my office.
This is my desk. This is my office.
There's a very good reason why it's called running a business.
This is my office.
This is my receptionist. It doesn't come to you. It doesn't wait for you.
This is my conference
This
room.
is my office.
This is my factory. You've got to get there first, with the most for the least.
This is research. This is accounting.
Which is exactly the idea behind Office Depot. We've got all you need, all at the best prices. Guaranteed. Office Depot.
This is where I take care of business.
Nearly 250 years ago, John Wheeler purchased a life insurance policy, starting a tradition of financial planning that's seen the Wheelers through good times and bad. And today, we're helping the newest generation of Wheelers with innovative protection and retirement programs, pensions, 401ks, annuities, life insurance, long-term care, and disability insurance. Nearly 250 years of planning, protection, and security from America's life insurers.
Ready, take one. There's a simple choice to make. I still believe in a place.
In this year of decision, nobody will cover Campaign 96 like CNN. Reported by the most experienced team of correspondents and analysts ever assembled to help you better understand the issues and the candidates. From coverage of the Republican and Democratic national conventions to Election Day, CNN is your campaign headquarters.
Now let's get over with it. Go ahead. Go ahead, Kevin. Larry King, do him.
Roanoke, Virginia.
You love doing me, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I mean, you really had me down.
Yeah.
First time I saw it, I couldn't believe it. The suspenders, the glasses.
Yeah, well, you know, once you strap those suspenders on, it kind of pulls up your shoulders and
hunches.
Yeah, hunches you over, and you start yelling out city names. Roanoke, Virginia.
What's your question?
What's your question? Yeah. I don't do many impressions.
You're not an impressionist.
No,
you're a comedic actor.
I am a Shakespearean actor.
You're kidding.
Yes.
Yes. You also do Sam Donaldson, though, don't you?
I do a little Sam Donaldson.
Go ahead,
like I said, I'm not an impressionist.
But do a little Sam.
Well, Larry, haven't done him in a while, but he's something like this. We're coming to you live from the United Center, and I'm Sam Donaldson.
You got the face. He'll be here tomorrow night, Sam.
Tomorrow night, Sam Donaldson.
Okay. Are you, you're covering this. You're covering this for the Tonight Show, right?
That's right.
Explain your duties here, Kev.
Well, my duties, Larry, is I'm a correspondent for Jay Leno, and they sent me here, and what we did is we went out on the street, and oh boy,
what's the matter with your neck?
I was talking to Kitty Dukakis over there before, and she fell asleep on me and just fell on me, and it just.
So that's 2 whiplashes she's caused. It hurts.
It's a little tired. I'll be all right. I'll be all right. So, you know,
Kitty is the kiss of death.
She is the kiss of death.
So you report for Jay Leno?
Yeah. I've never done this kind of thing before.
I was on with you. I think tonight they ran it.
That's right.
You ask different kind of questions.
Well, yeah, we asked the tough questions.
Give an example of some of the things you asked.
Let's see. We asked sorry, it's been a while, Larry.
You asked if I would take
if you were in a plane crash in the Andes and you were faced with certain starvation, would you eat Newt Gingrich?
That was one of the questions.
Yeah.
You asked if I would take a bullet.
Would you take a bullet for Bill Clinton?
These are things you're curious
That's
about,
right.
and they played this on the air,
tough questions, right?
What do you think of the convention?
I like what you did with it. Yeah, it looks good.
What we did with it?
Yeah.
No, the Democratic Party did this. We're just a booth.
Oh, you just set up here. Okay.
Yeah. You think this is?
I just thought this was part of the show.
Oh, you
I've
think
never done your
CNN
show.
put this together?
That's what I thought. You know, but now that I find out that you haven't, I think it's kind of like a zoo, isn't it? I mean, I've never been around this many optimistic people in my life.
That's right.
You know, they really are.
In one room.
Yeah. And the delegates are really kind of kooky, aren't they?
What do you mean? Because the way they dress
The way they dress and
the way they act. But they're happy. They're, you know.
And these people are voting.
All right, Kevin, what happened? Why did you leave Saturday Night Live?
Oh, there were some legal problems. I left because I was there for 9 years. And how long have you been doing this show?
11 and a half.
Yeah. You wanted to leave about 9 years ago, though,
No,
right?
I like this show.
You like the show?
It's fun.
I should have stayed.
You should have stayed. You did the news great.
That was fun.
You did me great.
Yeah, that was fun. It was a great show. I love living in New York City and working with all these great talented people and musicians, sitting this close to Paul McCartney when he was playing Hey Jude and Lady Madonna and things like that. But, you know, I'd done it for 9 years and I was ready to move on. And there was a show called Champs that was created by Gary David Goldberg. And
Great guy.
Yeah, being...
what happened to Champs?
Well, we did 12 of them, and they aired them, and you've got to have very high ratings to stay on these days, and we just didn't have the ratings.
So what are you doing now, other than this week is for the Tonight Show? What next, Kev?
I don't know. We'll be right back after this.
No, wait a minute. You have nothing planned?
No, I have a few things I'm working on.
You're very talented.
I'm extremely talented, and I'm a very funny young man. And,
You're a good
I think
actor,
there's
Shakespearean. You have background, you have quality. You can do some imitations.
I'd take a bullet for you.
You would take a bullet for me?
I'd take a BB for you in the butt.
So what are you going to do?
I was hoping you'd give me a little direction.
You have no idea?
Nothing.
In other words, what you're saying is...
It's over.
Your career is over.
It is completely over.
Because after tomorrow night's Tonight Show, you're leaving the business.
After tonight, the Larry King Show.
What are you going to do?
When I walk out this door?
What are you going to do?
Well, you know, I'll take a minimum wage job, which is much higher now than it was when I got into this business. So I'll do that for a while, and maybe politics.
You might run for office.
You can't rule anything out.
What if offers came in, though, to return to the television or go on the Broadway stage? Or...
You know what I'm going to do, Larry? I'm writing a few things right now, and I'm reading a few scripts, and I continue to do stand-up comedy. A lot of people don't know I do stand-up, but it's what I started out doing, and it's my forte. So I do a lot of corporate conventions and things like this, and...
No regrets over leaving Saturday Night Live?
No, none whatsoever. It was a great time, and I loved it when I did it, but it was just time to go.
So we may see you again in a TV series. We'll certainly see you doing stand-up. You're also writing.
Yes, I'm doing all of these things, and it's keeping me pretty busy.
You're a wonderful person and
I'm a wonderful person, a great talent, and I've got a lot going for me.
Let's end this show as if you were me.
Well, how much longer will you be doing this show? And when you leave, will someone take over for you?
But how would they leave the same name? What would they call the show?
Well, they would call it the Kevin Nealon Live Show. Who else can do a better you?
Are you bucking for this show?
I'm just saying that
We have a phone call for you.
All right, let's take a call.
From where is it? From where is the call?
Caller.
Marina. I don't know. Marina, California.
What is your question?
Yes, I'd like to ask Kevin, first of all, we miss you, Kevin, on Saturday Night Live. Number two, is there anything that is considered sacred ground for humor on Saturday Night Live, particularly this year and when we have serious issues discussed in the presidential election?
Is anything off limits?
Yeah, there are things that are off limits. On Saturday Night Live, there was, there was a line about, you couldn't really do too much about drug humor, which was really a difference between the 75 cast, that's about all they did was drug humor, and also some religious things, But, I think there's a way to do every kind of joke about different things.
But basically, they let you fly, right?
Yeah.
All right, close the show as me. Let me tell you what you have to say, okay? We'll be back tomorrow at 6 Eastern and then again at midnight on our wrap-up night of the convention. We'll take your calls, and Clinton speech is tomorrow night, and then we'll be back in Washington on Friday. And then you can laugh your way out. So there's the camera, and close it.
All right, we're out of time. We'll be back tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern, 12 Central. We'll have Bill Clinton on the show tomorrow night. We'll be taking your calls. I'm Larry King here with Kevin Nealon. I might have got that wrong. You better check the TV guide.
Say good night.
Good night. Over there, Chief.
We're out.
Oh, Fluffy, a bug. Let's call Terminix.
Call 1-800-TERMINX for any bug problem. Nobody has a better money-back guarantee.
Fluffy, don't call Terminix if you want to see Cat again.
Nobody bugs bugs like Terminix.
Fluffy!
You have a 30-year mortgage. So shouldn't you have a 30-year faucet? Moen. Buy it for looks. Buy it for life.
This is my classroom. This is my classroom. This is my playground.
Nobody goes back to school anymore. They're definitely going forward.
This is my finger paint.
Kids aren't just growing up faster, they're growing up smarter. And the smartest thing you can do is come to Office Depot. We've got compact computers and innovative Avery products for home, office, and school. All at the best prices. Guaranteed. Office Depot.
This is where I take care of business.
People who like Freedent because it won't stick to most dental work love Freedent because it's soft to chew and deliciously long-lasting, too. That's why they stick with the gum that won't. Non-stick Freedent, the perfect gum for almost perfect teeth.
Thursday on CNN and Company, Ladies' Night at the Convention. Democrats try and widen the gender gap. I'm Mary Tillotson. We'll talk about it live from Chicago, Thursday, 11:30 Eastern on CNN. Hello, I'm Kathleen Kennedy at the CNN Center in Atlanta. Inside Politics is up next, but first a look at our top stories. There is reassuring news about Hurricane Edouard, at least for the time being. Forecasters say that after passing well to the north of Puerto Rico, Edouard should steer clear of Florida and Georgia, too. Edouard is now centered 300 miles north of Puerto Rico. Its top winds dropped only slightly today. Forecasters are still concerned about two other storms right behind it. Tropical storm Fran is approaching hurricane strength about 500 miles east of the Leeward Islands. Another tropical storm, Gustav, has formed far out in the Atlantic Ocean. Raging wildfires across the western U.S. are stretching firefighters to the limit. Planes are dumping fire retardant on 1,600-acre blaze near the Angeles National Forest. Scorching temperatures and low humidity are hampering firefighting efforts. A 15-year-old boy has been charged with setting that fire. In Nevada, there were no firefighters to send to some blazes. The government is promising to send the states more Army reinforcements and tens of millions of dollars in emergency funds. Nearly 20,000 firefighters are battling wildfires in at least 7 states. An acknowledgement today by the Pentagon. Officials now admit knowing in 1991 that chemical weapons were stored at an Iraqi ammunition depot.
When we first started piecing together the puzzle of what had happened in Camisea back in 1991, we revealed the fact that there were various parts of the government that were aware of the presence of documentation regarding this UN Special Commission visit to Iraq in 1991. And it was as a result of the added emphasis that the President gave that we have, as I say, uncovered this document and others, and are continuing to look for information that will help us get to the bottom of the unexplained illnesses that are afflicting some of the Gulf War vets.
Officials say they found out only this year U.S. troops were involved in the Iraqi depot's demolition. Some Gulf War veterans expressed skepticism about the Pentagon statement. For the first time, doctors have been able to change the genetic code of lung cancer cells inside the body. In at least some cases, the results have been to halt or even reverse the growth of life-threatening tumors. CNN senior medical correspondent Dan Rutz has more from Houston.
The problem with cancer cells is they don't know when to quit. It is the uncontrolled growth of tumors that shoves aside healthy tissue, causing pain, debilitation, and oftentimes death. Researchers at MD Anderson Cancer Center in Houston are trying to fix the problem that they say starts in the genes, carrying the blueprints of heredity. One gene in particular, called P53, can stop a damaged cell from turning into a cancerous one.
P53 has been called the guardian of the genome for the cell.
In at least half of all cancers, a damaged P53 gene doesn't work. So the Houston researchers are finding ways to replace it within the tumor itself.
The healthy P53 gene can then begin to trigger the self-destruction program for the cancer cell.
9 patients with incurable lung cancer were given injections of a harmless virus capable of carrying the P53 gene into tumor cells. Tumors shrank in 3, quit growing in 3 others, and were unaffected in the rest. All of the original patients eventually died of advanced cancer elsewhere in their bodies. Here, a tumor blocking a patient's airway almost disappeared when the gene therapy kicked in.
Well, this is a first step in showing that we can restore a normal functioning gene in a cancer cell, a gene that normally causes that cell to be cancerous when it's defective.
Betty Kurz says she quit smoking too late to avoid the lung cancer that had spread by the time it was diagnosed 5 months ago. Standard treatment didn't help. Gene therapy may make a difference. And while chemotherapy made her sick, the gene injections don't even hurt.
Oh, it's a piece of cake. I mean, there's just nothing to it. You can get up and walk out and go dig roses if you want to.
With her closely knit family and a great-grandchild on the way, Betty is an eager research subject. Gene therapy may buy her more time, and she's also helping doctors make the technology better and more practical.
It's not a cure they're talking about here, but rather the proof of a principle. It's the first step toward designing the next generation of cancer treatments. Dan Rutz, CNN, Houston.
The U.S. Treasury Department has blocked a $1 billion Libyan gift to Nation of Islam leader Louis Farrakhan. Libyan leader Muammar Gaddafi promised the money when Farrakhan visited Tripoli in January. The U.S. bars most financial transactions with Libya, but Farrakhan had asked for an exemption, saying he would use the money to help African Americans. Today, the Treasury Department rejected that request, saying the U.S. must continue isolating Libya because Gaddafi supports terrorism. Relations between Israel and the PLO have taken a turn for the worse. PLO leader Yasser Arafat is accusing Israel of declaring war on Palestinians by expanding Jewish settlements in the West Bank. He's calling a general strike for tomorrow to protest the planned expansion. The Palestinian Legislative Council is also calling for an end to all contacts with the Jewish state. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu accuses Arafat of trying to incite violence. That's a look at our top stories. I'm Kathleen Kennedy at the CNN Center in Atlanta. Inside Politics is up next.
Thursday on CNN's Larry King Live, Congressman Joe Kennedy, Mayor Richard Daley, my guests in Chicago, Thursday, 6 Eastern on CNN.
Be my love, for no one else can end this yearning.
He's been called one of the greatest tenors in music history. Placido Domingo. Heartland Music presents one of the world-famous three tenors, Placido Domingo, in a very special collection.
Your Spanish eyes, teardrops are falling from your Spanish eyes, younger than springtime.
Placido's great voice makes every song more beautiful than ever.
Where do I begin to tell the story of how great a love can
24
be?
classics. You'll love the beautiful voice of Placido Domingo in one of the most romantic, enjoyable collections ever. But it's not in stores. Please stay tuned to order yours now.
Because you are mine.
Call 1-800-257-1257 to save all COD charges and pay only $14.98 for cassettes or $19.98 for 2 CDs, plus $3.50 shipping. Use your credit card or send check or money order to Placido Domingo, P.O. Box 2919, Atlanta, Georgia. Remember, save all COD charges by sending check or money order or use your credit card.
This is CNN.
Madam Secretary, the great state of Ohio, the birthplace of aviation and mother of presidents, a state proud of the man who has put our country on track for the 21st century, casts every one of its 172 votes for the current and next president of the United States, Bill Clinton.
The Democrats let the big swing state of Ohio put Bill Clinton over the top again. The president watched, and now he's waiting for his turn at the podium.
From the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, this is Inside Politics with Miles O'Brien.
All that's left now for Bill Clinton to go before his party and say yes. Tonight, he's in Chicago, and he's officially the Democratic presidential nominee. Convention delegates gave their blessing to his bid to win re-election, something no president of his party has done in half a century.
I place in nomination for the presidency of the United States a man whom I have called my president for nearly 4 years and my friend for nearly 20, William Jefferson Clinton.
The nominating honors went to the man throwing the bash at the United Center, the Democratic Party's general chairman, Senator Christopher Dodd. He portrayed the man from Hope as the man who understands America's problems and is doing something about them. Dodd challenged members of his own party to take the high road this election year, and he urged Republicans to stop attacking the president's family.
Let us do our part to restore civility to America's political discourse. Let us lead by example. Let us not dishonor our democracy. The American people are fed up with relentless assaults on people's reputations. This has to stop, and it must stop now.
As if to make his case for civility, Dodd thanked Bob Dole for his service to and sacrifices for America, but he only praised him to a point.
I served with Senator Robert Dole in the legislative branch for 20 years. It is not Bob Dole's reputation that I question. It is his agenda for America. Sometimes a fine person has flawed ideas. This is such a time.
Not long before Dodd's speech, the president made his entrance in the convention city after his 4-day train tour through Middle America. He decided against a late-night visit to the convention because his voice was getting hoarse. But he did speak briefly at a welcome rally about what's ahead and what's at stake for the country and himself.
When I accept the nomination of our party tomorrow night and start this campaign, It will be the first American campaign for the 21st century and the last campaign for Bill Clinton.
But few expect this to be the last campaign for Vice President Al Gore. Instead of giving his main speech on the same night as the president, Gore broke with tradition and spoke tonight to spotlight himself as the president's heir apparent. Although Gore joked he went solo for another reason.
My reputation for excitement. I've been watching you doing that Macarena on television. And if I could have your silence, I would like to demonstrate for you the Al Gore version of the Macarena. Would you like to see it again?
Like Dodd, Gore praised Bob Dole, but then he used some of the Republicans' own words against him.
Make no mistake, there is a profound difference in outlook between the president and the man who seeks his office. In his speech from San Diego, Senator Dole offered himself as a bridge to the past. Tonight, Bill Clinton and I offer ourselves as a bridge to the future.
Gore stressed the president's accomplishments and his future quests. He spoke at length and with unusual emotion about the administration's anti-smoking battle and of his own sister's losing battle with lung cancer.
All of us had tried to find whatever new treatment or new approach might help. But all I could do was to say back to her with all the gentleness in my heart, I love you. And then I knelt by her bed and held her hand. And in a very short time, her breathing became labored. And then she breathed her last breath. Tomorrow morning, another 13-year-old girl will start smoking. I love her too. 3,000 young people in America will start smoking tomorrow. 1,000 of them will die a death not unlike my sister's. And that is why, until I draw my last breath, I will pour my heart and soul into the cause of protecting our children from the dangers of smoking.
Tonight, Bob Dole was asked to comment on the vice president's speech.
Yeah, I feel sorry for him.
Speech was critical of your records. Do you have any response to that?
Apparently he's the hatchet man for the Democrats. He always has been. It's not unexpected coming from Al Gore. It's unfortunate, but not unexpected.
Dole spoke in Santa Barbara, California. The president arrived here in Chicago from Michigan City, Indiana, the final stop on a 4-day, nearly 600-mile train trip. He concluded the Truman-esque journey by unveiling a $1.9 billion environmental cleanup plan. The festivities in Michigan City were marred by an accident involving a 20-foot speaker tower. It toppled into the crowd waiting to see Mr. Clinton, injuring 13 people. Officials say no one was seriously hurt. Back here in the Windy City, hometown girl Hillary Rodham Clinton was doing the meet and greet routine in a series of high-profile venues. Included on her itinerary, a stop at Billy Goat's Tavern, a local eatery that inspired Saturday Night Live's famous Cheeseboiga sketch. The GOP ticket stumps in California. Jack Kemp preaches inclusion, while Bob Dole calls for Bill Clinton's exclusion from the White House. And does the president have a gender gap? The numbers don't lie. The story ahead on Inside Politics. Stay with us.
In the early 90s, the real estate business changed.
I've got your financing seminar, 2 closings, and a showing.
Busy day.
Busy morning.
Professionals took control, trained to use the latest marketing tools, responsive to the real human issues.
He's not moving, but we've got a meeting set for tomorrow.
One organization set the pace.
I love this business.
Better Homes and Gardens. Real estate.
If I could change the world, what would I change?
I would take away the poisons.
Protect the children. Give them a future.
I would say pay people enough to support a family.
Unite!
Hundreds of thousands of people are coming together to make change work for us, for our families, our children, our lives.
Unite! Because the world is changing. But together, we can make it change for us. Unite! Together, we are the face of change.
We've won a lot of business by customers giving us the impossible opportunity.
It's usually the customer saying, I know I want to do this better, quicker, faster, and more efficiently.
And what's nice is I can say, yeah, we have solutions for that.
You really tailor-make solutions for them. You have to. Failing is not an option.
We could say, here's a different way to look at this that maybe was a better and a faster way. And the customers absolutely love that. Vendors don't do that. Partners do.
How does MCI serve American business? With people like these. That's how.
We started with a clean sheet of paper.
I want to see the paperwork.
If you'll just sign on the dotted line.
Let's put pen to paper.
It's a funny thing. I want that in writing.
That's a total write-off.
The most advanced, sophisticated, high-tech businesses are all built
Looks good on paper.
Looks good on paper.
Looks good on paper.
on paper.
Let's get it down on paper.
Which is why you should bring your business to Office Depot. We've got all you need, all for the best prices, guaranteed. In writing, on paper. Office Depot.
This is where I take care of business.
Sunday on CNN Presents, 10 years after the world's worst nuclear accident. Could Chernobyl be a nightmare waiting to happen again? On the next CNN Presents, Sunday, 9 Eastern.
Activist Al Sharpton led 200 marchers in a protest calling for greater opportunity for African Americans. The demonstrators got within 3 blocks of the convention hall before police stopped them. Jesse Jackson was among the speakers at an earlier rally. The protest was billed as a campaign to, quote, cash the check of opportunity, which organizers say has come back marked insufficient funds. Jack Kemp has said he wants to take the Republicans' pledge of inclusion into the nation's inner cities. He had an opportunity to do just that, as CNN's Jennifer Arthur discovered.
As a longtime GOP ambassador to minority communities, it is perhaps one of Jack Kemp's toughest challenges to win over African American and Latino voters after his recent about-face on affirmative action and immigration. The Republican vice presidential nominee tried to do just that Wednesday, visiting the predominantly black and brown South Central Los Angeles.
We believe that the new civil rights agenda is to build on the civil rights, equal rights, voting rights, educational opportunity agenda, and take it to the next level.
Perhaps a tough sell in South Central LA, it is here that frustration and alienation erupted in riots in 1992 when 4 white police officers were acquitted of the Rodney King beating. And in 1965, while Kemp led the Buffalo Bills to a league championship, race-based frustration led to the Watts riots. On Wednesday, the former housing secretary listened as community leaders urged more jobs, more educational opportunities, while demanding a halt to drugs and weapons in their neighborhoods.
We need it to stop.
And for a moment, another former pro football player stole the limelight.
We're talking about self-determination. This man has been a friend of ours, but he can't deliver us.
On the stump, Kemp sticks with his new positions, opposing affirmative action and supporting tough immigration legislation, a fact not overlooked at the Democratic National Convention.
And all that Kemp believed in until last week is now under assault.
Their affirmative action is quotas. Our affirmative action is a new civil rights agenda.
Anxiety among minority voters is high in California. Tuesday, the state's Republican governor, Pete Wilson, used newly signed federal welfare reform laws to order state agencies to halt almost all public services to illegals, including prenatal care for more than 60,000 women. In California, a November ballot initiative would repeal affirmative action. In 1994, voters here passed sweeping immigration legislation, which has yet to be enacted due to legal challenges. Kemp pledged sensitivity.
Keep your heart open to the possibility that if both parties are competing for every vote, it will be better for the black community, the Hispanic community, the inner city community, and I am going to tell you with all my heart that we want to win your vote.
The visit demonstrates that the Dole-Kemp ticket has not conceded California's 54 electoral votes. Jennifer Arthur, CNN, with the Dole-Kemp campaign, Los Angeles.
A few miles up the coast of California, Bob Dole played the role of the great predictor. The GOP nominee visited a playground in Ventura, saying he expects Bill Clinton to announce a belated war on drugs during his acceptance speech. Dole says that's too late, and as for reports Mr. Clinton will call for lower capital gains taxes for home sales, Mr. Dole says welcome to the club, claiming he's promoted that idea for weeks. Much has been made of Bob Dole's problem attracting female voters, and the GOP convention made a point to place women in the spotlight. But Bill Clinton has his own gender gap, a problem he's already working to correct. CNN's Jean Meserve explains.
Bob Dole lags behind Bill Clinton with every significant demographic group except one, white men. In the latest CNN USA Today Gallup survey, only 40% of the white men polled preferred Bill Clinton. 48% were in the Dole column. And Dole's popularity with this group had jumped 10 points in the wake of the Republican convention. White men have been voting Republican in increasing numbers since 1968, but the trend became particularly pronounced in the 1994 elections, when so-called angry white men were credited with electing the Republican majority in Congress.
The college-educated men are overwhelmingly Republican. They do well under Republican policies. They don't need a safety net. They share Republicans' economic views about free trade and capitalism.
And analysts say many blue-collar men have deserted Clinton because they are nervous about their future in a transitional economy. President Clinton has been trying to woo them back, talking tough on crime, reviewing affirmative action. And at the Democratic convention, Mario Cuomo and others have addressed men's economic concerns, touting the Clinton administration's achievements, including job creation and an increased minimum wage.
Bill Clinton has done more to help the middle class than any leader in decades.
There has also been an overt play for rank-and-file union members. But that is not to say other voting blocs are being ignored.
I think their focus in this convention is about where the Republican focus in the convention was, and that is to go make sure that they have young voters and female voters. That's where this election is being fought over. I don't think there is a significantly larger share of male voters that is really available to Bill Clinton.
But Bill Clinton does not have to worry too much about white men's disaffection with his candidacy, because it is more than offset by his popularity with women voters. Jean Meserve, CNN, Chicago.
Still to come, some convention critiques from undecided voters in Dallas and two CNN political analysts. Stay with us.
Help, I need somebody. Help, not just anybody. Help, you know I need someone. Help.
Every day, millions of customers count on GTE for help. They count on GTE people, GTE technology, GTE reliability, GTE knowledge, GTE dependability. So if you think telecommunications have only complicated your life, a reminder, there's one company you can count on for help. GTE. Help me. Amazing.
Here at Post, we figure we're a lot like the rest of you. We get up too early, we work a little too hard. Then we try to have something left for the really important stuff. So So for us, Energy for Life isn't just a slogan for Grape Nuts. It's for real. Ray over there, he likes to remind us that a serving of Grape Nuts has about twice as many carbs as Wheaties, even if there is no famous athlete on the box. Everyone have their Grape Nuts today? Apparently not.
How do you know if you have termites? Call the experts at 1-800-TERMINIX. Terminix offers the best termite guarantees in the business. Call 1-800-TERMINIX while you still can.
People who like Freedent because it won't stick to most dental work love Freedent because it's soft to chew and deliciously long-lasting, too. That's why they stick with the gum that won't. Non-stick Freedent, the perfect gum for almost perfect teeth.
Thursday on CNN's Larry King Live, they belong to two famous political families. Congressman Joe Kennedy, Chicago Mayor Richard Daley. Among my guests at the Democratic Convention, Thursday, 6 Eastern on CNN.
There's no doubt how night 3 of the Democratic Convention went over with the delegates in the United Center Hall, but how did it play with that critical election year audience, undecided voters? CNN's Tony Clark gets feedback from some folks in Dallas.
We asked 5 undecided voters to watch the Democratic Convention Wednesday night and tell us what they thought. The voters ranged from a retiree with 6 grandkids to a college student who will be able to vote for the first time in a presidential election. And the views varied too, from the optimistic.
You know, it's neat. It's different to hear all their ideas and what they want to do with the country and how they want to fix it.
To the skeptical.
It's hard not to be interested in it, but at the same time, I have a hard time buying what I hear.
Bob Dole's For example, when Senator Ken Conrad attacked Bob Dole's tax plan.
And he said he studied it. True, he may or may not have studied it. But why didn't he say why it wouldn't work? To me, I like answers to statements, not just plain statements.
The taped vignette segments that showed families dealing with personal crisis were touching to the group, but not persuasive.
Almost none of the stories have been any way related to any federal policies whatsoever, schooling, crimes, things like that, almost entirely state issues. That it's irrelevant who the president is.
And when the Democrats showcased their women lawmakers,
they had to because of what the Republicans did with women, the forefront of the convention activities.
One of the high points for the group was Vice President Al Gore's speech.
I would like to demonstrate for you the Al Gore version of the Macarena. Would you like to see it again?
And when Gore's speech turned serious, so did the group.
His story about his sister was very touching and, all that. And he did bring up a lot of good points.
I think it was a very well-written speech, but more importantly, I think he pulled it off quite well.
Vice President Al Gore, first of all, spoke very eloquently. Whether you agree with him or disagree, he spoke very well.
Gore's description of building a bridge to the future rather than to the past impressed some of these voters, but they were also disappointed that they didn't hear more about issues such as immigration, English only, and abortion.
It's nothing more than a movie. I mean, and it's a shame because, one would like to hear real issues.
No real issues were hit. They didn't give me any information. It was another piece of the pep rally.
Tony Clark, CNN, Dallas.
Joining me now with their reactions to the pep rally this nomination night at the Democratic Convention, 2 of CNN's political analysts. They are author and journalist Farai Chideya and GOP pollster Kellyanne Fitzpatrick, currently doing their Al Gore Macarenas right now. Very good work. First of all, let's talk about former Senator Dole's reaction to the Gore speech. He called Vice President Gore a hatchet man. Would you go along with that, Kellyanne?
I think he's correct, but look, all people will remember from tonight's speech about Al Gore was his debutante with the electorate 4 years from now, and they'll remember that he spoke very passionately and very sincerely about his sister's battle with lung cancer. That's what they'll remember from the speech. But Bob Dole is correct because except for those 7 minutes that were certainly on the teleprompter yet off text about his sister's death, he went through a whole litany of what's wrong with Bob Dole. He said, we won't let them, we won't let them, we won't let them. He said Bob Dole voted against this. His vision of the country is not this. He went right for Bob Dole's jugular and in some not so subtle ways tried to play the ageist slur card that we've heard again and again all this campaign season. Bob Dole said 2 weeks ago in San Diego, age has its advantages, it is a virtue, it is experience, it is wisdom. Tonight Al Gore said, it's the past, we're the future.
Farai, I find it interesting that Bob Dole would invoke the term hatchet man. After all, when he was the vice presidential nominee with Jerry Ford, he was called the hatchet man.
He absolutely was the hatchet man in a way that was completely, much more pronounced and completely different from Al Gore's speech tonight. I disagree with Kellyanne that the age card was played. Bob Dole's problem is not physically that he's 73. The problem is that he is not a forward-looking candidate. He does not project a vision for the future of America. And that is what Al Gore was critiquing. It has nothing to do with his physical age. This speech was definitely pointed and partisan, but it was not a hatchet speech. All of the information was factual. And the one dig that I thought was even a little bit ad hominem was, you know, President Clinton has not attacked the other candidate's wife. That was the only ad hominem attack, and frankly, it was well-deserved.
Neither has Bob Dole. He never attacked Hillary Clinton. But the fact is that Al Gore said tonight, he went through a litany of all the buzzwords that are used, the fact sheets for the Democratic Party. What was his vision as laid out for the future tonight? He used those buzzwords, future, vision, children, 21st century, all that train stuff yet again. But what were the issues? You heard the swing voters themselves say, the undecided voters. I didn't hear anything about issues. You can't just say we want to put an internet in every children's classroom as if it's the chicken in every pot for the 21st century and say, I'm thinking about the future.
All right, but what they did say, which I found interesting, was they got the sense that Democrats here are talking about the future, whereas Bob Dole is talking about the past, bridges to the future, bridges to the past. Is that accurate to say?
Well, a 15% tax cut for everyone is forward-looking because the idea is to roll back the tax increase that Bill Clinton gave all of us in 1993. The fact is that the average American family takes home 2.5% less than their take-home pay now than they did when he was elected. The real taxes have gone up every single year. That is future looking, to say to people you're going to have more take-home pay and more time with your families. I can't think of what's more about the future.
All right, but let's talk about political future here for a minute for Vice President Gore. Clearly, this speech is probably the beginning of his campaign, in theory, right? Wouldn't you say?
Oh, he did a wonderful job. He debuted very well. If anything, the only point was that the moving tale of his sister's battle against lung cancer was sort of sobered the crowd down a little bit more. But the interesting point about that speech was that it was very personal. It really brought home the tobacco issue in a way that people in the hall could relate to. He's from a tobacco state. He's made statements about tobacco that are not necessarily the most forward-thinking in terms of prevention, but he has had a personal experience with it. He translated it, and the whole Clinton initiatives on smoking are a result of the fact that 60% of smokers start under the age of 14. 90% start by the time they're 19. It's the kids smoking that's
Did he look and sound presidential?
Absolutely.
Yeah. What do you think?
I don't think it's relevant at the moment because Bill Clinton gave the worst speech of his life, I guess in 1988, was it? But people quickly forget that because he recovered and did dynamic things between 88 and 92 to become the nominee. I mean, at best, it introduces him and people will remember it was a good guy. His sister died younger. They'll remember 4 years ago the tragedy about his son. But the fact is that 4 years from now, the battle lines will be drawn a different way. You'll see people like Senator Dodd, Evan Bayh, battling it out with Al Gore for that nomination. That's what people look for then. He's not going to be the heir apparent like that.
All right, now for President Clinton tomorrow, a big task at hand. Clearly, he's not going to do what he did in 1988, which was one of the longer speeches, I think, before any convention in modern times. Tell me, how big a task does he face tomorrow, Farai?
Well, I mean, as you point out, his first task is keeping it brief. He's not a man of few words. What he really has to do is quell the economic anxiety which is sweeping across America. There really is not, despite some of the figures that Kellyanne reels off, there is not an economic crisis in this country. Yes, we'd like to be doing better, but we've got inflation down very low. We've got unemployment at the level that many economists say is full employment. Now, the people who are unemployed would disagree with that, but we are not in a point of economic crisis, but the president needs to step forward. We've heard about the environment. Today was Environment Day. He brought up environment in rural areas and in the inner cities. Tomorrow, he really needs to send home the economic message and talk about the future.
Kellyanne, last word.
Actually, the economists don't define what is the economy and how healthy it is in this country. Your pocketbook does. The mothers and fathers, the business owners of this country define if the economy is doing well. The economy is a very personal issue. You can't talk about system indicators and say everything's good for all of us, especially if you're not one of those people with the new 10 million jobs. You will hear about the environment. You'll hear a lot that's reaching out to that suburban female voter.
All right. We're out of time. Kellyanne Farai, we appreciate you joining us. Thank you for your insights. And that is it from the United Center in Chicago. I'm Miles O'Brien. Sports Late Night is next.
Thursday on CNN and Company, Ladies' Night at the Convention. I'm Mary Tillotson. We'll talk about it live from Chicago, 11:30 Eastern, Thursday on CNN.